What's up, legends? Drop a comment below, and let's dive into this epic tale. In the heart of a dark forest, a lonely house stands shrouded in falling snow. Inside, a glass of liquid lies on the floor. A man clutches his mouth, trying to stop the bleeding. He's been told this poison completely severs the flow of mana through his blood. A man in fine clothes stands before him, coldly explaining the poison will take full effect in just a few minutes. But especially for him, he reveals he added a second, even deadlier concoction. The poisoned man slowly raises his eyes and hears a chilling question: why? The finely dressed man glances at the glass. He simply replies that he doesn't understand. With blood staining his lips, the hero looks up only to be told his power is no longer needed by the United Empire. The war is over, and now his immense strength is seen as a threat. He's told to just return to his village and live out his days in peace. A quiet life so he doesn't become the spark for another rebellion. The white-haired man, Ian, stares at his friend in utter disbelief. He looks down at his blood-soaked hands. All he ever wanted was to wash this blood away, to live a quiet life as if he never existed. He wanted to repent for every life he had taken with his magic. The betrayer turns to the roaring fireplace, then his gaze snaps back to Ian. He confesses that he's truly afraid of him. The flames cast an eerie glow on the man's head. He adds that it's only natural to fear your own friend, especially when that friend is Ian. He declares that Ian is an 8th-level wizard, a being capable of destroying him and the entire empire in a heartbeat. He has no right to let such a monster live. Ian stares back, his eyes filled with a desperate madness. The man just smirks. It seems his dear friend is begging for a forgiveness he'll never receive. His head snaps up, and just as suddenly, he turns his back and walks out the door. Sometime later, the entire house is engulfed in flames. Ian sits amidst the inferno, watching his so-called friend depart. He grinds his teeth, cursing the man's treachery. He was too gullible. Our main character clutches his chest, doubling over in pain. But then he slowly draws a dagger from within his clothes. His eyes burn with resolve as he glares forward. Of everyone he knew, Ragnar was the one he trusted most. Every day of his life had been filled with regret, yet he never once stopped honing his magic. Ian studies the dagger in his hand. An idea forms in his mind. If he uses this dagger, which is engraved with a time reversal spell, and pierces his own heart before the poison consumes him, he just might be able to cast one final spell. With that thought, the main character slowly brings the blade to his chest. He grips the dagger with both hands. This act, he decides, will be his final repentance. Blood explodes across the room. Ian spits a torrent of blood onto the floor, his body collapsing. But the dagger in his chest begins to glow with an ethereal blue light. The main character's eyes blaze with fury as he begins the incantation. A massive blue magic circle erupts on the floor. He slams his hands into the seal, pouring every last bit of his power into the spell. Ian throws his head back and roars. For time itself to turn back, an overwhelming blue light consumes him. He flashes back to a memory standing before a grave. He recalls carefully tracing the inscriptions on the tombstone. He sees himself bowing before a man with a staff, and his friend Ragnar extending a hand to him. In his mind, crows circle a blood-red sky as he walks across a desolate battlefield. Ian stops his gaze fixed on the sunset. In this memory, he stands tall with a staff in hand and long blonde hair. The young Ian holds a hand to his mouth. He slowly lowers it, his lips parted in confusion. "What happened?" he whispers. He begins to pat himself down, searching for the wounds, but finds nothing. The agonizing pain is gone. The wounds have vanished. He raises his head in shock. This is impossible. Suddenly, a voice calls his name, and he whirls around. A woman with blonde hair approaches him, placing a hand on his shoulder. She asks if he's all right. Ian stares at the woman, completely stunned. It's his mother, but she was dead. So why? His mother reaches for him, and he instinctively jumps back. The plan, it actually worked. Ian gently takes his mother's hands in his own. Could it be? Did he actually die and meet her in the afterlife? Both Ian and his mother suddenly turn their heads, their gazes fixed on something in the distance. They see a knight's tent and a massive queue of people standing beside a windmill. The main character sees children in the line and realizes this is a Mana Aptitude Test. From a simple chair, he observed the bustling crowd as Imperial soldiers kept the masses in check. His gaze fell upon a single tent, a flag whipping in the wind atop it. That symbol? The Ivory Tower's flag. He glanced down at his own small hands, and reality crashed down on him. He had returned. 30 years into the past, a memory flashed before his eyes. A mage, staff in hand, placing a palm on a young boy's head. The voice echoed in his mind, announcing the Mana reaction test. At the age of 12, every child in the Green River Empire undergoes this trial, a test to discover the mages destined to become pillars of the empire. The first quality, the Mana brain, governs the expression of magic. The boy in his memory stood arms outstretched facing his destiny, but that wasn't all. The second quality, the Mana heart, was the key to creating, circulating, and storing that incredible power. To possess both qualities meant instant entry into a magic academy, a ticket to a new life. a status equal to that of the nobility itself. Young Ian's eyes narrowed. 30 years. He had come back too far. His mind raced to the blade, its inscription glowing in his memory. The language of dragons, creators of that forbidden magic. It was how he'd used the time magic he dedicated his life to. A chance to repent for his past sins. Ian's gaze hardened, his resolve solidifying. A chance to wash the blood of the fallen from his hands. This time he would not ignore his friend's betrayal. An older version of that man appeared in his mind's eye. He'd lived his whole life as a loyal dog, slaying enemies in the name of devotion, and his only reward had been death. Ian turned away. A flicker of rage crossed his face. Ragnar, that man had used him mercilessly. But in this life, everything would be different. A soldier's shout snapped Ian and his mother to attention. The main character knew. This was his moment. To set his grand plan in motion, he had to act now. He took a determined step toward the tent, turning to his mother. "I'm going," he declared. He knew his true magical skill was already at the 8th circle, perhaps even higher. Ian stood before the knight, his gaze unwavering. "I am Ian Page from the village of Moran." The knight's smile widened. "Ah, the son of that famous woman, go on in. Just try not to bombard the mage with questions." Ian cautiously entered the tent, a world of memories behind him. Inside, a mage sat with his eyes closed. "Knight, how many are still left?" he asked, his voice weary. The knight replied, "We're not even halfway through." The mage let out a heavy sigh as Ian pushed the tent flap aside. "Forgive my intrusion." Instantly, the mage's tired expression turned professional. "Come in." He gestured toward Ian. "May I examine your head? I'll be sending a small amount of mana into your brain. You might feel a slight dizziness, but it is standard procedure." Following his words, the wizard placed a hand gently on the main character's head. Ian felt a faint, familiar twitch of energy. The wizard's eyes shot open, a smile spreading across his face. "Well now, you have a mana brain. This means your life is about to change dramatically." The wizard clenched his fist. "Now, if we can just discover a mana heart." Ian's expression remained serious. Just going to the Magic Academy was not nearly enough. He looked the mage straight in the eye. "There is something I wish to show you." Then the protagonist closed his eyes. He took a single calm breath, and a perfect sphere of flame materialized in his left hand. "Let's start with this." The wizard's jaw dropped. A fireball, created by a mere child. But then a sphere of pure water appeared in his right hand. Ian sharply clenched both fists, extinguishing the spells. He met the wizard's stunned gaze. "It's a recent development." Everyone in the room froze, utterly speechless. At such a sight, the wizard was paralyzed by sheer astonishment. He simply could not move. "You studied this somewhere?" the mage stammered. "Never," Ian replied calmly. The wizard's eyes began to glow with a chilling blue light. He asked again, his voice laced with power. Ian remained perfectly still, instantly recognizing the spell. Mind reading, a magic that detects lies by sensing biological reactions like a person's heartbeat. The wizard stood, his hand outstretched. "If you lie to me, boy, you will be branded a traitor." He leaned in closer, his voice a low growl. "And you, your family, even your neighbors, will all be beheaded." Ian calmly met his gaze. "I have no reason to lie." The wizard let out a short, sharp laugh, folding his arms, as a tense silence filled the air. He realized the boy spoke the absolute truth. In that instant, our hero's eyes snapped open, his gaze locked onto the wizard. Suddenly, his head whipped around at the sound of a woman's scream. Ian burst out from behind the mage's cape and cried out for his mother. The protagonist froze, staring in utter disbelief. A man had her by the arm, demanding he back down. The armored brute just sneered, questioning if he knew who he was messing with. The knight tightened his grip on the woman, his voice dripping with scorn. "A widow for 7 years. Stop playing games. You should be thanking me for even noticing you." The protagonist's mother stared back, her eyes wide with shock. This couldn't be happening. Just then, 2 men in lavish attire emerged from a nearby tent. "What is all this commotion?" The knight instantly released the woman, spinning around with a nervous start. "It's nothing, sirs, just a lowly cook snooping around our tent. I was just checking on things." Ian's face contorted with rage. His fists clenched. You bastard!" he roared. But the wizard stepped past him, holding up a hand to stop him. The mage's eyes narrowed slightly. "We have confirmed this boy possesses 2 qualities," he began, his voice echoing with authority. "From this moment on, he and his mother share the status of nobility." The wizard's voice sharpened. His eyes flashed open. "And an attack on nobles is a most severe crime." The knights behind him began to draw their swords. "You will be charged with treason," the wizard declared, "and executed without trial." The knight started to back away, dripping with cold sweat. Then, without warning, he collapsed to his knees right before the protagonist. He began to scream for forgiveness, blubbering that he didn't mean it. The main character looked down on him, his mouth slightly agape. "Why are you apologizing to me?" he asked coldly. "She's the one who deserves your apology." The knight's head shot up, his face slick with sweat as he stared at the boy. He then scrambled over on his knees, prostrating himself before Ian's mother. "I made a terrible mistake. Please forgive me," he begged. The main character's mother turned to her son, her eyes asking what to do. The protagonist narrowed his gaze and turned away. With purpose in his stride, Ian began to walk toward the groveling knight. Our hero knelt before him, meeting his gaze. "Listen to me carefully," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "I know exactly what scoundrels like you think of people like my mother." The knight looked up, his shameless eyes filled with terror. The main character's gaze hardened. "So everything you heard, everything you saw and felt today, you will describe in vivid detail to all your friends." Ian looked at the knight with pure fury. "And know this," he added, "I will be watching you." The knight, shaking, lifted his sweaty face. I understand, Lord Wizard." "Thank you." As Ian walked past the wizard, he offered a bow. "Thank you for your help." The wizard inclined his head. "The tower protects its own," he stated simply. The mage then turned to the head knight. "Ensure the boy's safety, Raniz," he commanded. "We will contact you later via a communication sphere." The head knight turned sharply. "Of course I will personally escort him to the inn where my knights are staying." The main character smiled at his mother and agreed to the plan. Bowing low once more, Ian asked for his leave. "Lord Wizard." Walking arm in arm with his mother, he heard her whisper, "You're a wizard." He simply nodded, a small smile on his face. The wizard watched them go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Such incredible talent at such a young age, he mused. This boy is going to cause quite a stir in the castle and the ivory tower. Night fell over the city, the streets lit only by sparse lamps. Down a dark alley, a man spat on the floor. It was the knight, his face twisted in a hateful scowl. "Who does he think he is? How dare a cook's brat talk to me? Not like that, A dark figure emerged from the shadows behind him. And in front of his mother, no less. The shadowy silhouette stopped standing perfectly still. It was our hero, his face hidden beneath a hood. "I'll show him his place," the knight growled. But as he spoke, the main character cast a spell. Paralysis. The man froze mid-step, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He had no idea what was happening. Ian appeared behind the man on the bridge. "You can't move, can you?" he said calmly. "Yes, magic can do that." The man's eyes darted sideways in terror as he heard the question. "What was it you called my mother?" Young Ian slowly lowered his hood. "I warned you," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. "I told you I'd be watching." The knight strained against the spell, trying to turn his head. Ian stood motionless, his gaze piercing the darkness. "Today you were insulted by a cook's son," Ian narrated coldly. "You decided to drown your sorrows in alcohol. And, staggering home alone, you tragically fell from this very bridge." With a final deliberate move, he pushed the man into the river. What a shame. As the body slipped away, Ian tilted his head, wondering if he could truly remain the person he once was. The main character stood on the bridge, staring down into the abyss. His entire past life had been dedicated to one thing: mastering the ancient language of dragons. He made a vow then. If he ever got a second chance, he wouldn't make the same mistakes. He wouldn't commit the acts that led to so much death. But gazing at his reflection, he knew the truth. That was impossible. His hands could never be cleansed of the blood he'd spilled. A gentle wind began to blow through his hair. The only thing he wanted now was to protect those precious to him, and for that he would do anything, even if it meant staining his hands crimson all over again. The main character looked down at the man's corpse and whispered, "Don't you dare forgive me." As the body floated to the surface, Ian's eyes narrowed. He remembered hearing those exact words from his killer. And in that moment, something began to click. He finally understood Ragnar's cryptic warning. Light flickered on in a nearby building as a door creaked open. Ian slipped inside. Leaning against the door, his head pounded as if it would explode. He hadn't expected that. The paralysis spell would consume nearly all of his mana. The main character stared at his trembling hands. He needed to get stronger, and fast. Just then, his head snapped to the side, his attention captured by a figure in the room. His mother was lying on the bed. A wave of memories washed over him. He approached her side, remembering. After just 1 year at the Magic Academy, he was hailed as a first-class magician. Ian looked at his mother, his heart aching. In that very same year, his mother, who had stayed behind in their village, fell gravely ill and passed away. She never saw the powerful magician her son had become. Standing by her bed, he was filled with a new resolve. This time he would protect her, no matter the cost. He gazed at her sleeping face. This time he would make sure she lived a life full of happiness. As he slowly backed away, he made another promise. That she would live a long, full life. The losses he endured in his past life would never be repeated. Far away, a grand and luxurious building pierced the skyline. In the capital of the Green River Empire, Green Rivium Emperor Terry Greenriver studied a report with great interest. He turned to his companion. "What does the Tower Master think?" Leon, the master of the Ivory Tower, and a 5th-class magician, met the Emperor's gaze and replied, "Nothing is certain yet, Your Majesty." Terry simply looked up at him. "Continue." Leon raised a hand explaining, mana circulates through the body like a river. One becomes a magician when they learn to control that flow at will. The magician looked out the window, continuing his thought. Normally, one learns how to stimulate the mana in their brain and manifest their magic. Leon turned back to the Emperor. That is what is taught at the academy. It's the path all magicians take. But this report claims this boy awakened his magic on his own, and his abilities already rival a first-class mage, just like the first magician. An image of a lone sorcerer holding a tome appeared in the old mage's mind. He began to recount the tale. Long ago, the first magician appeared, one who had to awaken his own power and create spells from nothing. It's a legend that all mages know well. Terry leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. And this first magician? We're not even sure if dragons truly existed, Leon replied. But there's no doubt the first magician was real. After all, magic had to start somewhere. The old man raised his head, his eyes sharp. Which is why it is hard to believe the inspector's report until I see this boy with my own eyes. But I am certain the mage sent to Moran would not lie. Leon closed his eyes, his hand resting on his stomach. However, one thing I can say for sure, a boy with such power represents an immense danger, the Emperor crossed, his arms lost in thought. Terry then turned towards the door and asked, "Has the prince arrived?" A young man standing guard replied, "He is here, your majesty." The grand doors to the throne room swung open. A young, fair-haired prince walked in with an air of quiet confidence. Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. He faced his father and said, "You summoned me, father." The Emperor unfolded his arms. "My apologies for keeping you." The prince simply replied, "Not at all." Placing a hand over his heart, he asked, "Why have you called for me?" Terry looked at his son intently. "It has been 5 years since you last stepped outside the castle grounds. It is time for you to venture out once more." The prince's eyes widened slightly. "Beyond the castle? For what purpose?" The Emperor's expression was unyielding. "I am sending you with 2 of my royal knights, 300 soldiers, and 3 mages, with his third-class mages. His mission was to venture to the village of Marion and retrieve a boy named Ian Page." The prince's jaw dropped. He dared to ask who this boy even was. The Emperor, closing his eyes, questioned if the prince had truly never heard the name. He then declared the matter one of national importance, too vital for idle questions. Who knew what dangers lay ahead? Perhaps another prince should go. But Hayden placed a hand on his chest, his gaze locked with the Emperor's, insisting he could be trusted. Terry and Aide watched the prince with a sharp and wavering stare, his confidence clear. "I will carry out your will," the prince declared, bowing deeply to his Emperor. With permission to begin preparations, he knew the long journey north would take time. A moment later, Leon the old magician asked the Emperor for leave to prepare his own people. The Emperor knew the truth well. Magicians despised long journeys. Leon admitted he would have to persuade them to convince them this quest was worth their while so that someone would be ready by the time the prince departed. The Emperor folded his hands, a silent dismissal. Lon exited the Emperor's office as the grand doors swung open. Another magician waiting outside bowed low. As Lon walked away, he was asked if the tower's master had returned. The answer was no. The old magician, staff in hand, proceeded down the long corridor, noting there was one more place he had to visit. A lone house stood by a quiet forest, alive with sound. Our main character looked out the window, his mind racing. An answer from the tower and the palace was due any day now. Ian sat on his bed, his eyes fixed on the window. He recalled the magician from the test, and the proclamation that he possessed the qualities of a true mage. The fact it was announced so quickly meant the report went straight to the very top. Everything was falling perfectly into place. Images of the Emperor and the old magician flashed through his mind. The Emperor was surely gathering mages to support the Crown Prince. After all, the master of the Ivory Tower, a 5th-class archmage, had already pledged allegiance to the 5th Prince. But Ian knew they all needed more pieces for their game. Soon one of them would come, for him. Ian stared ahead, his resolve hardening. He could side with the Emperor, the Tower Master, or forge a third path entirely. The options were many, but this time he refused to be used as a mere pawn. In a nearby clearing, a voice rang out. "Master Magician, you may begin." A legion of knights stood at attention, facing a mage holding a crystal sphere. Ian jolted in his bed as a powerful voice echoed from the street. "Imperial Magician Ian Page, you are summoned to carry out the Emperor's command." Ian tilted his head. An imperial order, they had arrived far sooner than he'd anticipated. Cautiously, our main character peered out his door, his eyes landing on the waiting magician. The man offered a slight smile. Extending a hand, he noted that Ian was right on time. The Emperor had sent for him. But first, there were necessary rules of etiquette to be learned. A shadow fell over the protagonist's face as he lowered his gaze. A moment later, he moved to obey the magician's unspoken command, preparing to kneel on his right knee and place his left hand upon his heart. But he performed the gesture without any instruction, a motion that visibly startled the magician. The envoy held the crystal ball forward, his voice booming. Imperial Magician Ian Page, you are to listen to the order. Glowing text erupted from the orb. The magician's eyes followed the script as he began to read. By imperial decree, I, the Emperor, recognize the profound talent of the young magician and officially order his name be entered into the magic register of the Ivory Tower. The magician stared intently at the floating words. Ian remained kneeling, listening. The decree continued, inviting him to visit the imperial palace, with none other than the crown prince sent as his personal escort. Ian's eyes widened slightly. I hope your journey is smooth, the decree read. The Emperor's motives were painfully obvious. As the magician announced the end of the order, our main character began to rise from his knee. That is the entirety of His Majesty's command. Knights then approached their leader, asking if they should take Ian to the local castle. The answer was yes. The lead knight then began to walk slowly towards the protagonist. Reaching him, he introduced himself as Arnold, captain of Marion's army. We have been ordered to escort you and the crown prince to the castle, he stated. I will be responsible for your safety. The captain glanced at Ian's humble house, adding that they would depart as soon as he was ready. In the distance, a luxurious gray palace loomed. Standing in the square before it was the lord of the Marion province himself, Marcus Marion. So they've finally arrived. The lord's gaze scanned the crowd, finally resting on the young man he was told to expect. Once more, he reminded himself to address the magician with proper respect. Beside him, Ravi and Margaret watched their lord's every move. As the carriage door swung open, the protagonist and his mother stepped out. The lord stared intently. Ian Page, so young, and already a mage for the Emperor himself to show interest. This boy's power had to be something special. Marcus spread his arms in a grand gesture of welcome, shouting pleasantries while his mind raced. I must build a connection with him. I am Ian, an Imperial magician, the boy announced. From a nearby window, hushed voices could be heard. Did you see him? That's the boy from the training grounds. Two maids stood gossiping by the window. He created a fireball from thin air. That's why they call him a prodigy, an unbelievable talent. For 2 weeks, he had trained without a single break. And now Ian stood alone in the vast training center. The young mage closed his eyes, taking a single calming breath. He slowly began to raise his hand, then thrust it forward. Freeze! A storm of ice and snow erupted around him in an instant. The very air began to crystallize. The frost coalesced into lethal razor-sharp spikes. Ian stood amidst the blizzard he had created. He looked around at his handiwork, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. This isn't enough. In his past life, he could have frozen the entire castle, not just this field. Ian clenched his fist, frustrated. This current body is just too weak. It lacked the mana reserves he needed. He had to do something about it. Just then, a voice from behind him shattered the silence. Ian turned to face the butler. What is it? He asked. The man screamed in reply. Please, you must help us. The palace aide stood drenched and terrified, then suddenly realized the lord was nowhere in sight. He's missing, Ian asked, his own shock palpable. The butler bowed low, confirming his worst fears. The lord went goblin hunting, but he hasn't returned his guards, and even Lord Ravi. They've all vanished. We've searched everywhere, the man cried, but we couldn't find them. There are almost no tracks left. Ian's gaze drifted, his mind racing. It's too early for him to die. A memory from his past life surged forward. The great Lord Marcus Marion, dying at the hands of an assassin from an enemy nation. His death was the spark that ignited the First Unification War. In the chaos that followed, his son would flee only to be captured and executed. Ian raised a hand, cutting him off. Why come to me? Why not summon the mage Marco? He knew the Lord loved hunting. It was one of his defining traits. It was highly unlikely a simple goblin hunt had gone wrong. The butler hung his head in despair. Master Marco is not in the province. He left on urgent business. Ian's blood ran cold. The responsible magician abandoned his post. That was a serious offense. There had to be a very, very good reason for his sudden appearance elsewhere. A mage was only permitted to leave their assigned province in the rarest of cases. Could the Tower Master himself have summoned him? He looked away, calculating. If he interfered now, who knew how the future would change? His most powerful weapon was his knowledge of the timeline. That was his absolute advantage. Ian's expression hardened. If the Lord dies here and now, that advantage would shatter into a million pieces. The butler's desperate voice pulled him from his thoughts. We have no one else to ask. I beg you. Before he could finish, Ian interrupted. Where do I go? The young mage stood with unwavering resolve. I'll find him. Inside his head, he made a vow. I will set things right. As Ian began to fasten his cloak, he heard his name being called. He turned to see his mother rushing towards him. I heard you're going to search for the Lord. Her eyes were wide with alarm. Isn't that far too dangerous? You're still so young? Ian gave her a confident smile. It's okay, Mother. I'm a magician, remember? He gently took her hand. Don't worry, he promised. I will definitely return. Just then, a young girl appeared behind them, apologizing for the intrusion. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, Please find my father and my brother. The girl clasped her hands together. If you can save them, my father will give you anything. Moneyland servants, please, I'm begging you. Ian's eyes were immediately drawn to the girl's hand, a spark of recognition flashing in his mind. When she heard his resolve, her mouth fell open, her eyes filling with hope. You really will, she whispered. Ian held out his hand. In return, he stated calmly, give me your ring. I can sense the mana flowing within it. The girl immediately began to remove it. It will help you in your search, she said, placing the precious item in his palm without a moment's hesitation. As he slowly slid the ring onto his finger, a pulse of mana surged through him. The artifact glowed, and Ian studied it intently. A flash of recognition sparked in his mind. This was Moran's ring. A low-grade artifact, true, but it amplified its wearer's mana. The main character glanced at the girl, a thought crossing his mind. Why hadn't the Lord given this to his own heir? At that moment, the girl knew with certainty that he would find her family. As the main character turned to leave, she called out, Don't you dare lose that! You have to bring it back! It was a gift from my father. His gaze fell to the ring, and he realized this could finally compensate for his desperately low mana pool. With newfound purpose, he strode down the luxurious corridor. Passing the guards, Ian gave a single command, move out. Soon they arrived at the edge of a dense forest. A knight surveyed the clearing littered with goblin corpses. They were undisturbed. Ian's gaze swept over the bloody scene. He focused on a patch of blood by the bushes as the knight reported that the tracks vanished completely. The main character turned to his men. Any signs of the victims? The reply was grim. None, sir. We fear. The monsters dragged them away. The protagonist studied the goblin corpses, a hand resting on his chin. The sheer number of corpses was staggering. Easily over 100 of them. Extending his hand, the ring gleaming, Ian knew time was running out. He had to find the Lord now. I summon the wolf spirit. As the words left his lips, a magical seal materialized in the air before him. The seal blazed with intense light, illuminating the astonished faces of the knights. Their jaws dropped. Is he summoning a spirit wolf? One of them whispered in disbelief. A single furry paw stepped through the portal, followed by a tiny wolf cub that blinked in the light. The knights could only stare bewildered by the sight. The wolf, however, seemed equally frightened of them. The main character let out a sigh. In his past life, this spirit was a colossal beast. But with his current mana reserves, it was nothing more than a pup. Ian knelt down, pointing forward. Think you can find the trail for us? The tiny wolf padded over to the drop of blood, sniffing it intensely. Suddenly, it let out a sharp bark and darted into the woods. Ian turned to his squad. Follow me! In the distance, a high mountain loomed over the trees. A goblin wielding a massive club let out a guttural roar. Deep within the forest, Lord Marcus desperately held his ground against a swarm of goblins. With his sword in hand, he scanned the overwhelming numbers. What could he possibly do? There were just too many. The horde closed in, ready to attack. A wave of despair washed over Marcus. This was how he would die. He turned to his son, his voice filled with urgency. Get back to the castle. I'll hold them off as long as I can. The father faced his son one last time. Tell them Mount Marion is swarming with goblins. It's too dangerous. Ravi watched in horror as a goblin crept up behind his father, club raised high. Father, look out! He screamed. The goblin launched itself from the ground. Marcus was frozen, his eyes locked on his son's warning face as the monster soared through the air. As the blow was about to land, the Lord spun around to face his doom. But in that split second, the world went cold. Freezing spell, a voice echoed, as everything around the Lord began to crystallize. Ice exploded outwards, encasing the scene in a frozen tableau, as the main character stepped into the fray. The entire squad of knights watched in awe, as the battlefield was instantly transformed into a world of ice. The Lord stared forward, his eyes widening as he saw the main character walking calmly towards him through the frozen chaos. Marcus looked at the young man, his mind reeling. Is that him? He wondered before his world faded to black. Marcus's eyes fluttered open to the sound of his daughter calling his name. He sat up, seeing her happy face beside his bed. He grabbed his aching head. What happened? He asked. Her thoughts immediately flew to their savior. Ian, he saved you, she whispered. Tears streamed down Margaret's face. You and Ravi, you've both been unconscious for 2 whole days. Just then, the butler burst into the room shouting, My lord, what a miracle you've awoken. Marcus looked at them, his expression grim. What about the others? The butler's face fell. The 12 soldiers and the knight. They didn't make it back, he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. The Lord looked up, his voice firm. Where is the magician? The butler bowed. I will bring him at once. The main character was on the training ground, turning sharply. The butler's voice echoed, and the old man immediately rushed to our protagonist's side, announcing his arrival. He replied that he'd heard the Lord had awakened. The butler's eyes filled with gratitude, knowing who was responsible for the miracle. Leaning in, he relayed the Lord's summons, asking him to come to his chambers for a private conversation. Our hero gave the butler a questioning look while Marcus and Ravi beamed with pure joy. The Lord's voice called from within, and Ian entered with a calm smile, immediately asking how he was feeling. His eyes scanned the room as the Lord replied, "I am well, and it is all thanks to you. I wanted to personally express my gratitude for saving me." Ian then noticed the Lord's son smiling warmly at him. Marcus added with reverence that he hadn't just saved a man, but the very present and future of the entire Marion clan. The Lord placed a hand to his chest, noting that Ian had also cleansed Mount Marion of the Goblin Scourge. Such a great benefactor could not go unrewarded. Marcus then presented a small ornate box as a token of their gratitude. Ian carefully accepted it, and at the Lord's request, opened the lid. His eyes widened in surprise. What was this? He stared intently at the magnificent ring nestled inside the box. The Lord explained, "I heard you sensed the mana within my daughter's ring. It's a family heirloom, its true power unknown to us." Ian, never taking his eyes off the artifact, confirmed that the ring amplified its owner's mana. It had been indispensable during the battle. A wide smile spread across the Lord's face. "I am glad to hear it. From now on, it is yours. Consider it a badge of honor." Ian looked up, sensing there was more to this gesture, and asked about the insignia. Marcus gazed out the window, his voice ringing with authority as he made a grand proclamation. "From this day forward, you are the eternal guest of honor of the Marians." As the protagonist slowly took the ring, he heard the Lord ask if he would accept this profound gift. He slipped the ring onto his finger, realizing the weight of the title. The eternal guest of honor was a 1,000-year oath respected by every noble in the empire. Marcus bowed deeply. "Our family will forever greet you with honor," he pledged, "and we will always come to your aid in times of crisis." Ian watched as both father and son bowed before him. The Lord sealed the vow, declaring it would be passed down through every generation as long as the Marians ruled north of the Emerald River. The scene shifts, and the heavy footsteps of knights echo through a deep forest. Our main character and his escort moved through the dense woods. Ian paused, turning to the captain. "Are we still far from Lloyd's village?" The captain grinned. "Not at all. We just need to go around that hill and we'll be there." Ian listened attentively, his thoughts drifting back to a recent conversation. He recalled his discussion with the Lord and the crucial question he had asked. "Are there any alchemists in this province who can create a potent elixir?" The Lord knew of one, an alchemist named Leo who lived in the northern village of Lloyd. He had moved from this capital, the Lord explained, specifically to gather the rare herbs that grew only in that region. Ian knew this was his chance. He'd never met this alchemist in his past life, but he desperately needed an elixir to restore his lost mana. Suddenly, a panicked shout from a knight shattered the calm. "Captain Mage, you have to see this!" As they reached the crest of the hill, a horrifying sight met their eyes. The entire village was engulfed in flames. Ian froze in shock as the knights drew their swords, preparing for the worst. In the inferno, a brute with a bloody axe stood tall. He slung the weapon over his shoulder and grunted to his men, "Take care of the rest. We're moving out." The one-eyed bandit leader turned, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Time to deliver this one to Lockwood." A young boy struggled in his men's grasp, his father screaming, "Let him go!" In response, the one-eyed leader delivered a brutal blow to the man's side. "You talk too much," the bandit sneered, watching the father double over in agony. The boy screamed and fought harder, which only seemed to irritate the one-eyed man further. He looked at the boy with a chilling smile. "What should I do, kill your father so he'll finally shut up?" The boy's face went pale with terror as tears streamed down his cheeks. The bandit drew a wicked-looking knife. He stalked menacingly towards the downed father. "Don't worry," he cooed. "I'm taking your son to a better place so you can rest, in peace." The boy's desperate sobs filled the air as the bandit dealt the final blow right before his eyes. He watched in absolute horror, his cries catching in his throat, as his father's hand fell limp to the ground. The one-eyed man stared in shock. Where did this ice come from? But Ian simply walked forward, surrounded by razor-sharp, icy thorns. A freezing rain fell upon the bandits. "We have to run," they screamed in terror. In the distance, a column of smoke rose from near this mountain. Ian stood on a high hill, his gaze fixed on the village below. He stood tall carefully, observing the aftermath. This ring? It's more powerful than I imagined, he thought. The main character slowly twirled his hand, examining the intricate artifact. A question burned in his mind. With this, have I finally reached the level of a third-class magician? He studied his palm intently. Below, the villagers sat in despair, mourning their destroyed home. As Ian stood amidst the ruins, someone called his name. The captain rushed towards him. The captain asked if anyone was wounded. "No," Ian replied calmly. "Thanks to you, we're all safe." The main character met his gaze and nodded. "That's good." But then Ian's eyes shot to the side. Is that man still alive, he wondered? He was suddenly taken aback by a commotion nearby. People were trying to awake the alchemist. A man held the unconscious figure in his arms, desperately trying to bring him back, his son weeping beside him. Ian placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Let me see him." The protagonist's eyes widened as he looked at the alchemist. He examined him closely, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. His skin is pale, as if drained of blood, and gray strands in his hair. Could this be a dependence on mana? An image of a weeping shadow appeared in his mind. This condition has another name, he began. God's curse. Some people are born with mana trapped only in their brain. This constantly stimulates it, causing agonizing pain. Because the mana cannot circulate, it can never be expelled. They spend every second of their lives in this state, until the day they die. Ian's gaze shifted slightly. He can't possibly draw mana into his body on his own. This must be the work of a dark sorcerer, and it looks like his condition has worsened significantly. Two of the protagonist's fingers began to glow. He placed them on the man's forehead. Right now, there's only one way. To ease his pain, I must remove the stagnant mana and inject new energy. The man's face relaxed instantly. He let out a soft sigh of relief. See to your own wounds now, Ian instructed the man holding him. Of course, thank you. But the boy grabbed his cloak. Wait, the main character turned to face him. Will my father be okay? The boy asked desperately. Ian's expression softened. It's only temporary. Injecting mana only relieves the symptoms, he thought. It's not a cure. The boy stared at him confused. What does that mean? Ian looked at the boy with pity. The effect won't last long. Soon this man will face a choice: receive constant mana infusions, or die. He watched as the realization dawned on the boy's face. It will hurt again, Ian said softly. Tears streamed down the boy's face. If that's true, then I'll find that reindeer flower and cure him myself. The boy suddenly spun around and began to run. Where are you going? The man shouted after him. Ian watched the boy flee a sudden thought, striking him. An image of a man with dark hair flashed in his mind. The name Douglas, that belongs to the greatest alchemist in the Empire's history, a commoner who rose to the highest of positions. The memory of the legendary alchemist glared with fury, and in my past life, the one thing he hated most were magicians. The image of the cursed man reappeared. He was an alchemist addicted to mana because of a magician and a magical flower that grows only in the north. He remembered Douglas's desperate tears. I'll find that flower. The flower can neutralize mana. It's true, he recalled, but it is also a powerful poison. A vial of deadly liquid flashed in his memory. Ian's face went pale. He immediately broke into a sprint. Haste, he chanted under his breath. Douglas turned startled by the figure rushing towards him. Ian reached the boy in an instant, grabbing his shoulders. There could still be bandits out here? The forest is too dangerous. But the boy, crying, pushed his hand away. I can't just wait. If I don't find that flower, my father will... Before he could finish, Ian interrupted. He uttered a single word. Sleep. Douglas began to sway, muttering incoherently. The boy slumped against the protagonist's shoulder. Ian caught him, letting out a sigh of relief. The leaves rustled gently in the wind. He looked down at the sleeping boy. He's right. If we don't do something. Considering his young age, the boy's talent was immense. He could very well be the greatest alchemist of his time. Ian studied the young prodigy, a chilling thought crossing his mind. If I hadn't come to this village, his father would be dead, and the boy himself would have been dragged away in chains. An image of an adult Douglas flashed in the main character's mind. The bitter truth returned. It was Douglas who crafted the very poison that ended my life. He knew my brother's plans. He was an accomplice. A sudden chill ran down his spine. His gaze locked onto the boy with a newfound dangerous intensity. Should I eliminate this problem at its very root? No, Ian struck his forehead in frustration. Hasty decisions could bring ruin upon him. This boy's talent was legendary enough to rise to the rank of Imperial Alchemist on his own. The memory of Douglas holding that vial of blue poison burned in his mind. This time he needed to sway this genius to his side. But as Ian pondered his next move, a chilling doubt crept in. What guarantee did he have that the boy wouldn't betray him too, even if he saved him from a life of slavery? He stared at his own hand, lost in the dilemma. Just then a voice shattered the silence. Ian whipped his head around to see the captain hurrying toward him. What is it? He demanded, and the captain explained out of breath. I rushed after you the moment you disappeared. The captain's gaze then fell upon the unconscious boy. He'd acted recklessly, Ian explained, so he had to be put to sleep for a while. Wearily, Ian began to rise. Since you're here, help me take him back to the village. The captain stared as Ian began to walk away. He called out, Where are you going? The protagonist glanced back over his shoulder. I have something to take care of, he replied cryptically before turning away. He had another destination in mind. In the dead of night, a single house stood alone, one window still glowing warmly. Inside, Leo abruptly sat up in bed. He looked at his son sleeping beside him. Douglas, are you awake? Without turning, the boy mumbled a reply. I can't sleep. His father's voice was heavy with concern. I was told a mage appeared in the village. They say he saved everyone. But I also heard you did something reckless with him. Douglas remained still, his voice muffled by the pillow. He promised he would find the flower. Leo's worry deepened. It's too dangerous. The bandits are still lurking nearby. At that, the boy shot up from the bed. Then what should I do? He shouted. Just watch you get sicker. Leo lowered his head, his expression pained. Don't worry about me, son. Tears began to stream down Douglas's face. I've been searching for over a year with nothing to show for it. So how can you... Suddenly, both Leo and Douglas stared at the door as a calm voice spoke. I can. The father looked toward the doorway from where the voice came. Who's there? He demanded. Ian emerged from the shadows. I was told you need a re-rin flower. Leo threw the door open with a menacing speed, glaring at the intruder before him. The main character slowly pulled back his hood. Good evening. Recognizing him, Douglas shouted, It's him, the mage. Leo stared his face a mask of utter disbelief. Ian calmly placed a glowing stone upon the table. My name is Ian, he introduced himself. The man's eyes were glued to the luminous object. What is this? As Leo looked closer, his eyes flew wide open in shock. It couldn't be. A genuine rare-in flower? There on the table, it rested perfectly preserved within a transparent blue crystal. I will give this to you, Ian declared. But in return, you must answer a question. His gaze sharpened, carrying a silent threat. How did you know about this flower's effects? Leo lowered his head, avoiding Ian's eyes. I read about it. Ian watched him carefully, sensing there was more to this story. In a reference book, the alchemist added, pointing to a thick tome. It was a gift from my father. Leo slowly opened the ancient book, leafing through the fragile pages, before inviting the protagonist closer. Look here. Ian leaned in his eyes, scanning the text about the flower. It grows only in the north. It neutralizes moth poison, has 12 dark-colored petals, and its green leaves and stems are poisonous. It withers as soon as it is picked. Cultivation and collection are impossible. Ian looked up from the book. Was your father also an alchemist? He was, Leo confirmed. Alchemy is our family's legacy. This very book is proof of that. He folded his arms across his chest, his gaze firm. That is our way. The main character's head snapped up. He stared directly at the alchemist and said, Then you must also know what this flower means for a wizard with 2 types of mana. This flower's poison is lethal. Leo's body went rigid. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed warily on the protagonist. I understand your meaning, he replied, his voice strained. But my family has never crafted an elixir designed to harm a living soul. He placed a hand over his heart, invoking the honor of the Hammond family. The protagonist just watched, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. A shiver ran down Douglas's spine as he glanced nervously toward Ian. The main character simply averted his gaze, a thoughtful expression on his face. I see, Ian replied softly. He took the stone, thanking Leo for his answer. With a firm grip, the main character held the stone out once more. My apologies. In that very instant, the flower in Ian's hand crumbled to dust. He stared at the withered remains with a knowing look. This flower cannot be transported, Ian stated plainly. I only froze it to preserve its form. Leo recoiled. You lied. But the protagonist's response was sharp. No, I proved that I could find it. He then extended his hand to clear offer. Now shall we make a deal? The alchemist's eyes widened in shock. What kind of deal are you proposing? Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. He lowered his gaze, listening intently. I will supply you with mana, Ian declared. You will no longer be a slave to your illness. The main character's gaze intensified, and I'll discover how to use this flower for medicine. A memory flashed in his mind. In his past life, Douglas and Ragnar had figured it out. There had to be a record somewhere. In exchange, Ian continued, you will come with me to the capital. Leo remained frozen, his eyes glued to the floorboards. The capital. What would I do there? An image of a vibrant red elixir surfaced in Ian's thoughts. He replied, there are elixirs. That will restore your mana and even treat your mother. Leo looked up, his face a mask of utter disbelief. A mage of your stature could hire anyone, he stammered. Why me? I'm hardly the best candidate. Ian closed his eyes for a moment. I need an alchemist who will be dedicated solely to me. His voice dropped, suddenly pointed. An alchemist whose son ran into a deadly forest thinking only of saving his father. Ian's eyes snapped open. I'm sure that alchemist will make the right choice, for the sake of his child. Douglas stared at his father, fear and confusion warring on his face. Leo stroked his chin, his mind racing. This young man was far more than he seemed. Will you give me some time to consider? He asked. Of course, the main character replied, giving a slight respectful nod. Ian watched as the father knelt, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. A fierce resolve hardened within him. In his past life, Douglas lost his father and became a slave. Ian watched them, a silent vow forming in his mind. This time, he thought, I won't let his incredible talent fall into my brother's hands. As the father gently stroked his son's hair, Ian leaned against a fence, his gaze drifting over the village. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling his name. It was the captain. "We've finished our preparations," he reported. "We're ready to leave." Ian looked away, his silence a heavy weight in the air. His gaze drifted to the alchemist's small house. Pushing himself off the fence, he said, "We'll start moving out." But his mind raced. They still haven't given me their answer. Just then, the door creaked open. Leo and Douglas stepped out, their eyes immediately finding Ian. "You're still here," the boy observed. The protagonist met their gaze with a nod, slowly walking toward them. "Have you made your decision?" he asked. Leo's answer was firm. "Yes, there's no point in refusing. My life is on the line." He descended the steps, rubbing the back of his neck with a hint of nervousness. A small, hopeful smile touched Leo's lips. "You must keep your promise," he said, his eyes locking with the main characters. Ian's own smile was full of confidence. "I always do." His attention then shifted to the young boy. Douglas clung to his father's leg, his eyes wide with desperate hope. Can you really cure my father?" The main character crouched to the boy's level, his smile warm and reassuring. "I promise," he said softly. The boy stared into his eyes, searching for any hint of deceit. "Really?" he whispered. Ian's expression didn't waver. A wave of pure joy washed over Douglas. He threw his hands in the air, shouting, "Then can I call you Captain?" Ian was taken aback, then chuckled. "If you'd like." "I do," the boy beamed with all his heart. Ian thought of the man Douglas would become the greatest alchemist in history. To think I always saw him as a stick in the mud. Suddenly, the thunder of galloping hooves shattered the moment. A knight reined in his horse, his gaze falling upon the protagonist. He had to move fast. "What's going on?" Ian demanded. The knight drew closer, his voice low. "The prince has already crossed the Comas River." The main character's jaw dropped. "Why is he so close already?" he exclaimed. The knight explained they had only been informed that morning. Ian's gaze sharpened into a glare. Why was he always the last to know? Brushing past the guard, our hero declared, "Lend me your horse." The knight hesitated. "Do you even know how to ride?" Ian approached the steed, gently stroking its neck. "Not really," he admitted, "but I think we'll get along just fine." He placed both hands on the horse's head, whispering an ancient taming spell. The creature's eyes began to pulse with a soft blue light mirroring the glow in the protagonist's own eyes. "I need to get to the provincial castle," he commanded. "Do you know the way?" In response, the great horse slowly knelt, bowing to its new master. The main character watched the display for a moment before turning to the stunned alchemist and captain. "Don't forget to pick up Mr. Leo," he said with a smirk. With a single leap, Ian was on the horse. "I'll go on ahead." A massive, wealthy convoy escorted a magnificent white carriage. Inside, the crown prince stared out the window, his expression heavy with sorrow. He recalled his father's words in the imperial office. The emperor had told him there were still more tasks for him to complete. "The master of the ivory tower," he had said, "has been in close contact with the fifth prince lately." The crown prince's body went rigid with surprise. The emperor, his back still turned to his son, continued. "Since the aristocrats listen to the tower master, you understand how vital it is for him to choose our side." His voice was cold. "But for now, he favors the fifth prince." The crown prince stood frozen, listening intently to his father's every word. The emperor stared into the golden fireplace. "The fifth prince Ragnar is clever enough to use the tower master to gather powerful allies." The emperor spun around, his eyes locking onto his son. He placed a hand on his throne. "You must bring Ian Page to our side before the tower can make its move." The prince's eyes narrowed. "Lure him in," his father commanded. "He will be an immense asset to you." Back in the present, the crown prince let out a sigh, looking away, in disgust. He ran a hand through his hair. Even if Ian is a magician, he thought, he's still just a boy. What use could he possibly be? Besides, all mages pledge loyalty to the ivory tower. He'd never abandon them for his side. The prince's gaze returned to the window. And why, he wondered bitterly, did the tower master choose the fifth prince? When he becomes emperor, he vowed to purge everyone who had dared to ignore him. The prince rested, his face in his hand, his eyes burning with a venomous glare. Suddenly, an escort knight rode up beside the carriage, calling out to the crown prince. It was Oliver Raywood, the second captain of the Imperial Knights. Leaning towards the window, he said, "Your Highness, I believe we should send a message to Moran Castle now." The prince glanced out, his voice tinged with annoyance. "We've already discussed this." Oliver's expression was pained. "But they will need time. To prepare for your arrival, I beg you show them mercy." The prince looked bored. "Captain, doesn't your family live?" "In the north, near Moran." The captain looked out the window and nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. And how much longer until we arrive?" "About 2 days, sir," he replied. A wicked grin spread across the prince's face. "Since there's so little time left, you may send them a message." The prince leaned back, crossing his arms with a smug look. I want to see how the Guardians of the North and the Shields of the Empire receive their august ruler. Oliver could only look on in dismay, thanking the prince through gritted teeth. On the horizon, the provincial castle came into view. Shouts echoed from its walls. His Highness, the Crown Prince, will be arriving shortly. The Lord pointed frantically. I want this place spotless, not a single speck of dust. Marcus wiped his brow. Why didn't they inform us sooner? He muttered. I never expected such a sudden visit. He turned to his approaching butler. Have the other families arrived? Yes, my lord, the butler confirmed. The McFenns and the Raywoods will be here momentarily. Rest have already gathered. The lord looked at his butler with worried eyes. Is there any word from the magician? The butler bowed his head slightly. Not yet, my lord. Marcus put a hand to his face. This is bad, he sighed. But we have no choice. A knight raised a hand to his mouth, his voice booming. His Highness the Crown! Prince has arrived. The massive convoy and its grand carriage approached Moran Castle, coming to a sudden halt. The prince emerged, his gaze piercing and direct. He walked straight to the lord. Where, he demanded, is the magician, Marcus? Opened his mouth to answer, but was cut off by the thunderous sound of hooves. A horse skidded to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Slumped in his saddle, Ian weakly raised his head, offering a quiet apology for his tardiness. Relief washed over the lord's face, but the crowd behind him was utterly confused. This was the famed magician. He was just a boy. Marcus gently embraced, Ian announcing that since the Emperor's command was for him alone, he needed to be at the very front. Marcus and Ian came to a halt facing the prince and Sir Oliver. The crown prince lowered his gaze, his eyes cold. You are Ian Page? He asked dismissively. Ian met the prince's stare. It had been a long time. Then his gaze shifted sideways. He spotted figures in pure white cloaks, and his eyes landed on a particular woman, a dark-haired girl who turned to face him. She offered a faint, knowing smile. Ian's mind raced. It was Cecilia. A flicker of unease went through him. A spy from the Coldwood Empire. They stepped into a grand hall dominated by a massive crystal chandelier. Oliver bowed his head respectfully. Your Highness, please be mindful, he advised the prince. But the prince, swirling his wineglass, scoffed. The only thing of substance here is the wine. He glanced around the room, utterly bored. Why did we come all this way? This place is a bore. And I don't like that magician. Oliver looked on bewildered. He could only remain silent. The prince sighed. I'd rather be resting. Meanwhile, Cecilia leaned against a pillar. A glass of wine in her hand, she scanned the room. The girl's eyes narrowed in thought. The Emperor's recent orders were growing stranger by the day. Just what was so interesting about this boy? Cecilia focused her gaze. Just days ago, she received 2 commands. First, confirm the rumors about the young mage. If they were true, she was to abduct him and his mother and bring them both to Coldwood. She observed the banquet carefully. What made him special enough to kidnap? She had to find out for herself. Cecilia made her way to the training grounds. She took in her surroundings. And there, in the center of the field, stood the boy. Her inner voice confirmed, there he is. A smirk touched her lips as she began to chant, her left hand gathering mana. First, a little test of his abilities, she thought. I'll start with something simple. Wind whipped through her hair as she unleashed the spell. Magic arrows! A storm of arcane bolts rushed towards the boy. But Cecilia stared in disbelief. The boy had conjured a shield completely unharmed. He turned to her, his eyes blazing with fury. Who are you? He demanded. She just smiled coolly. I'm a fellow mage from the Ivory Tower. I just came to say hello. Ian turned fully, his expression grim. Is this how you greet people? By launching an ambush from the shadows. She took a small step back, her tone condescending. You should watch your tone. I am your senior. Show some respect. But Ian's demeanor suddenly shifted. He lowered his head, his face dark, and uttered a single name. Cecilia. The girl's eyes widened in pure shock. He continued, Cecilia Coldwalker. A tremor of fear ran through her. She stared at the boy as if seeing a ghost. Straightening her posture, she demanded, Who are you? How do you know that name? Ian simply returned the question with a wry grin. Coldwalker, the designation for all Coldwood spies. He leaned in, his voice a low whisper. And I can name every last one of them. He started walking toward her slowly. Ool, the keeper of the Molten Stables, he began. She backed away, her mind reeling, but he continued, Robin, the Emperor's own secretary. Il, a soldier of the 9th Division. Isabel, a maid within the palace walls. Ian glanced at her, his eyes piercing. Did you think I wouldn't know that all of your threads are connected? She squeezed her eyes shut, her composure cracking. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with fury. Mana gathered in her palm, forming a fireball. I don't know how you know this, but you'll wish you had played dumb. In the next instant, a blazing inferno roared, straight at the young mage. Cecilia watched the massive explosion, but then, a figure emerged from the ash and flames. She couldn't believe her eyes. Ian walked out of the firestorm, untouched, his voice echoing calmly through the chaos. I am the only one who knows about you all. As he spoke, he began weaving his own spell. Cecilia's eyes were wide with terror. Then why haven't you reported us? Her mind screamed. How is he unharmed? What kind of monster is he? He launched a sphere of crackling energy into the air. Because there's more that I know. Cecilia looked up, her blood running cold. A storm of razor-sharp ice shards rained down. With a flick of his wrist, the shards materialized right behind him. I also know exactly why you're looking for me. Ian thrust his hand forward, chanting, Ice Spear. Instantly, a volley of lances shot toward her. Cecilia tensed, bracing for the impact, and desperately threw up a mana barrier, in front of her, desperately blocking the flying debris. The shield before her began to splinter, cracking under the pressure. Sweat dripped from her brow as she struggled to maintain it. Meanwhile, the protagonist raised his palm to the sky, and a colossal ball of crimson energy began to form. His eyes blazed with cold fury. With a guttural roar, he hurled the fiery sphere straight at her, shouting, Fire explosion! The spell's pressure nearly buckled her knees. She knew she couldn't attack while defending, but a chilling thought crossed her mind. If she didn't move now, she would be annihilated. In a split second, she leaped away from her shattering barrier as ice shards grazed her leg. She broke into a desperate sprint, but razor-sharp shards of ice raked across her body, drawing blood. Cecilia ran for her life, each step bringing new searing cuts. A deafening roar erupted behind her, the force of the blast making her stumble. She whipped around, her eyes wide with terror at the fiery aftermath. Cecilia stared in shock at the devastation. Crumpling to the ground, she squeezed her eyes shut, realizing she was still alive. He must have used all his mana on that one attack. Soon the commotion would draw a crowd. She snapped her eyes open, a smirk forming. He had no proof. Nobody would ever believe a child's wild accusations. Besides, the mages of the tower would surely take her side. Just then, Ian began to approach her, his steps slow and deliberate. Cecilia's head shot towards the main character, her confidence wavering. She thought she could just recover her strength and figure out her next move, but Ian's presence meant he could expose her. He stopped right beside her and spoke, his voice dangerously calm. She glared up at him, asking if his threat was real. A cold grin spread across Ian's face. Of course I have evidence, he said. Evidence that even you cold walkers don't know about. She shot up, screaming, That's absolute nonsense! But at that moment, guards stormed the entrance of the training center. What is going on here? Captain Oliver demanded. Suddenly, a man darted from the crowd towards Cecilia. He rushed to her side, scooping her up and crying out that she was wounded. From across the square, Ian's voice rang out, I did this. Every head in the crowd swiveled to face the protagonist. Oliver's gaze turned menacing as he looked at the main character, demanding an explanation. Ian calmly clasped his hands together and replied, I happened to witness this lady conspiring with a masked man. Cecilia's eyes widened. She stared at the protagonist, trying to understand his angle. Ian glanced away as if recalling the event. When they spotted me, he continued, they attacked, trying to silence me. Oliver turned back to him. So you are claiming self-defense? To which Ian gave a firm nod. The captain scanned the area, then pinned Ian with a skeptical gaze. And can you prove these words? They were checking something on each other's bodies, Ian replied calmly, placing some kind of mark. The guard captain lowered his head. In thought, then gave a sharp order, examine her. The two men with Cecilia erupted in protest, shouting that the captain was overstepping his authority and showing distrust towards the tower's magicians. The knight simply began to unsheath his sword. A moment later, the gleaming steel was inches from the screaming man's face. Oliver held the blade steady. The Crown Prince himself is here, he said with chilling authority, and this incident happened on his watch. The man threw his hands up in surrender. Oliver continued, the captain must uncover the truth no matter how it connects to the tower's magicians. Defeated, the man pleaded, at least let us heal her. Oliver raised a hand. She will be healed after the examination. Two female attendants inspected the spy, but after a moment, Oliver asked, did you find anything? They bowed their heads and answered, no, sir. The men with Cecilia scoffed at the captain, sneering that he suspected the innocent. We will begin her treatment at once. But as they moved, Oliver turned his head towards the protagonist. Were you lying? Ian shook his head. No, he said, his voice unwavering. With absolute confidence, the main character walked towards the injured girl. He forcefully turned her over, saying, forgive me for this. A soft glow emanated from the protagonist's hands as he brought them to the back of her neck. The crowd gasped in unison. A sinister brand of mana blazed to life on the girl's skin. She twisted her eyes, burning with rage. What did you do to me? Ian stood up calmly, explaining, I saw them touch this very area, as if to confirm their marks. The main character recalled torturing a captured agent, remembering that all cold walkers are sent to camps where they receive a secret mark known only to their trainers. After a year of torment, one of them finally broke and revealed the secret. Oliver turned to the crowd. Does anyone recognize this mark? The man who had protested earlier averted his gaze, claiming he was seeing it for the first time. He then asked the protagonist, but Ian also feigned ignorance. Oliver's face grew grim. No one knew what the mark meant, but its presence was undeniable proof of something sinister. He glared at Cecilia, then gave his final order. "Heal her for now. We will begin the interrogation shortly." The men stood frozen, their arrogance gone. Shaken by the order to prepare her quarters, Oliver spun toward the protagonist. He called out his name, but the captain cut him off, vowing that if Ian was right, he would personally report his deeds to His Highness. Ian simply met his gaze in silence. The prince, seated on the sofa, crossed his arms, inquiring if the protagonist truly defeated a third-class magician. Oliver, standing opposite, confirmed it was true. The prince mused aloud. Who would have thought? Leaning back into the luxurious sofa, he asked the captain for his impression of the boy. Oliver glanced away, admitting that he was unlike any magician he had ever met. His words and actions were far beyond that of a normal teenager. The prince's arms tightened across his chest in thought. A moment later, he closed his eyes, deciding he needed to see for himself. He ordered the captain to bring him. Ian arrived at the prince's chambers, bowing slightly as he acknowledged the summons. The prince rose from the sofa, clasping his hands behind his back. He had been told Ian discovered a spy from Coldwood and defeated her despite her being a high-class magician. The prince gazed into the grand fireplace, adding, with conviction, that it was a victory worthy of praise. Ian lowered his eyes, noting that his praise was an honor. The prince extended a hand, declaring that such merit deserves a reward. If he had a wish, he should voice it now. Ian slowly lifted his head, sensing a test of his greed. But since an offer was made, he wouldn't refuse. Ian's gaze rose and he began to speak. He looked directly at the prince and continued his request. If permitted, he wished to see the ruins of the old ivory tower they passed on the way. The prince tilted his head, asking what could possibly be interesting there. The main character clasped his hands, humbly explaining he'd heard stories about the ruins as a child and wished to see them with his own eyes. The prince studied him, thinking he could have asked for riches or power, yet he wanted something so trivial. But what else could you expect from a child? A moment later, he agreed they would visit. The main character's head snapped up. He stared at the prince, realizing with a jolt, this was almost too easy. In his mind, a mysterious book appeared, its pages revealing a secret. Beneath the ruins of the old tower lies a hidden dungeon, housing a book of ancient dragon spells. It is written in the dragon tongue, a key component for studying time magic. A manuscript that cannot be found anywhere else. In his past life, he found it shortly before his death, never able to fully unlock its secrets. How much more could he learn? This time, a faint smirk touched the protagonist's lips as he looked down. It was the dead of night. The only sounds were the turning of wheels and the steady pace of horses. Through the dark forest, a luxurious carriage traveled onward. The protagonist's mother gazed out the window, remarking that this was the furthest they had ever traveled. She looked sweetly at her son, asking if he was excited. Ian met her gaze with a wide smile, confirming he was. Leo placed a hand on his chest, offering to give her a proper tour, having lived in the capital for so long. Mrs. A's Page laughed warmly and thanked the man. Ian, however, looked away, wondering what kind of tour this could possibly be. His head whipped toward the window as a sharp knock echoed against the glass. The second vice captain of the Imperial Army. Paul looked in at the protagonist. He bowed his head slightly, announcing their arrival. On the horizon, a massive marble structure rose into view. The main character stepped out of the carriage, hearing that they would stay for about 2 days. His Highness had granted him permission to move freely. Paul looked at the protagonist with a friendly smile, adding that this applied to the entire territory. Pointing ahead, Paul announced he would first show them to their lodgings. They entered a small village where an old bald man placed a hand on his chest, bowing low. He declared it a great honor to receive the crown prince himself in their humble village. The prince, looking slightly embarrassed, raised a hand to his cheek and said there was no need for such formality. Ian watched the prince carefully from behind. He turned his head, fully surprised at how well he treated the common people. The main character remembered the prince from his past life, a chilling memory. Back then, whenever they met, the prince's eyes burned with hostility and gloom. A menacing glare was all he ever received. The main character looked at the current prince, understanding that Ragnar was always at his side back then. He watched the smiling prince, realizing just how differently he acted around other people, commoners and nobles alike. The main character averted his gaze, thinking to himself that he was finally starting to see why the emperor favored this particular prince. Just then, a voice called out. Douglas appeared before him, eagerly asking when they were heading to the ruins. Ian gave the alchemist a calm look, questioning his interest. Douglas sheepishly admitted he just wanted to tag along. The main character sighed, a faint smile on his lips. He figured the entrance only opens at dawn anyway. Tomorrow, he declared, we'll go together. Douglas's face lit up with pure joy, double-checking if he heard right. He got his confirmation and let out a triumphant shout. From a distance, Leo and Ian's mother observed the two. He noted how close Douglas had become with the young mage. The alchemist leaned in, whispering that he had a question for Madame Page. Leo studied Ian's mother intently. He asked if Ian had always acted so mature, so much like an adult. After all, he was only 12. Madame Page gazed at her son with a complex mix of pride and sadness. He had to grow up fast, she said. She continued, her voice soft. He's brilliant and kind, just like his father. He never says a word, but I know he feels the weight of replacing the man of the house. Leo listened, pondering her words. Like his father. He repeated, then asked if her husband was also a mage. Madame Page shook her head instantly. No, Fran was just an ordinary man. A vision of her husband surfaced in her memory. She explained that even before their son was born, Fran left for a job and never came back. 5 years later, only his belongings were returned. A shadow of sorrow crossed her face. I don't know why, she began, but lately Ian has been... She trailed off, her thought left unfinished. The sudden silence was awkward. Seeing Leo's concern, she forced a small smile and added, No, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Ian walked through the golden fields. He recalled his past, a journey through wind and stars. After the Great War, he'd finally escaped the watchful eyes of the Emperor and the ivory tower, wandering the lands without purpose. Staff in hand, the main character moved through a sea of wheat. He looked to the heavens and mused. Was it merely coincidence that led him to the ruins of an ancient tower? Or was it destiny pulling him there for a reason? He approached the magnificent marble structures. Ian stood on the very same ground he had in his past life. He glanced up at the crumbling architecture. Nothing had changed. As he examined the ruins, memories flooded back. 300 years ago, this was a battlefield. A war between the tower's magicians and the descendants of dragons, the Draconians. An image flashed in his mind, a long-haired elf, commanding winged beasts with a flick of his wrist. Dragons and gargoyles wielding devastating dark magic, powerful enough to shatter an entire empire. But they were opposed by the Ivory Tower's elite mages, led by Mitchell Greenriver, the former ruler of the empire. A vision of the legendary mage squad appeared in Ian's mind. He remembered how they managed to bend the will of dragons and annihilate the gargoyles, all to protect the peace of the realm. The legendary man himself, Mitchell, appeared in his thoughts. After achieving victory, the emperor renounced his throne. He devoted his life to his craft, founding a new tower in Greenrivium. An immense, beautiful tower materialized in his mind's eye, a monument that stands to this day. Ian stood amidst the rubble, looking up. The old tower was eventually abandoned, forgotten by the world. Left to crumble into these very ruins, he walked to a specific spot. It should be right here, he thought. Placing his hand on the stone, his fingertips began to glow with a faint magical light. A secret staircase materialized from the ground, descending into darkness. Without hesitation, he began his slow descent into the dungeon. He held out his hand, chanting a spell. A tiny orb of light flickered to life above his palm. Ian sent the glowing particles soaring upwards, illuminating the chamber. The light revealed the head of a massive stone gargoyle. There it was, perched on a podium, an ancient, fearsome beast. He looked up, recalling the first time he'd ever laid eyes on it. Even knowing what was coming, he remembered his absolute shock. Right on cue, the gargoyle began to stir. With a deafening crack, the stone monster shattered its rocky shell. Ian stood his ground. Who could have imagined he thought that in this godforsaken place, 300 years later, a living, breathing gargoyle would remain? His eyes locked onto the monster. In a flash, it vanished from its perch. The protagonist snapped his head up just in time to see the gargoyle diving straight for him. Ian thrust his hands forward, gathering mana. A swirling orb of water materialized between his palms. A moment later, he unleashed the spell directly at the descending beast. The sphere of water made a direct hit. A brutal blow to the chest sent the monster flying. The gargoyle slammed into the wall with sickening force. Ian's gaze locked onto the crater where the gargoyle landed. He was tense, his mind racing. In his past life, a beast like this was child's play. But with his current strength, this was going to be a real fight. The gargoyle clawed its way out of the rubble, its eyes fixed on our hero. A malicious purple light burned within them. A moment later, with a piercing shriek, the monster lunged again. But Ian was ready. Slamming his palm to the floor, he chanted, "Ice Spear." Enormous lances of ice erupted, impaling the beast. But he wasn't done yet. His eyes glowed as he gathered lightning, his focus entirely on the wounded gargoyle. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down. Frying the monster instantly, Ian stared at the smoldering corpse. With the gargoyle defeated, he thought to himself, then scanned the room. Now, a passage should appear. And just as predicted, the ground began to tremble. A hidden hatch ground open before him. A faint smile touched Ian's lips. Just like before, he mused. Without a second thought, the hero dove inside. He cast a soft landing spell, descending through clouds of ancient dust. He touched the ground with practiced ease. Before him stood a lone table. Upon it, bathed in a heavenly light, rested a single ancient book. A wide grin spread across his face. "We meet again, and much sooner this time." He had found the dragon book. He approached it with awe. Who could have hidden such a treasure here? He wondered, tilting his head in thought. Was it a dragon, or perhaps the first magician? With reverence, he reached out and lifted the tome. This time, he vowed silently, I'll decipher every last secret you hold. I'll finally understand it all. But as he opened it, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The book was completely, utterly blank. He frantically flipped through the empty pages. How was this possible? Then a horrifying realization dawned on him. Could it be because of my past self? The thought echoed in his soul. Because I've already used it. He snapped the book shut. A cold fear gripped him, but then... Fortunately, I remember the spells I already learned. He opened his mouth to test a spell, then froze. A tremor ran through him as his hand shot to his throat. I can't speak it, he realized in horror. Staring at the book, he understood the terrible truth. The dragon tongue depends entirely on mana, not just pronunciation. This meant that dragon spells could only be used once, before they vanished forever. And since his time magic was gone, there was no returning to the past. A bitter smile played on his lips. He closed his eyes. And I thought I could rewind fate whenever I pleased. But then his eyes snapped open, blazing with new resolve. Still, it's good I learned this now, before it was too late. This time, the burden of his life felt so much heavier. He looked at the light from above. The pressure was on in a way it had never been before. As a vast city appeared on the horizon, a voice called out, "We will soon arrive in the capital." The grand convoy entered the magnificent city. Ian's eyes scanned the streets. So this is my new role, he thought. The escort for a dangerous criminal. A grim smile formed. Now the real work begins. Inside the cage was Cecilia. If she escapes, he knew, and contacts the other Cold Walkers, the entire empire will hunt me down. He remembered their last conversation. The first thing she would do is reveal his secret, that he knew of their existence. Rage simmered inside him. He already had enough problems. Suddenly his attention was violently pulled to the left. A magician in a gray cloak stood before the convoy. The master of the ivory tower raised a hand, halting their progress. A legion of mages stood behind him, their intent clear. Oliver the captain reined in his horse, utterly confused. "Tower Master!" he yelled, dismounting in a hurry. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you blocking the Crown Prince's path?" The captain tensed as the old man spoke. "I am here on His Majesty's direct order." The Tower Master presented an imperial scroll with a flourish. "The investigation concerning the mage Cecilia is now being transferred to the ivory tower. Hand her over." Oliver kept his face a mask of calm. "I see you're in such a rush," he said coolly, "that you couldn't even wait for us to enter the castle." The Tower Master closed his eyes. "It's best to handle this swiftly." A fifth-class mage then strode past the captain. "Relax," the mage said with a sneer. "We are assuming full responsibility. You can finally rest easy." Oliver's jaw tightened, a vein pulsing in his neck. His eyes never left the Tower Master as he spoke. "The criminal will be handed over, Tuttle." As the owner of the ivory tower, the magician's eyes flashed with indignation. She glared at the captain, her voice sharp. "It's far too early to call her a criminal before her guilt is proven. She is a mage of the tower. You will treat her with the respect she deserves." The magician strode toward the cage with purpose. A squad of knights blocked her path, their faces grim. "We brought her in," one declared, "and she remains in our custody. The mages will handle the investigation from here." Another soldier scoffed. "Is that even legal? Whatever order you have, this feels wrong." Ian watched calmly from the carriage window. A cold smirk touched his lips. Just as I predicted, he thought. It wasn't about the girl's fate, it was about pride. The very idea of a mage being judged by common soldiers was unbearable to them. They would lock her away in the ivory tower's deepest dungeon, a prison from which even the dreaded Cold Walkers could never escape, all while they scrambled for a way to resolve this mess, keeping their precious dignity intact. His mother peered out the window, a worried look on her face. "What's happening?" she asked. "It's nothing important," Ian assured her. He gazed outside, a sense of relief washing over him. At least that's one less problem to worry about. A voice called his name, snapping him from his thoughts. "His Highness says we must visit one more place before entering the castle." The carriage soon stopped before a truly luxurious mansion. As Ian stepped out, his eyes widened. He stared at the grand estate, a wave of memory crashing over him. This was the very same mansion Ragnar had given him. In his past life, a reward for becoming a fifth-class magician. The prince approached him with a knowing smile. "Do you like it?" The crown prince beamed. "My father wished for you to have it." Ian bowed deeply, his heart pounding. "His Majesty's mercy knows no bounds." The prince chuckled softly. "Mercy, think of it as a well-earned gift." Ian lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He was 20 years old when he received this mansion before. Now he wasn't even 14. And this magnificent estate was his. The prince placed a hand on his chin. "You can leave your family and attendants here while we are in the castle. You and I must meet the emperor." A flush crept up Ian's neck as he took a deep breath. He looked up, his voice filled with emotion. May my mother and I look around first? Of course, the prince replied warmly. A brilliant, joyous smile spread across Ian's face. Thank you, your highness. Ian and his mother stepped into the massive home. He turned to her, his eyes shining. Well, mother, what do you think? What do I think of what? She asked, bewildered. Ian's smile softened. Of our new home. Her eyes went wide, and a joyous scream escaped her lips. A bittersweet thought crossed Ian's mind. In his past life, she had left this world long before he ever received this gift. His mother clutched her chest, completely overwhelmed. How can a simple person live in a place like this? This is grander than the imperial palaces. Ian looked at his mother, a familiar ache in his heart. No matter how great a magician he became, nothing could fill the void she had left behind. This mansion was once used by the imperial family themselves, he explained gently. As his mother slowly wandered through the grand hall, Ian made a silent vow. This time, everything would be different. He would give her everything he couldn't before. They would make up for all the lost time right here. Watching her radiating pure happiness, Ian's heart swelled. In this life, he finally got to see his mother truly happy. His mother looked around in awe. It's so spacious and beautiful, but how could I possibly keep such a large house clean? Ian's expression turned serious. He rushed to her side, his voice firm. Mother. Looking out at their new home, he made a promise. From now on, you will never have to touch a dirty dish again. A majestic palace soon appeared on the horizon. The imperial castle of Green Rivium. Ian adjusted his sleeve, feeling a thrill of anticipation. This was it. Dressed in his finest clothes, he smoothed out a wrinkle. In his past life, he never had the chance to meet the current emperor. By the time he graduated from the academy and began to change the world, a terrible disease had already claimed the ruler's life. The emperor's image formed in his mind. A man always spoken of with the highest respect. He's renowned for his wisdom and masterful political skill. As he walked the plush corridors, Ian felt a surge of hope. Perhaps he could learn something truly useful from such a man. His gaze drifted out the window, falling upon another luxurious estate. He stared at it for a moment, a memory sparking in his mind. Ragnar. He wondered, what was the fifth prince of the empire doing now? He resembled his great ancestor more than anyone, but unlike him, he did not. To understand feelings like compassion and mercy? Ian clenched his fist, a dark thought crossing his mind. Ragnar. His oldest friend and now his newest enemy. Ian's head lowered. What would happen when their paths crossed again? The attendant stopped before massive golden doors. With a grand gesture, he announced, His Majesty is waiting for you. Ian took a steadying breath and stepped forward as the heavy doors began to swing open. He entered the magnificent throne room, his eyes falling upon the emperor and the crown prince. Ian immediately knelt. Lowering his head, he spoke, It is the highest honor to be in your presence, your majesty. He only rose when the emperor commanded it. The Emperor Terry studied him intently. Ian Page, a boy from the north. So young, yet you have accomplished so much. Ian's eyes narrowed slightly. That's not the whole story, he thought, masking his true feelings. But the emperor simply smiled. I speak only the truth. In such a short time, it's impossible for you to have mastered stuffy court etiquette, so feel free to be yourself. Ian bowed in agreement, thinking inwardly, relax. I haven't even begun to learn all your twisted rules. He stared at the floor, a bitter memory surfacing. Ragnar had spoken those exact words to him during their very first meeting. The emperor sat upon his throne, his gaze piercing. You have come a long way, he stated. Beside him, the prince gave Ian a charming, almost conspiratorial wave. Do you like the mansion? The prince asked. I picked it myself from my family's private estates. Ian closed his eyes. A faint smile touched his lips. Even in my wildest dreams, I never imagined such a place. So you like it? The emperor pressed his voice, echoing in the vast hall. The young mage raised his gaze slightly. Of course, your majesty. My mother is overjoyed. Terry's expression remained unreadable as he continued. I trust you know why you are here. Why I sent the crown prince for you, summoned you to the palace, and gifted you a mansion. Ian stood perfectly still, his mind racing. Should I answer directly? What is the correct move here? He quickly analyzed the emperor's face, recalling a key trait. Straightforwardness? It's a quality I liked in the fifth prince. He must have inherited it from his father. Ian subtly clasped his hands together. No, he decided. It's not time yet. Until I get what I truly need, I will play the part. The part of a simple 12-year-old boy. He averted his gaze, crafting his next words carefully. I must answer as a child would, he thought, then spoke aloud. It's because I'm a talented magician, right? I hear it all the time, he added innocently, that I'm better at magic than anyone else. The emperor's eyes sharpened. A dangerous aura filled the room as he leaned forward. And why do you think that is? Is it merely talent? The sudden pressure made Ian fall silent. The prince, however, rolled his eyes before turning sharply to his father. Father, please, he interjected. He is still just a child. Surely you can see that? Terry stared at his son, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This is the first time he's ever defended someone. The Emperor leaned back, the tension breaking. Perhaps you are right. He conceded, his gaze sweeping across the opulent hall. I invited you here because of your undeniable skills. The mages and knights who accompanied you were deeply impressed. You served the Empire well by capturing a foreign spy. It is custom for all children to be rewarded for such great deeds. Ian listened, his expression neutral. Then came the final question. Tell me, young hero, Terry asked, what is it you desire? The Emperor's gaze was heavy with expectation. Ian lowered his head, his mind buzzing. The famous generosity of the Emperor. This is my chance. He considered his options. But I am just a child now. If I were older, I could ask for something truly valuable. Raising his head, Ian looked the Emperor in the eye. I wish to look around the castle. A flicker of surprise crossed Terry's face. To look around, he repeated. Ian nodded, his eyes scanning the grand hall. Yes, I want to see what the castle looks like on the inside. It's so beautiful in here. He then put on his most endearing face. I want to tell my mother all about what I saw. The prince chimed in, supporting the act. On the way here, father, he was desperate to see the ruins of the old tower. Boys his age are naturally curious. Ian gave a bashful smile. If it's not too much trouble. The Emperor turned his gaze back to Ian. Very well. I grant your request. Show this sign, he commanded, and you will be granted access to any room in this castle. In an instant, a servant appeared and bowed, presenting a gleaming golden tablet. As Ian took the intricately engraved pass, he heard the Emperor's final words. You may also ask the guards for assistance. With his eyes slightly closed, the main character was asked if he had any other desires. He answered that he had nothing more to ask for. Terry simply smiled, gazing at the young man. He then declared that this time he would bestow a reward of his own choosing. With a sharp glance, Ronan dismissed the maids. The Emperor ordered them to leave, and a chest overflowing with gold materialized before him. The maids bowed deeply. The Emperor announced that the gold and the maids themselves would be sent to his mansion immediately. They had served in the palace for years, so their skills were beyond question. The main character turned his head. A thought crossed his mind. Now his mother would never have to worry about chores again? Ian looked up. He gazed at the Emperor and thanked him for his overwhelming generosity. He then began to back out of the throne room. Once clear, he quickly turned, his mind racing. The Emperor truly was a great man. He never expected such favor. But the feeling of being tested, of being under suspicion, still lingered. It meant he had to be on guard with everyone, including the fifth prince. At that moment, Ian began to carefully inspect the golden tablet in his hand. He moved swiftly through the corridor. Distrust, he thought, is the foundation of politics. Ragnar had always insisted on that. He then realized there was something else he needed to handle, and time was running out. The main character soon arrived. At a vast, beautiful garden, a soldier's eyes fell upon him. The guard approached, asking why he was here. Ian calmly inquired if this was the royal garden. He then presented the golden tablet with a faint smile. He noted that His Majesty had instructed them to show him this. The guard's eyes went wide with surprise, replying that the protagonist could enter. He would show him everything. A perfect chance, Ian thought, to pretend he was just sightseeing. Ian finally stopped near a grand marble building. He had made it to the royal sanctuary. He looked up at the structure, a familiar feeling washing over him. He loved this place. His memory drifted back to the past, to a conversation with the fifth Prince Ragnar. He remembered his words, that no one outside the royal family could ever step foot here. This was where their ancestors rest. Someday he would lie here too, but that day was far away. Ragnar had looked at him, then smiling slightly, and asked if he agreed. Ian shook the memory away, carefully peeking around the corner to check the area. The guard at the entrance was fast asleep in his chair. Ian crept closer, extending a hand. The guard seemed to be deeply asleep, but just in case, he cast the sleep spell. A moment later, Ian stood in a vast, dark chamber. He cast a light spell, illuminating his surroundings. He was near the tomb of the first emperor. The protagonist moved between the ancient graves, his eyes searching. Where was it? He walked slowly, scanning every corner, every shadow. Then his gaze snapped to the side. He'd found it. There, near the base of a pillar, was a cluster of mushrooms. The legendary stoneheart mushroom. Without hesitation, he unleashed an ice spear, blasting the mushrooms from their perch. He carefully began gathering them into his bag. This was perfect. This would be more than enough. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, making him flinch. What are you doing here? At that moment, the main character's head whipped toward the sound. Who's there? He thought frantically. With a swift wave of his hand, he extinguished the light spell. Plunged into darkness, the protagonist scrambled for cover behind the massive tombs. He peered into the passage, seeing the approaching glow of torches. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he looked to the side. A man with red hair appeared in the aisle, talking about some princess. Hiding behind the column, Ian wondered which one he meant. There were 3 princesses, and none of them were the 5th prince. A girl with golden hair emerged, a small smile on her face. She noted how no one ever comes here, how quiet it is with no prying ears. She turned, placing a hand on her chest. She declared she was here because it was her duty as a princess. And Mr. Kevin, was here to check the sanctuary's security. They both had worthy excuses. Ian peered out from behind the pillar. It was Haley Green River, the Crown Prince's sister. Kevin then spoke to the girl, worried that someone might report them to the tower. Haley's expression instantly darkened. "That won't happen," she snapped. Her eyes blazed with anger. "Don't you know how dangerous the tower is?" she shouted at the man. Then, just as quickly, Haley clasped her hands, her face glowing. With joy, she insisted her parents would understand. Everything she was doing was for her brother. Father Kevin bowed his head respectfully, promising he would do everything possible to aid her. He then turned to the princess, testing her recall of the techniques from their last lesson. Her fist clenched with resolve. "Of course," she declared, her focus already sharpening. She had to start with the basics. "First light," she whispered, concentrating her mana. A moment later, she extended her hand. She cast the spell, and a small orb of light bloomed to life above her palm. From behind a pillar, Ian watched in utter shock. The truth dawned on him: the princess possessed magic. She frowned at the tiny light, asking, "Why is it so small?" Kevin gently reminded her that she was still a novice. Our main character pictured the princess in his mind. She lived her life like a gilded bird in a cage, always in the shadow of her brother, the Crown Prince, even after Ragnar seized the throne and had him executed. Ian peeked out once more, his thoughts racing. He never knew. He never knew she was a mage, but why would they conceal such a power? He glanced at the flickering light. Studying magic independently and concealing one's abilities were crimes punishable by law. A mage like her couldn't possibly be ignorant of that. The princess turned sharply. "Teach me a protection spell. A volcano, for example." Kevin stammered, admitting such a powerful spell was beyond even his own skill. Suddenly, the girl sensed a presence behind her. Her head snapped around. "What is it?" Kevin asked, alarmed. She replied, "I heard something." Panic gripped Kevin. He waved his arms frantically. "What if we were seen? This will cause nothing but problems. We must leave at once." But Haley simply met his panic with a calm smile, telling him to relax. Darkness was falling, and she noted that only members of the royal family could enter this sacred place. Our main character stood outside. He looked up at the night sky, realizing he had just witnessed an event that could shake the empire. He turned his head, wondering who could have known that she was a mage. Ian was stunned. He replayed the scene from the sanctuary in his mind. She was obviously hiding her abilities for a reason. She knew full well that the master of the tower backed the 5th prince. Our main character carefully surveyed his surroundings. He realized it had taken far too long just to get access to the sanctuary. Ian turned to leave the park. The guard asked him if he was finished. A faint smile touched the protagonist's lips as he thought to himself, "I found what I was looking for." He thanked the guard and responded yes. As Ian approached his mansion, Leo was watching. Just as our protagonist entered, he called out. Ian quickly approached the alchemist, asking where his mother and the others were. Leo replied with a smile that Miss Page was chatting with the maids and Douglas was busy inspecting the mansion. At that moment, Douglas was still running around, shocked by its immense size. Ian's gaze locked onto the alchemist. This new information would only work in their favor. "Leo," he said, "we need to talk." Ian led the alchemist into a private room and shut the door. The main character stared intently at the man. "I need you to create an elixir," he commanded. Leo tilted his head, intrigued. "What kind of elixir?" Ian handed him a bag of mushrooms. Leo's eyes widened in shock upon realizing they were poisonous. Stoneheart mushrooms, able to paralyze a person and even stop their heart. The alchemist's head tilted slightly. To make a medicine with such a dangerous ingredient, he noted would result in a deadly poison. Our protagonist moved closer. "Do you know about interrogation magic?" he asked. Leo looked back at him. He nodded. Ian's gaze was sharp. "I need an elixir that can bypass it." He glanced around the room. "Can you handle it?" he asked the alchemist. Leo answered that he would need to conduct research first, then asked if the request was urgent. Our main character's eyes narrowed. "Extremely," he replied. "The faster the better." Just then, a sharp knock echoed from the door. A letter had arrived for the protagonist from the ivory tower. A maid entered carrying a tray. On it lay a single letter. Ian quickly took it and broke the seal. He began to read its contents. It said that the newly arrived magician Ian Page was someone they were looking forward to meeting, and that according to the rules, he was obligated to enroll for training at the tower. They fully acknowledged his immense talent for magic. Ian scanned the letter more carefully. In exactly 1 week, there would be an official meeting at the tower. Since he was a mage of the tower, they hoped for his presence. After finishing the letter, the protagonist announced, "The alchemist has 1 week." He turned to him and asked if he planned on sleeping. Leo grew visibly nervous. "A week is a week. Business is business." Leo countered, his voice firm. "Then I simply won't sleep. I'll pour everything I have into it. A slight grin touched Ian's lips. I'm counting on you. Later, a luxurious carriage glided through the heart of a lush green forest. Ian sat inside his eyes, surveying the opulent interior. In his hand, our main character held a vial of dark liquid. He knew this elixir brewed by Io from a stoneheart mushroom would only last for 2 hours. A grim look crossed his face. Only 2 hours, he thought with a sigh. His head suddenly snapped towards the window. In the distance, a magnificent structure pierced the sky, the ivory tower. Ian carefully studied its form. So many memories were locked within those walls, and yet he had finally returned. As the carriages approached the tower's entrance, servants announced their arrival. Our main character stepped out swiftly, but turned as his name was called. A girl with glasses stood before him, offering a greeting. With a wide smile, she urged him to follow her, promising to lead him to the tower's master. As they walked, Ian's mind drifted back to his past life. The girl guided our protagonist across the ground floor, explaining it was known as the Hall of Enlightenment. Ian raised his gaze, taking in the grand hall. They proceeded down a magnificent corridor, and he noted that the years hadn't changed this place one bit. It seemed time itself couldn't touch it. The guide pointed ahead, asking if he saw the golden disc. The protagonist looked closely and confirmed that he did. That, she explained, is a mana lift. It's how mages travel between floors. Her gaze fixed on the disc. High-ranking mages use it to ascend to the very top. Our main character took a determined step forward. Will you try it? She asked. Ian stepped onto the platform as the girl watched him, informing him that the tower master awaited him on the highest floor. With a final farewell, the elevator beneath, Ian's feet began to glow with a brilliant golden light. Instantly, the platform shot him upwards. Our main character stood firm, the bottle held tightly in his hands. A moment later, he uncorked it and drank the contents. After some time, the elevator came to a sudden stop. Ian stared ahead, his eyes fixed on a chic dark door. Without warning, the door swung open, bathing the hall in a brilliant light. Ian walked forward with unwavering confidence. He glanced slightly to the side, as a voice called out, "You may approach." The tower master smiled warmly at him, expressing his gratitude for accepting the invitation. The old magician seated at a table gestured to an empty chair. "Don't just stand there, please come in." Our main character's eyes scanned the room, seeing a crowd of people watching him. "I understand you might be nervous," the magician said calmly, "but there's no need to worry." Ian's head turned, spotting another group of mages on the other side. As he cautiously sat down, the old man added that all magicians of their tower undergo this very same initiation rite. But our protagonist knew better. Their intense mistrust was practically suffocating. The tower master raised his hand, and a script of glowing text appeared in the air before him. "We recognize your talent," he said, "but it is unusual, which has led to some suspicions." The old man studied the text, his eyes sharp. Ian sat silently on the chair as he heard, "All mages share a bond stronger than blood. There can be no room for mistrust among us." Ian let out a slight smirk. "So are you planning to torture me?" The old man burst into laughter. "Do we truly look so terrifying?" he asked, his tone amused. No, such barbaric methods are beneath us." But then the tower master's expression hardened. "You will only be required to answer the questions we ask." The old man's gaze swept over the audience. "Let the examination begin." The tower master began to read from the glowing text. "Ian Page, born in the year 488, the year of the red goat. Father, a merchant named Fran Page. Mother, a cook named Vanessa Page. Is this information correct?" Our main character lowered his head in affirmation. "Yes, everything is true." A bald man with a mustache spoke up. "We are interested in your connection to the alchemist known as Leo." The protagonist looked down. "My mother was ill," he replied. "She required special medicine, and my lord advised me to hire an alchemist." A woman with short hair then asked, "Why did you go to the ruins of the old tower?" Ronan turned to her and answered calmly, "I had seen the ruins in books. I dreamed of one day seeing them with my own eyes." Another man folded his hands. "Do you remember the young female mage?" The man shifted his gaze slightly and continued, "I saw her meeting with someone. When she noticed me, she tried to kill me." The main character averted his eyes, a flicker of alarm on his face. "Yes, that's what happened," he confirmed. "I truly thought I was going to die." The gray-haired woman raised her hand. Closing her eyes, she demanded to know if he'd ever studied magic. But the protagonist's answer was a simple no. She recalled his mastery of complex spells, noticing how he wielded abilities like fireball, and even freezing explosion. She craved a convincing answer, but it never came. Ian just looked down at the floor. He simply replied that he imagined what he wanted to do. A flame ignited in his palm as he explained that he kept picturing fire on his hand until one day it simply appeared. The protagonist stared into the flickering flame. His explanation was met with outrage. A man from the audience roared that it was complete nonsense, and soon the entire hall was screaming. The tower's master watched the protagonist with piercing eyes, thinking how he'd already used interrogation magic. Yet there was no sign of a lie in the boy's words. Could he be the reincarnation of the legendary first magician? The old man stared, his mind reeling. Or was this boy a highest-class magician, capable of completely suppressing his interrogation spell? But that was utterly impossible for someone so young. The tower. Master's gaze sharpened, wondering just who this boy was. Suddenly, the red-haired woman shot up from her chair. "That's enough," she roared, slamming her hand down. With a sharp gesture, she declared an end to these stupid questions. She glared at the protagonist, reminding them of their real purpose. Ian just looked up at her, with deceptively innocent eyes. As the hall tried to calm her, she shot back asking if they weren't interested themselves. Helen strode forward, confronting the protagonist directly. Her eyes burned with fury as she demanded, "Who are you?" Her hand shot out to grab his belt. "We've had enough of your filthy lies," she seethed. "Who are you, and why are you lying?" Ian observed the fiery woman, a thought crossing his mind. She hadn't changed one bit. The main character looked at the enraged girl, remembering that Helen was the youngest fourth-grade magician. Before his arrival, she was known as the Fire Lady, a title earned for her blazing temper. He met her glare with a look of mock guilt. "You don't know?" he asked. Helen's anger flared. "No, what exactly?" The main character simply gestured to the floating text above him, pointing out that everything was written there. He motioned to the script, declaring him Ian Page, born in the year 488, the year of the Red Goat, and then asked, "Can you not read?" Helen's fist clenched in pure rage. She glared at them, screaming for them to stop, but the fifth-class magician intervened. He announced he had one final question for the protagonist. Instantly, a memory surfaced in the main character's mind, of a soldier harassing his mother. The Tower Master began, "On the day of your inspection, you had a conflict with a soldier. His name was Jonathan. He disrespected your mother." Ian remained perfectly silent as the magician spoke. "The very next day, he was found dead." An image of Jonathan's body floating in the water flashed through Ian's mind. The Tower Master continued. "The day after the incident, he died. When his body was examined, traces of mana were found." The old man's eyes bore into him. "Was his death connected to you?" he demanded. The protagonist sat ramrod straight, staring at the floor, thinking that this man was the Tower Master for a reason. The fifth-grade magician studied the main character intently, and Ian knew this was no ordinary mage. He realized this man never relied solely on magic. He thought critically and questioned absolutely everything. Ian raised his head, his mind racing with confidence. An ordinary person would be thrown into confusion by such an accusation. Accused of murder, any attempt to stay calm would only deepen their suspicion. The main character sat straight, recognizing the trap. Ian thoughtfully lowered his head. Since this was the last question, should he break the elixir's effect, or simply give them the answer they wanted to hear? A moment later, his decision was made. He placed a hand over his heart and swore he knew nothing about it. The hall erupted, but the main character continued to sit perfectly still. A slight grin touched the Tower Master's lips. "So, you mean you had nothing to do with it?" The protagonist answered yes without flinching. The fifth-class magician lowered his head slightly and said, "That is good. It is unlikely you would commit such an act. Forgive me for such a crude question." The Tower Master folded his hands before his face. "I must admit," he said, "I invented the part about the mana traces." In truth, the soldier simply fell from a bridge. Ian's eyes narrowed in silent fury. Leon held up a hand. "I understand that lying is wrong," he conceded, "but I hope for your understanding. Every magician must undergo this ritual." The fifth-grade magician looked out the window and added, "You must understand that your case is exceptional for the Ivory Tower. We know nothing of your strength, Leon." With a simple gesture, he explained the test was crucial not only to see what he was capable of now, but to glimpse the power he might wield in the future. The mages sat in absolute silence, listening intently. To the Tower Master himself. Our hero focused his gaze on the orb placed before him. It was a mana storage device, the very heart of the tower's immense power. Leon began his explanation. He noted that its color was currently neutral, but the more mana it absorbed, the more brilliantly blue it would shine. The protagonist's task was to pour his energy into it. Ian met the old man's gaze, asking if he should use all his mana. Leon's eyes were piercing. "Yes," he replied. "We want to see everything." The main character approached the orb without hesitation. A thought crossed his mind. This device was only built to handle mana up to the third-class level. For his plan, showing them a second-class output would be more than enough. He carefully placed his hands on the sphere. If he gave them exactly what they were expecting, he mused they might finally leave him in peace. But a shadow crossed the protagonist's face. He was an 8th Circle Archmage, yet his name would be lost to the winds of time. No grand titles like Wise Leader or Great Ruler would ever be attached to him. Behind him, the ghost of his past life loomed. The orb began to pulse with a brilliant azure light as he recalled how he always did what was necessary to survive. With his hands steady on the luminous sphere, he scoffed internally at the idea of strength, power, and honor. His past self sneered in the darkness. He had no need for such things. Motes of pure magic danced around him. For him, magic itself was the most precious thing in the universe. His hair whipped around in an unseen gale. In the realm of magic, there was no one stronger than him. The pressure in the room intensified. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the orb's surface. Then it shattered into a million glittering shards. A shockwave of raw power blasted through the chamber, forcing everyone to shield their faces. White vapor filled the air. The main character bent over, gasping for breath from the immense backlash of his own power. He struggled to regain his composure as Leon stared, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. The entire council was frozen in shock. Helen's jaw dropped. How is this possible? She whispered in absolute awe. She carefully picked up a shimmering fragment from the floor. I thought he was a third-class magician. Holding the piece in her hand, she looked at the protagonist, realizing his power had completely shattered their expectations. He slowly walked away, clutching his chest as an eerie silence fell over the sunlit balcony. Suddenly, a fist slammed the table. The rumors about him were true. A mage roared, leaping to his feet. He jabbed a finger forward. No, this is more, he isn't third class. He's a fourth-class magician. A level that only the Tower Master himself could possibly match. The mage remembered the look on the protagonist's face. We all saw it, that expression, when he lied about killing the soldier. He threw his hands up, shouting, "Don't you all understand what this truly means?" The hall fell into deep thought. The Ivory Tower had to acquire him. They had to bring him under their control. They needed to tame him before this young man becomes an unstoppable monster. The academy would be useless, as would a 5-year mission testing mana in the province. The Tower Master lowered his head thoughtfully. You are correct. There is absolutely no point in sending the protagonist to the academy. The magician watched his leader waiting. A drop of sweat traced a path down his cheek. Leon continued. He would only become a problem for the other students, who are just beginning their journey. If even we, the highest class mages, feel this overwhelmed, can you even imagine what those students would feel? The entire hall silently agreed. Leon's expression sharpened. It doesn't matter whether Ian Page killed that soldier or helped him die. That is not the real problem here. He gazed up at the grand chandelier. The main thing is that our interrogation magic is effective. We will always be able to detect if he is lying to us. The Tower Master looked over the hall, steepling his fingers. I shouldn't need to remind any of you, he said gravely, how important it is to maintain the reputation of the Ivory Tower. An image of a powerful mage clad in black flashed through his mind. The stronger! Our magicians are the stronger the tower itself becomes. He turned to the window and made a bold proposal. Let's recognize the protagonist as the 12th Archmage and officially announce that a 4th-class magician has appeared. The Tower Master faced the stunned hall again and added, also given his young age, it would be best for him to undergo model personal training from a master-class magician. Did they all consent? Every eye in the hall was fixed upon the Tower's master, awaiting his word. A chorus of agreement echoed through the chamber. Leon's eyes narrowed, a sly grin spreading as he declared, excellent. He then challenged them, so who will be the first? Instantly, a hand shot up, a volunteer stepping forward. Our main character stood before the tower, his mind reeling. He never dreamed he'd be named Archmage this quickly, or summoned here again. Ian's gaze swept to the tower's peak. He'd had his suspicions, of course, but it all unfolded faster than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, a girl with glasses appeared beside him, calling his name. Ian turned to her. It was her again. Bit flustered, she stammered, I heard you were officially recognized. As a 4th-class magician, Ian's gaze softened. It just happened, he admitted. Her eyes instantly lit up with awe. That's unbelievable. You're only 12, and already an Archmage? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Ian's face. He'd heard whispers too. What kind of rumors, he asked. The girl smiled, her eyes crinkling. You may have already been told, but just to be clear, I've been assigned as your personal assistant. For the entire upcoming year, I hope we get along. Ian offered a slight grin. There's no need to be so formal. After all, I'm younger and know far less than you. Her eyes widened in surprise. But I'm older and have more experience. She straightened her posture immediately. If you insist, then it's my duty to give you a proper tour. And show you everything. She led him towards a colossal structure. This is the Magic Academy. He followed her steps, listening intently. Normally you would have studied here, but with your flawless talent. A personal mentor was deemed necessary. Ian's head snapped to the side. A personal mentor. How amusing. No doubt they'll try to brainwash me. Mold me into a loyal dog for the tower. This is the master's plan, I'm sure of it. As his gaze drifted, he saw them. His former friends. A familiar group standing with their teacher. He stared, his heart clenching. In his past life, he had stood right there among them. The memory of their graves flashed in his mind. They were all assassinated by Coldwood spies during the First Unification War. I never thought I would see their faces again. He watched his friends smiling and alive. A vast chasm separates us now, but maybe we can still talk. His guide stopped smiling brightly. And this is your study room. She gestured grandly towards the door and added, I've already used depurification magic. Not a single speck of dust remains. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a lavish chamber. It's the exact same room. Ian stared stunned by the familiar sight. She tilted her head, explaining, 300 years ago when the Ivory Tower was founded, there were 24 magicians of the 4th rank. Now there are far fewer, so most rooms are empty. She gave him a sweet look. The Tower Master himself granted you permission to use this chamber. For your personal training? Backing out of the room, she said, Please wait here, I'll go fetch your teacher. With a soft click, the door shut, leaving him alone. Ian stared at the closed door, then ran a hand over the familiar table. It's been so long. His eyes were drawn to the large window just above the desk. He gazed outside, his thoughts racing. In this life, I've claimed this room 7 years ahead of schedule, all because I was recognized as an archmage. At such a tender age, my destiny is already set in motion. He moved towards the window, a plan forming. I have the next 6 years to solidify my power within this tower. He reached the table, placing his hand firmly upon it. He stared into the distance, the face of the Tower Master burning in his mind. In my last life, the Ivory Tower pledged its absolute loyalty to the 5th Prince. I must build my own foundation before that happens. I need a power strong enough to defy the Tower Master and sever his influence over the prince. I must seize control of the tower's might, which has blindly followed its master for far too long. An image of a legendary staff appeared in his mind. I must become a high magician. Someone who can match the Tower Master himself. No, I must surpass him. In his vision, colossal hands reached for the Ivory Tower. Only then can I truly take command of this place. He lowered his gaze, his resolve hardening. But until that day comes, I will play the part of a naive little boy. Right now, I am too weak, too young. I wouldn't even survive the trials for the 5th rank. Suddenly, the sharp creak of the door opening shattered the silence. Someone stepped inside, their voice echoing a greeting. Ian spun around, his mind racing. Why did they send? Helen stepped into the room, an unspoken history hanging in the air between them. The girl paused in the aisle, a sly smile playing on her lips as she sized him up. A little liar, she thought. With a hand on her hip, Helen offered a mocking greeting. The main character met her gaze with tired eyes, wondering why fate had sent her of all people. Slowly, the protagonist began to speak, raising a single finger. He pointed out that she was the one tasked with collecting the fragments of the mana storage. The girl's grin widened. He'd grown even more impudent. Helen advanced on him, her voice low. I trust you already know most of our curriculum. Stopping before him, she gestured dismissively. Etiquette, the history of the tower, the theory of magic, everything they teach at the academy. But even so, the Tower Master himself had assigned a personal tutor, knowing ordinary students would crumble under his presence. Ian simply stood and listened in silence. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the books on the shelves began to float, suspended by raw power. Helen snatched one from the air, her tone dripping with contempt. But what good is any of this? In an instant, the books crashed to the floor before him. She tossed the one in her hand aside. Books aren't my style. Leave that to the old fossils. The girl leaned in close, her eyes gleaming. You're the one who caught that scoundrel spy. Gazing out the window, Helen added, She was a brilliant fighter. I had high hopes for her. Her expression shifted for a moment. If she hadn't been a traitor, her skills might have even surpassed my own. Suddenly, her piercing red eyes locked onto the protagonist. Fortunately, the traitor was exposed. Ian watched her every move. Helen's demeanor changed in a flash as she extended a hand. Since I'm your teacher, I suppose I have to teach you something. Images of powerful mages flooded his mind as Helen began her lecture. There are several types of magician's warrior assistant, and research types. She raised her chin arrogantly. All the others are just garbage. Helen glanced at him over her shoulder. So, which one do you think I am, the main character? Averted his gaze, a weary look on his face. The first one, he mumbled. Helen's face lit up. Bingo! The red-haired girl spun around, a triumphant smile on her face. That's right, I'm the best of my kind. Her eyes flashed with anger. No matter who says otherwise or what they try to prove, my skills are on an entirely different level. She began to pace slowly, and I have my own methods of teaching. Walking past the protagonist, she commanded, Follow me, and don't even think about refusing. He turned his head, watching her go in silence. They arrived at the training grounds. Helen spread her arms wide. Have any ideas what we're about to do? She lowered her head, a smirk on her face. I'm going to teach you how to fight, without the shadow of fear of death. The main character's eyes narrowed, realizing that events were finally being set in motion. Memories of his past life and of Helen resurfaced. In that life, she had tormented him endlessly. But this time, an angry glint appeared in his eyes. This time he would show her his true power from the very beginning. A crowd of students began to gather, whispering amongst themselves. "Who's that? Is he really fighting, Lady Helen?" "That's dangerous," Helen grinned, looking to the side. "Looks like we have an audience. Perfect, we can begin." Ian started stretching his shoulder as she spoke. "You get the first move. A little handicap from your teacher." Without hesitation, the main character ripped off his cloak. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Helen's head tilted, her patience snapping. "What was that?" she screeched, enraged. "Are you suggesting I should start worrying?" Ian tossed his cloak aside, where it vanished into thin air, understood. The main character closed his eyes, and a chilling blue aura began to swirl around him. In response, the air around the girl ignited with a crimson haze. A bit of friendly advice, she sneered. "You should probably put up a shield." A moment later, her face flushed with excitement. "No matter what you are," she declared with a wicked grin, "I'll completely destroy you." 3 massive fireballs materialized behind her. Balls. Ian's gaze hardened as he chanted the spell, Ice Block. A lattice of frost began to crawl over his body from head to toe. Soon the protagonist was completely encased in a solid block of ice. Helen stared, utterly stunned. She looked at him with a withering glare. "Are you trying to make a fool of me?" Helen stalked toward the ice block and began to knock on it. "Of all the techniques, you choose this? Are you just going to sit in there until your mana runs out?" Inside the ice, the protagonist remained motionless. The ice block, he thought, one of the greatest defensive spells in existence. But it had a critical flaw. Once cast, the magician himself is frozen, unable to use any other technique. With arms at her side, Helen closed her eyes, trying to comprehend the boy's strategy. A strange sound suddenly pierced the air, and her head snapped towards the source, as did the entire crowd of spectators. Her gaze shot towards the protagonist, then fearfully to the massive block of ice. A single thought echoed in her mind. Impossible inside the frozen prison, the main character began to twitch. Helen watched in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly move inside solid ice, and cautiously stepped closer. She froze mid-step, her eyes wide, staring at the colossal stems that erupted from the ground beside her, reaching for the heavens. This was bad, she realized. These towering things were visible from afar. Suddenly, one of the stems shot out of the earth. It twisted into the menacing shape of a lightning bolt. Helen scrambled back, desperately unleashing her fire magic. They have to burn, she thought, but for everyone she incinerated, more appeared. An awful realization began to dawn on her. She was going to lose. Her gaze darted back to the protagonist. She had to find a way to free him. But Ian's intense stare pierced right through the ice, locking onto her. Helen froze again, this time in absolute fear. How could she possibly get close to a magician who not only moves while frozen, but also casts such powerful spells? As if to answer, a sharp stem erupted right behind her. Lunging forward, Helen tensed her body, rigid with fear. The vines began to coil around her, trapping her completely. At the same moment, the main character started to emerge from his icy tomb. Bound and helpless, she finally understood why so many considered him the reincarnation of the first magician. Helen looked at him, a resigned smile on her face. "I give up," she declared. "You win." The main character offered a faint smirk. When she asked him to let her go, he simply replied, "It's too early. It would be a shame to end the fight like this." He began to approach her slowly. She didn't understand. Looking at him nervously, she asked what he meant. "I've already lost," she insisted. Ian raised his hand, and crackling sparks danced between his fingers as the sky began to darken. Terror seized her as she screamed for him to stop. The main character simply caught the raw lightning in his hand. "This is just training," Helen shrieked, her voice filled with disbelief and horror. Ian looked at her calmly. A moment later, he extended his hand, pointing a single finger at the ground before her. He cast a spell summoning the storm. A huge bolt of lightning crashed down, striking right at her feet as the crowd watched in stunned silence. The blinding light faded, leaving only the vines and a smoking scorch mark between her legs. Helen gasped for air, realizing she was still alive. The terror quickly morphed into a burning, silent humiliation. As the main character knelt beside her, she recoiled, shouting, "Don't come near me." He loomed over her, his face inches from hers, and whispered menacingly, "Did you really think you had anything to teach me?" A cruel smile formed on Ian's lips. Helen immediately lowered her head, hiding her eyes. Seeing her broken spirit was all the confirmation he needed. Ian stood up sharply. "In that case," he announced, "allow me to take my leave." He turned on his heel and began to walk away without a second glance. The shocked crowd parted for him like the sea. Ian walked through them, his voice low. "Leave, I'm very tired." As evening came, the tower glowed in the sunset. Inside the tower, Master walked with another magician. "How is Helen?" Leon asked. The magician lowered his head gravely. "It's bad," he replied. "She has refused to eat for days." The Tower Master's gaze hardened as he stared forward. To be defeated so utterly by a 12-year-old boy? What a disgrace. The protagonist's face flashed in his mind. He had sent Helen to break the boy's spirit to force him to their side, but as a result, it was the one who was broken. An image of a wild wolf with a snapped chain in its mouth entered Leon's thoughts. He now knew it wouldn't be easy to curb the young man. He was no domestic dog ready to sit on a chain, but a free wolf. Leon walked faster, realizing this would require much more time than he had planned. The door to the room suddenly opened. A man named Ragnar held a book, glad that Leon had arrived. Leon bowed deeply. "Please forgive me," he said. "I am very late." Ragnar the fifth prince leaned against a table. He abruptly slammed the book shut. "It's fine, I made an appointment." Leon raised his head sharply. Ragnar smiled slightly. He folded his hands on his chest and asked, "Now tell me more about this protagonist." Meanwhile, sunlight illuminated the protagonist's mansion from all sides. Douglas ran quickly down the hall. He stopped abruptly and shouted with excitement, "I'm ready, we can go." Leo approached his son with a warm smile. With a firm glance, he declared, "Let's go." The alchemist then turned to our hero, confirming he would personally escort his son to the academy. Douglas beamed, shouting cheerfully, "We'll be back before you know it," and just like that, the door slammed shut. Our main character stared at the empty doorway for a long moment. Ian's eyes were fixed, his mind already racing. Today marked the first day of classes. As Douglas and Leo settled into the carriage, our hero mused. The alchemist's son had been admitted to the most prestigious alchemical academy nearby, a clear sign of his immense talent. Ian flipped through a book with an air of profound wisdom. He already knew all of this. Studying was effortless, since he'd mastered this material a lifetime ago. With a snap, he closed the book. Leaning back in his seat, he sighed, admitting there was nothing left for him to do here. Ian shot up from his chair, a thought igniting in his mind. Since returning to the past, he hadn't had a single moment of peace. Ragnar hadn't made his move yet, but the silence wouldn't last. The main character began pacing down the corridor with urgent purpose. Staring into a mirror, he knew the ideal path forward. He needed to train his physical body to forge a vessel worthy of his immense power. But as he looked at his trembling hand, a question arose. Could he truly afford to just relax, to do nothing? In that instant, his head whipped towards the door. A maid had entered his room, carrying a silver tray with a single letter resting upon it. She announced an invitation, one that had arrived from the palace itself. Ian turned his focus entirely on the tray, asking her to repeat herself. He carefully lifted the envelope, his fingers tracing its edges. The main character examined the wax seal, his eyes narrowing. It belonged to the Crown Prince. A chill ran down Ian's spine as he stared at the imperial summons. Soon after, his carriage pulled up to a mansion of breathtaking luxury. The protagonist stepped out, his gaze sweeping over the grand estate. Why would the prince invite him? It's an unspoken rule that magicians not of noble blood are never welcomed into high society. With a hand on his hip, Ian stared at the towering doors, trying to decipher the prince's game. He looked up at the highest spire, a fact clicking into place. This was the first time the prince had ever hosted a banquet on his own. The protagonist pictured the crown prince from his past life, a man who never held public events. He was never close with the nobility, always taking a passive approach to everything. Because of this, the crown prince never made a political debut, and was a non-entity in the empire's high society. In a flash, an image of Ragnar filled his mind, a man who thrived among the powerful, always networking. He remembered how the fifth Prince Ragnar was the complete opposite, a social butterfly who consolidated his power base. A smiling Ragnar appeared in his memory, as Ian concluded that the Emperor, the Crown Prince's only remaining ally, must have finally pushed his son to act. Our main character crossed his arms, turning his head with a weary sigh. He gazed at the magnificent house, realizing this development might be good for him too. The protagonist moved swiftly into the hall, thinking he'd never been to one of these events. His plan was simple: sit quietly, then disappear. As the main character entered the opulent hall, a servant approached with outstretched hands for the invitation, announcing, "Mr. Ian Page, please proceed." With that, the grand doors began to swing open dramatically. Ian found himself in a dazzling room, dripping with gold and jewels. In an instant, the entire crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the young magicians. The aristocrats began sizing him up, their gazes sharp and critical. Ian strode in with a faint smirk. He couldn't help but feel like a wolf in a sheep's pen. Suddenly, a herald's voice boomed from the corner. "His Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived." Every aristocrat in the room bowed as one. The prince began his slow, deliberate walk into the hall. The Crown Prince stepped onto a balcony, placing a hand on the railing, and surveying the silent crowd below. A moment later, a brilliant smile lit up his face. "I thank you all for gracing me with your presence today." Standing tall, he addressed the assembly. "As you know, I am hosting this banquet in place of my father, the Emperor." A sly grin touched his lips as he continued. "And before we begin, there is someone I wish to introduce." The prince's head snapped towards our hero, a knowing smirk playing on his face. Ian's calm facade wavered. This was bad. This was very serious. The Crown Prince turned back to the crowd, his voice resonating through the hall. My special guest is the 4th class Archmage of the Ivory Tower. The prince swept his arm towards the protagonist, his voice booming. Hailing from the northern province of Morkan, Ian Page. Ian stared at the prince, pure shock etched on his face as his fists clenched tight. The main character's gaze drifted toward the glittering chandeliers, his mind racing. The prince beamed, spreading his arms wide and shouting for Ian to come forward. Descending the stairs, the prince met him on the floor. In fact, he declared for all to hear, "You are the very reason I organized this celebration." Ian simply replied that he was flattered. The prince smirked, noting silently that this entire Isekai spectacle was arranged to show the nobles whose side he was on. Terry's voice echoed in Ian's mind, certain this was all part of the emperor's grand design. The main character scanned the opulent hall as the prince recounted tales of Ian's legendary performance in the tower. Tilting his head, the prince's voice boomed, declaring how Ian had arrived, and almost immediately crushed a high-class mage. He could only imagine the shock of the local veterans. The prince locked his golden eyes onto our protagonist, admitting that when they first met in Marion, he seemed like he would be trouble. He was just so unrefined. Ian recalled their first meeting, wondering what about him was unrefined. The crown prince's grin widened. He confessed that Ian's overwhelming talent was astonishing. Of course his father had ordered the pursuit, but he was glad things turned out this way. Ian stood in a daze, absorbing the prince's every word. The crown prince's smile grew wider. He turned slightly, announcing there was one more person he wanted to introduce. With a sharp turn and an outstretched hand, he commanded, "Come here." The main character's eyes widened in surprise. A girl in a stunning dress materialized before him, and the prince made the introduction. This was his younger sister, Haley. The princess studied Ian intently. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, her voice like chimes. "I am Haley Green River." Our hero was momentarily blinded by her radiance, hearing her say that he was the talk of the Imperial Palace, a true celebrity. She folded her hands gracefully, explaining that today was just a greeting. But next time she truly wished to meet for lunch and discuss his life back in Marion. With a hint of arrogance, our hero replied that he feared all he could offer were boring tales of monsters and magic. But the girl insisted she was deeply interested not just in magic, but in the lives of people from Earth. Haley's smile was brilliant as she noted that was precisely why she had so much to ask him. Standing beside her brother, she promised that an invitation would be sent soon. She hoped he would enjoy the banquet, and Ian thanked her for her kindness. As the royal siblings began to walk away, Ian watched them lost in his own thoughts. His gaze lingered on the girl. He realized the princess was nothing like the person he remembered from the sanctuary, and the crown prince, despite his worries, was handling his duties masterfully. Meanwhile, the prince was already busy charming the aristocrats. Ian began heading for the exit, thinking he should escape before things got any more tedious. He swung the door open and stepped outside, only to freeze. Standing right there was Oliver. The knight saw him and offered a formal greeting. Ian approached the man, noting how sharp he looked in a tailcoat. Oliver dipped his head slightly, replying that His Highness the Crown Prince had ordered him into formal attire. Ian and Oliver just stared, locked in a silent standoff. A heavy tension hung in the air. Ian looked away, thinking he never should have come out to the terrace. Just then, Oliver spoke. "I know of the rumors circulating." Ian glanced at the knight. Rumors? An image of a bound, red-haired woman flashed in his mind. Whispers about Helen, the Archmage of your tower, and how you defeated her. Ian's expression darkened as he turned away, realizing the prince had also spoken of that event. The knight added that he too had heard stories of Ian's magnificent display of power in the tower. Ian gazed down at the streets below. "Even you know," he mused. "Surprisingly, I thought tower affairs stayed within its walls." Oliver smirked slightly. "If knights couldn't acquire vital information," he asked, "then what use? Would we be in this era?" The main character stared into the distance, picturing a mage in his mind. He thought about how the Green River Empire was now protected by mages. The knights had been reduced to mere decorations fancy assistants that only spoke of their master's status. Oliver gazed at a lantern, remarking that he was shocked to defeat not just a 4th-class mage, but Helen herself, the legendary Mistress of Fire. He was beginning to doubt Ian was just a young boy. Ian, slightly flustered, tried to cut him off, but Oliver turned sharply. "His Highness trusts you," he declared, "enough to invite you to a banquet for the highest nobility, which is why you must know." In that instant, Oliver dropped to one knee before our hero and asked, "Whose side?" Ian was surprised. What side was he on? It seemed Oliver didn't care who he was or how. He gained such incredible talent at his age. With a keen eye, the knight studied him, his mouth parting slightly. "You know the Ivory Tower backs the 5th Prince," he stated. "And you serve the tower." Our hero let out a small grin. "That's a question no one can answer on the spot." Oliver's gaze lowered for a moment. I am His Highness's sworn shield. I must know who is an enemy and who is an ally. His eyes then blazed with anger, locking onto the protagonist. Ian met his stare a memory surfacing. Oliver Raywood, the knight who defended the Crown Prince until his last breath. I don't know yet, he finally answered, though his mind raced. He knew that wouldn't be enough. A moment later, Ian's eyes sharpened as he added, but I can promise you this, I will never stand with the Fifth Prince. That answer clearly caught Oliver off guard. As the knight glanced around nervously, Ian reassured him. Don't worry, it's a soundproofing spell. No one can hear us. A faint smile played on Ian's lips. Is that answer sufficient for you? The knight's stern face broke into a smile of his own. Completely. Thank you. Oliver then turned gazing at the sky. Could I ask you for a favor? What is it? Ian replied. Oliver planted his foot on a rise. Before you choose a side, I ask you to duel with me. I need to become stronger. Ian tilted his head. You want to learn how to fight a mage, but what if my sword is one day aimed at you? Oliver's gaze hardened. I won't deny that possibility. Ian smiled. How cruel. Bowing his head slightly, he answered, Then I refuse. There is no benefit for me in this. But Oliver reached behind his neck, unfastening something. He held out a golden chain. It's a necklace, he said, his eyes fixed on the protagonist. He explained, the Empress gave this to me when I became His Highness's personal knight. She said it was enchanted to help clear the mind. Ian's eyes widened as he examined it. This was one of the lost imperial treasures. An image of the former Empress flashed in his mind, adorned in radiant gold. I'm giving it to you, Oliver declared, his head held high. I'm sure it will be of more use to you than me. But this is a gift from the late Empress, Ian said, shocked. Oliver's expression softened. She asked me to protect her son. His gaze fell filled with sorrow. Training with you will help me fulfill that vow. I am certain she would understand. After a moment of thought, Ian closed his eyes. In that case, I accept. As our hero reached for the legendary artifact, a smile spread across Oliver's face. But in that instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted nearby. Both men spun in horror as a massive fireball arced through the sky, slamming into the Emperor's residence. Oliver reacted instantly, a name roaring from his lips. Your Highness! He charged inside, frantically searching. He saw the prince shielding his sister and yelled out to him. What happened? The Crown Prince demanded. Oliver sprinted towards them. Are you all right, Your Highness? I'm fine, he answered, just as a squad of knights rushed to his side with the same question. Report, Oliver commanded the squad leader. The knight trembled as he spoke. An explosion, sir, within the palace grounds. The cause is unknown. We've sent a signal through the emergency communication system and are awaiting reinforcements. Ian's focus sharpened at those words. The emergency system? An image of a massive tower filled his mind. A network connecting the nation's soldiers, the palace, and the ivory tower itself. Once activated, every mage and soldier is honor-bound to rush to the palace without delay. Ian's gaze dropped. That means they will all be here soon. He scanned the chaos, a terrible realization dawning. What if the explosion was just a lure? A trap designed for this exact purpose? Ian's head snapped up his senses, screaming danger. In the next moment, he thrust out a hand, mana erupting into a barrier. The shield enveloped the royal siblings just in time. Ian glanced over his shoulder. Princess, can you maintain this barrier with your own mana? Haley stared back, terrified. What? He pressed on. The situation is critical. I need a clear answer now. The girl crossed her arms, her resolve hardening. I can. A technique she had, of course, taught him herself. With the magical barrier down, Ian was free to move. He approached the maid, his eyes sharp and observant, and asked if a woman named AAL served here. A tremor of fear shot through the girl. She stammered, confirming AAL was indeed here, driven by a desperate wish to see the Central Palace. A dark shadow crossed Ian's face, just as he'd suspected. An image of a bound Cecilia flashed in his mind. They were trying to lure her out. The Cold Walker's plan was clear. Create chaos with explosions, draw out the ivory tower's guards, and seize their target. Her life meant nothing to them. They only wanted the information she held about him, a future he would never allow to pass. Ian stood firm, his gaze fixed on the cells visible. Down the dark tunnel. Heavy boots echoed through the corridor. A cloaked figure approached the spy's cell, a mocking tone in his voice. It's been a long time, he sneered, and you look like you've been through hell. Cecilia stared back, her voice raspy. Who are you? The man slowly pulled back his hood. It's me, Daniel. His face was a mask of disappointment. I expected so much more from you. In rage, Cecilia lunged at the bars of her cage. Free me, she screamed. Daniel simply waved a hand dismissively. Of course, he purred. But first, let's clarify a few things. She gripped the bars, her voice frantic. I told them nothing, only that boy. Ian Page knew everything about the Cold Walkers, about the orders we were given? Daniel tilted his head, intrigued. Is that so? Cecilia pressed a hand to her head, desperate. Yes, Ian even knows about the magical markings I didn't. A chilling echo spread through the hall. Daniel noted that almost none of the Cold Walkers knew about the markings. It was a recent development. What else? He pressed. Cecilia was frantic now. That's it, I don't know anything else now, let me out. Daniel considered her for a moment, a cruel smile playing on his lips. All right. With a click, the cell door swung open. Cecilia's eyes lit up with hope. Cecilia, Daniel called out softly. In a single merciless flash of steel, he silenced her forever. Her last moment was a frozen mask of terror. Daniel calmly watched the life drain from her eyes as she collapsed, clutching her neck. He looked down, his expression full of contempt. The higher-ups debated for a long time, he mused, how to breach the tower, what to do with you. As her body trembled its last, his voice echoed in her dying ears. You were only a third-class magician. Was it really worth rescuing you? He stood over her lifeless form. This was their final answer. A chilling grin spread across his face. Sleep well, he whispered. Suddenly a voice from the shadows broke the silence. You too! Daniel spun around, his instincts screaming. In a flash, he drew and threw a dagger. The blade whistled through the air, aimed to kill. It slammed into the wall, inches from Ian's head. He stood perfectly still, arms crossed in a motionless void. Who are you? Daniel demanded. Ian's gaze fell to Cecilia's body on the floor. So you already killed her, he said, his voice flat. Thank you. That's one less problem for me. A chilling frost began to creep up his boots, a harbinger of the icy doom to come. He took a step forward. Daniel, you have no idea how lucky you are to meet me here. His eyes glowed with menace. I've been dreaming of the day I could kill you with my own 2 hands. Daniel just smirked. You talk big. It'd be better to capture you alive. But Ian's voice dropped to an icy whisper. Now I finally get my revenge. For all my friends. Daniel's face twisted in confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? What friends, the main character? Advanced slowly, a grim aura surrounding him. An event that is still 10 years away. A layer of ice began to encase the spy. Because I have returned to the past, Ian declared, and I swore to change everything. He touched the frozen statue with a single finger and pushed. The block of ice crashed to the unforgiving stone floor. Ian watched the result of his power without a flicker of emotion. He approached the frozen form, reaching for its neck. Now, to find the Mona seal. But before he could, footsteps echoed from behind him. 3 magicians rounded the corner, their eyes widening at the scene. The Archmage's voice boomed. What happened here? The main character stood calmly between 2 bodies, his gaze locking with the powerful mage. The Archmage's eyes then shot down, noticing the seal on the frozen man's neck. He slammed his fist in rage. His Majesty was furious. 2 spies right under his nose. From a palace maid to a secretary, seething on his throne, he roared at the old man before him. How could the magic tower under your command allow such a breach? You will answer for this. Cursing the incompetence around him, the Emperor's fury grew. You requested to handle the investigation into Cecilia personally, and yet nothing was found. How can I possibly trust any of you now? Tower. Furious, the Emperor revoked their right to investigate, ordering the old man to deliver every last piece of information on the matter to the Imperial Guard. With a low bow, the old man accepted the command. Weary of the showdown, the Emperor waved the old man away, allowing him to leave. He had more pressing matters to attend to. The master of the tower turned staff in hand and moved towards the exit. Shortly after, a servant called for a magician named Ian Page. A young man in brown boots entered the chamber, bowing deeply before the Emperor. His Highness was pleased to see him again. This was the famed Northerner Ian Page. Addressing the young man, the Emperor praised his incredible skills. Once again, they had protected the Empire from spies, if not for Ian important, and secret information could have fallen into the wrong hands. The secrets of the imperial family itself would have been exposed to the world. The boy stood humbly before the throne, and the Emperor never lets the merits of his loyal subjects go unrewarded. Therefore, he had decided to bestow a gift upon the boy. A servant brought an open case to the surprised young man. Inside lay a sparkling blue cloak adorned with a chain and medallions. The young man's breath hitched. This was the robe of his ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver, the one and only magician of imperial blood. The Emperor knew he shouldn't pass this to a non-family member, but he felt the boy needed it more. Consider this a loan, His Highness declared, until the end of your days or until you refuse it yourself. Mitchell Greenriver was the first and last magician of the Imperial. Bloodline a hero who saved an empire, a man who rose to the rank of Tower Master, a sign that his magical abilities were recognized by all. His Highness then urged the boy to try on the gift. The robe is worn over one's clothes, so there was no need to change. With a flourish, the boy put it on, but it was far too big for him. The Emperor noticed this and joked, "Someday the mantle will fit you." He stood but then remembering the mantle's properties. The boy knew what to do. The cloak shimmered with a magical light, shrinking in an instant. A moment later, it was a perfect fit. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, shocked by what they had just witnessed. From his throne, the emperor admired the boy's quick thinking. The robe truly suited him, especially the color. Ian smiled and bowed in deep gratitude, honored to receive such a gift from His Majesty. Later, outside a white manor, the princess approached our hero, asking for a moment of his time. As the magician bowed, the girl became flustered, asking him not to be so formal. Clasping her hands together, she pleaded for him to hear her out. The worried girl desperately needed to talk to him about one thing. He immediately understood what this was about. He admitted he had behaved tactlessly that evening and begged her forgiveness. Apologizing again, he bowed low. The princess was bewildered, but he quickly added that he promised to keep their secret safe. He raised a finger to his lips, a vow of silence. This calmed the princess, her worries washing away. Just then, a voice from behind praised the magician. Standing with his back turned, the boy didn't recognize who it was, and a chill ran down his spine. The voice continued to praise him, saying that thanks to him, the imperial palace and the empire itself were saved. The hero spun around and saw a young man his age. This man's father, he said, called Ian a true hero of their country. But our hero's face went pale. This man terrified him. It was the 5th prince of the empire, Ragnar Greenriver. In that instant, our hero was flooded with memories from the past. This was his old tormentor. In those terrible moments, his eyes had shown only fear, while the prince's eyes held only hatred and pity. Now the prince seemed different, calm and smiling, but the name Ragnar alone struck terror into our hero's heart. The prince continued saying it was perhaps too late, but he wanted to congratulate them on the ivory tower's recognition. Ian didn't hear a word, his eyes wide with fear, lost in his own thoughts. He didn't remember the prince ever looking so young. Then, as a sign of gratitude for protecting the empire, the prince invited the magician to dinner and stood waiting for an answer. In a state of shock, Ian couldn't respond. He clenched his fist, trying to gather his strength, but was interrupted. It was the princess. She apologized to the prince, explaining she already had plans with the master. Shielding the boy with her hand, she stood in his way. The hero was stunned by her action. The prince simply laughed and offered to meet tomorrow. At last, the hero answered him. He apologized for his heavy workload and respectfully refused the prince's invitation. Ragnar looked away in displeasure, but agreed. The princess did not miss his resentful grimace. Casting aside all etiquette, he offered a curt goodbye before being whisked away to a scheduled meeting, even thanking him for his time. Ian, still reeling, couldn't find the words to reply. He could only watch as the prince departed with his guards. The princess, embarrassed for interrupting their talk, began to apologize, but Ian calmly assured her he saw nothing wrong. Watching the prince's retreating back, he recalled his past life. Their meeting should have been 2 years from now, yet here Ragnar was. The prince was already revealing his true intentions. Ian made a silent vow to shatter every one of the prince's schemes before he could gain any more influence. Ragnar wouldn't advance a single step, and this time our hero would savor watching his rival's glorious descent into pure agony. 5 years have passed since that fateful day. We find ourselves in that same pristine white mansion. Sunlight streamed into the library where the prince was buried under a pile of books. He didn't understand a single word. Why couldn't things just be written simply? Who in the world writes such convoluted nonsense? Just then, an aide approached His Highness carrying more books. These were tomes written by the first emperor himself, detailing all the essential qualities a future ruler must possess. The books formed 2 massive towers beside the prince. To him, they were just stacks of incomprehensible words. When the aide warned that he had to read every last one, pure shock flashed in the prince's eyes. These were texts on the history, culture, economics, and politics of the empire. He scoffed irritably. He decided today was absolutely not a day for reading. The only problem was his father's wrath if he was caught slacking. The prince turned to the vice captain standing nearby. He asked if today was the day for the final duel between the captain and Ian. The vice captain confirmed it. A spark of excitement lit up the prince's face. Now that sounded like a worthwhile spectacle. Leaping from his chair, he ordered them to head there at once. We shift to the training grounds of the 2nd squad of Imperial Knights. A man stood there panting heavily. This was his last chance. He gripped his sword, his knuckles white. He knew that mistakes were not an option today. Looking up, he saw a storm of ice shards materializing in the sky above him. With a startled cry, he burst into a frantic sprint, narrowly dodging every single deadly projectile. After evading the attack, he paused, but in that instant, the very ground behind him erupted with jagged pillars of rock. Launching himself off the ground, he scaled the treacherous spikes, leaping from one to the next before landing safely, leaving the deadly trap behind him. But he stayed alert, sensing another attack. A colossal tsunami of fire roared to life before him. The fiery wave surged forward at an insane speed, but there was no fear in the man's eyes, only raw confidence. With a mighty battle cry, he swung his sword high into the air. As the inferno closed in, he sliced clean through the flames, parting them so they would not harm him. His goal was clear: to land a single touch on his opponent. Surrounded by the roaring fire, he scanned the area. Where was the magician? This time he had to succeed. Through the smoke and embers, he saw his enemy standing ahead. Without a second thought, he charged, screaming as he closed the distance. In the next moment, his sword pierced the magician, straight through the heart. An eerie silence fell. All that remained were clouds of smoke and the captain holding his weapon deep in his enemy's body. His eyes widened in horror. He couldn't believe it. Then a finger poked him in the back. He praised him for the good effort. It was the magician, completely unharmed. The captain couldn't process what was happening. He was frozen, his sword still stuck in the illusionary body. Realizing what had happened, he finally exhaled and turned around. Once again, he had failed to even touch Master Ian. The magician was perfectly fine. The captain had pierced him right in the heart. If it hadn't been an illusion, the hero would already be dead. They shook hands. The captain thanked him for the training. For the magician, this was just payment for a necklace. Though in this way, the fighter had gained much, more than his teacher. He thought about it and agreed. His skills were now leagues beyond what they were 5 years ago. The captain could now even withstand the hero's attacks. The man wanted to ask a question, and the hero didn't mind. What level had he reached? Unfortunately, the hero's level was not as high as it might seem, a 5th class master. In his previous life, he only reached the 5th class at 26 years old. And although his pace of development is excellent, he has not yet succeeded in becoming a 6th class magician. This was due to his body's development speed and the mana replenishment of his heart, which could not be increased. His current limit was the 5th grade. Looking at his hands, he clenched his fists, understanding he could never give up his quest to become stronger. Their attention was drawn as someone called to them from afar, hailing the best magician and the best knight of the empire. It was His Highness. With their final battle concluded, he invited the warriors for a celebratory breakfast together. Their relentless quest for strength was over for now. Ian bowed his head, apologizing for his departure. His training in the tower was complete. He was to be officially instated as an archmage. The prince was clearly annoyed, but nothing could be done. He allowed the mage to leave, suggesting lunch another time. With a hopeful farewell, Ian launched himself into the sky, soaring towards his destination. Looking down, he promised his comrades a swift return before speeding away. The captain and prince watched him go. The prince noted that the mantle from his father granted Ian the gift of flight, a power he secretly coveted. Turning to the captain, he asked for an assessment now that the magician's training was over. The captain admitted 2 truths: he had never once managed to land a blow, and the gap between their powers would only grow. However, the captain stated with absolute certainty that the prince could now defeat any other magician. We see the grand tower Ian was headed for. As the door swung open, he strode inside. The master greeted him with surprise and joy, his mind drifting back to the day he first heard of the boy. He remembered seeking out the talented youth from the north. Smiling warmly, the old man spoke. It felt like no time had passed at all. Yet a brilliant young man now stood before him. A true sign he'd grown old. Closing his eyes, Ian vowed that his master still had many years ahead of him. The owner of the tower began sifting through reports, each one filled with endless praise for the young mage. His very existence was called a gift from the heavens to the tower, and the entire empire. New mages idolized him. He was, as the reports stated, a walking instruction manual on becoming the ideal magician. Ian humbly asked not to be praised so highly, but the master simply said that whether it was praise or fact, they would find out very soon. Today marked the final day of his training. A normal student would have a graduation ceremony. They'd be sent to the provinces for simple tests, but the hero's case was far from normal. The master asked if he would honor him by spending this momentous day in conversation. Ian smiled, saying it would be his honor. The old man knew it was a polite reply, but he was thankful for the kind gesture. He congratulated Ian on becoming a true magician, handing him a crest marked with a cross. This symbol held immense power. From soldiers to citizens, all in the empire would have to heed his words. The hero examined this crest, surprised. Was his help as a full-fledged magician truly needed so soon? The master admitted their ranks were thin. They had lost Helen, and her crucial duties remained unfulfilled. He didn't wish to burden the hero, but confessed he would be grateful for any assistance. Ian averted his gaze, hoping he could be of service. After all, he was now one of the tower's lead archmages. Great hopes rested on his shoulders. The old man stretched out his hand, summoning several magic tablets. For his very first mission, the choice would be his alone. 3 options materialized before him. He raised his head to read. The first was the province of Rodame, the empire's largest seaport. The second, Benson province, the greatest iron producer. And the last, the province of Perdiok. In his past life, he had conducted mana tests there. A memory sparked: a magician had died on this mission. He had been the one sent to replace him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian made his choice. The final province. The old man agreed it was the region that needed magic the most. They had already deployed 2 third-class magicians and Imperial Knights, but the problem was beyond them. The monsters were advancing. Holding a document, the master explained that all the mission details were written there for his review. He asked the hero to look them over and provide an answer. If Ian refused, they would have to find someone else. But without even taking the papers, Ian spoke with unshakable resolve. "I will go to the province of Perdiok." Evening falls. Inside a different home, a young man stops eating, shocked to learn where the hero is heading. He knew of that province's reputation. It was a land constantly ravaged by raids from colossal monsters. Ian shot him a sharp look, angered that he was trying to frighten everyone at the table. His mother then turned to him, her voice laced with worry, asking if it was truly so dangerous. The hero calmly reassured her. He was confident a couple of months would be all he needed to handle everything. She agreed, asking how long he'd be gone. For without him, this vast estate would fall utterly silent. Ian promised his mother he would return as quickly as possible. With that settled, the young man who was, once surprised by this choice, proudly offered his own creation, a new elixir. The man sitting next to him, mid-bite, looked shocked. But the boy insisted it might prove useful for the hero on his journey. His father then turned to him, noting he was a grown man now. Wasn't it time he stopped calling the gentleman captain? The young man bristled, seeing nothing wrong with it. "The captain is the captain," he declared. Puffing out his cheeks, he turned and stared at the hero. Ian simply gazed back, confused by the sudden tension in the air. Stealing his resolve, the boy decided to call him brother. The sudden address made the hero choke, spitting water everywhere. This explosive reaction terrified the boy. Before him sat the gentleman and his mother, their faces etched with pure confusion. He forced a smile and added the honorific, officially calling him brother. The hero couldn't believe it. How could this earnest young man be the villain from his past life? The thought ignited a flash of fury within him. But his mother just smiled, happy her son now had a younger brother. And she a youngest son. The boy's face flushed crimson, completely embarrassed and baffled by their reactions. The father broke the awkward silence, ordering his son to call the hero master. But the boy couldn't understand. Why should he? They grew up side by side. His father sternly replied that their bond didn't grant him the right to be so casual. The young man vowed to be useful to his brother, and to this house. The woman who had witnessed the entire exchange finally burst into laughter. Seeing his mother's joy, her son felt his heart warm. He realized this kind of life wasn't bad at all. Later that evening, however, he personally forbade the boy from calling him brother, much to his dismay. The next morning, the magician was ready to depart. The driver asked if he wished to head straight for the Perk province. First, Ian would stop to bid farewell to the master of the tower, then continue his journey. The magician reminded Leo about the mana traps he had installed for their protection. The man was ready to lay down his life to ensure the young master's mother was safe. Ian could only hope everything would remain peaceful in his absence. Just then, the man's son ran up, addressing him as brother. Noticing the mage's displeased look, he quickly apologized and called him captain instead. He had brought him an elixir. He already had an elixir from his father, but this one was his own special brew. The boy leaned in close to the magician and whispered in his ear that this potion was far superior. Ian couldn't help but smile, thanking him for the thoughtful gift. Although his younger brother had 3 more years of study at the academy, his talents were already recognized on an imperial level, earning him the title of Imperial Alchemist. His father acknowledged his son's great success, but insisted he still had much to learn. Ian, however, had full faith in the young alchemist's work. The boy asked if the magician planned to fly to the province on his enchanted mantle, but Ian knew better than to draw that kind of attention. A simple carriage would take him to his destination. Just then, his mother rushed out to see her son off, carrying a meal she had prepared for his journey. On top, she packed food that would spoil quickly. Beneath it, dried meats and vegetables that could last much longer. She even made his favorite bean pie. The son thanked his mother for her incredible kindness. In response, the woman stepped forward and pulled her son into a tight embrace. She begged him to be careful not to overwork himself and to eat well. Ian was deeply touched. A genuine smile spread across his face as he hugged her back, promising he would do exactly as she said. He vowed to return soon, so she shouldn't worry. With that, it was time to leave. He boarded the carriage and began his long journey. His family and the servants waved from behind. As he ate, he gazed out the window, praying with all his might that even in a place his power couldn't reach, his mother would remain safe. The crowd began to scatter, but his mother stood there watching until the carriage vanished from sight. A grand mansion with powerful security, a city with a low crime rate and mana traps that only Douglas, his mother, and Leo could command. Surely it would be enough to protect his family. It had been 25 years since he last set foot in the Perk province. Back then, in his past life, a horrific battle had unfolded there. Monsters swarmed from every direction, launching a relentless assault on their city. The commander ordered his soldiers to bring him 100 monster corpses. Until that order was fulfilled, not a single one of them should even think about dying. The knights did as they were told, charging headfirst into the monstrous horde. Suddenly, a knight on horseback galloped towards the captain, his face pale, with terror. He frantically reported that they were being ambushed by a massive group of orcs directly from the rear. The commander was in disbelief. How was this possible? How did they slip past their defenses? The second and third squads were to hold their position with the magicians. The first squad would advance with him. The army thundered towards the city's defense, facing a monstrous horde. These beasts may be powerful, but they follow a predictable pattern. For veteran soldiers, they were merely a hurdle. But for the fresh recruits, the orcs were a wall of despair. The captain prayed they weren't too late. As he spurred his horse onward, snow began to drift from the heavens. But snow in the east, impossible. Suddenly, towering walls of ice erupted from the ground before them. Frozen within the crystal prisons were countless orcs. The sight terrified the soldiers, yet it had halted the monstrous wave. No one could comprehend what just happened. Then, atop one of the ice spires, a lone figure stood his presence commanding the battlefield. With a flick of his cloak, he vanished from sight. An eerie silence fell over the war zone, broken only by the sound of ice. Shards of ice impaled the monsters, while others were sealed in massive tombs, unable to move. A young man descended, and instantly spears were pointed his way. The soldiers demanded he reveal his identity. The man simply stated the obvious. He knew they needed help, so he came. The captain and his army were speechless. The man lowered his hood, introducing himself as Ian Page, the Archmage of the Ivory Tower. The captain was utterly stunned. Could this truly be the legendary mage from the northern village of Marion? He couldn't believe it. The man before him was so young, whispers told of a boy who cleared Mount Mogin of goblins in his youth. It was an absolute honor. The captain was honored to meet him, just as Ian was honored to meet the East's greatest warrior, Seneth Peric. As they shook hands, the captain asked if the weary mage could spare a moment for an old soldier. There were urgent matters to discuss. The troops and the newcomer left the frozen battlefield, returning to the city's fortress. Inside the captain's quarters, the warrior confessed he never expected the monsters to return with such vengeance. He never imagined they would attack in such overwhelming numbers. Their enemies fought with an unnatural ferocity today. He believed great changes were unfolding in the grasslands. If that wasn't the case, then surely the Archmage knew of their desperate pleas. They had sent petitions to both the Imperial Palace and the Ivory Tower, begging for reinforcements and supplies. From the tower, they requested the Archmage himself. In this dire situation, only a mage of the highest caliber could turn the tide. That miraculous wall of ice which had appeared from nothing had stopped the monsters cold. It would buy them precious time. But as Ian understood that time was dangerously limited, they had been fighting this war for too long. The invasions were endless. Food was running out, and their ranks of soldiers grew thinner by the day. If their petitions had been answered, they would have had the strength to fight on. But it seemed the palace had turned a deaf ear to their pleas. The tower, however, had sent their ultimate weapon. Ian understood the situation perfectly. The ice wall would hold for about 10 days, assuming the monsters don't find another path. They were safe for now. During this time, Ian declared he would venture into the Great Meadows alone. He had to find the source of this plague and extinguish it. Ian's confidence was absolute, but the captain was skeptical. The province had battled on these lands for years, yet they could never discover where the tide of monsters originated. All they knew was that countless species fought as one with a single terrifying goal, the annihilation of humanity. And it wasn't just the Green River Empire suffering. The Sorcerer Empire to the north and the Kingdom of Lo to the west were also under siege. Those nations had narrow, treacherous roads, so their damages were less severe. But for Green River, there was only one path, the Canyon of the Great Snake. That was the choke point where the monsters almost always appeared. But something was strange. To the south lay the Aten Kingdom, home to the Aboriginal tribes who remained completely untouched. Ian pointed to their village on the map. It was as if some unseen force repelled the monsters from their lands. The captain suspected the south held the key to these attacks. But his soldiers could never reach it thanks to the relentless onslaught pouring from the canyon. Ian contemplated this. In his past life, there was no invasion on this scale. Something was different. He agreed instantly. His destination would be the kingdom of the Aborigines. Their nation was led by a great shaman. A man like that would surely hold the answers. The captain asked if the Archmage could truly reason with him. Ian's resolve was unshakable. As night blanketed the province in a sky full of stars, Ian stood in the cool air looking up. He knew that legendary artifact had to be here. The staff of the great bows, wielded by the Aboriginal shaman. He remembered it well, carved from rare iron birchwood. 3 years prior, a coalition was formed. The Green River Empire, the Sorcerer Empire, and the Kingdom of Lo joined forces to wipe out the monsters in the Great Bows. Since most of the creatures emerged from that region, the states had agreed to divide the territory among themselves. But in his previous life, the great shaman vanished, and the Aborigines were tragically enslaved. None of this was supposed to be happening. A single returner could shift the very course of history, becoming the catalyst for the mystifying invasions of the Great Meadows. we find a lone magician trekking across a barren desert, the ancestral home of the native tribes. But something was wrong. Why was it so eerily quiet? The north crawled with monsters, yet not a single one stirred here. They had attacked Perch, but completely bypassed this region. Moving deeper, he spotted a group of warriors. They were wary of the intruder. The uninvited guest, Ian raised his hands, showing he was unarmed. He wasn't an enemy, but a mage from the Green River Empire. His fluency in their native tongue only heightened their suspicion. But the magician had no time for pleasantries. He needed to find their shaman. The warriors were stunned. He was seeking the Shaman King, a title whose authority rivaled even the master of the tower. A shaman is a being born with a heart and mind of pure mana. But despite this, they are not mages. At the peak of their hierarchy sits the king. Ian explained his mission to investigate the monsters plaguing the north. He was certain their leader knew the truth. A warrior thrust his weapon against the magician's throat, declaring he had crossed a sacred line. Who was he to demand an audience with the king? He was warned to leave, or his nonsensical chatter would end with him as a sacrifice to the spirit of the Great Meadows. But did they really think he would just obey? Their arrogance ignited his anger. Enraged, the warriors charged. The magician simply summoned an ice spear, a weapon of pure frost appearing in his hands. With a single elegant swing, he sliced off the tip of his enemy's weapon. Then he issued a chilling warning. Heads would be the next to roll. They could avoid all this bloodshed if they just led him to their king. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. It was the king himself, wondering why this outsider sought him. The warriors froze, shocked by his sudden arrival. By the captain's reaction, this had to be the Shaman King. Ian was surprised the old man came in person, but he wasted no time getting straight to the point. Monsters were ravaging 3 bordering states, lands they had never touched before. He was convinced the old king knew the reason for this sudden change. Raids are simply in a monster's nature, the king replied. We know nothing. The magician knew it was a lie, his gaze piercing directly into the ruler's eyes. His stare was intense. The mage would not be fooled. They had to tell him what was truly happening. The warriors bristled, angered by his disrespectful attitude toward their king. But the old man raised a hand, stopping them. Amazingly, his magic of deception had no effect on the imperial magician. This was unexpected. Very well, the king conceded. Lies will not work on you. The old man began to speak of a prophecy from ages past, a sea of fire that would consume the Great Meadows, a prophecy foretelling that their golden lands would be soaked in blood. It spoke of the end of their tribe, which had lived here for thousands of years. Their people would be annihilated, enslaved. The news was a heavy blow to the magician. They had no idea how to face it. The start of this war would mean their utter destruction. With no other options, life fell back into a familiar rhythm. Only their prayers gave them hope, a faint chance to delay the inevitable. But then, one day, a mysterious woman appeared in their village. She gave them a powerful staff and vanished without a trace. A woman, Ian questioned. Her final words were a chilling command. If a stranger appeared, he must be killed on sight. In an instant, the world around Ian erupted in flames as the dead clawed their way from the ground. My apologies, the ruler said grimly, but your life ends here today. This was black magic, an art banned over 300 years ago. It was thought to be extinct. Who could have known it still existed? And that he would face it here, an interesting turn of events. But the magician valued his life. He declared he would seize that staff of black magic. Take it if you can, the king challenged. It shall be no other way, Ian replied, his eyes blazing. Watch closely. His own magic began to surge. Meanwhile, back in the provinces, the lord was growing anxious. 10 days had passed since the magician left for the Great Meadows. Soon the ice wall would melt, and all their lives would be in grave danger once more. Lost in thought, the lord gave his orders. He turned to Adal, telling him to put everyone on high alert. Gather all units, prepare every weapon and catapult. Even the guards stationed on the mountain were to be recalled. The soldier immediately rushed to fulfill his captain's command. They had to defend the province and its people at all costs. They would become an unbreakable shield no matter what came. A thick fog rolled over the mountains. The catapults were armed and ready. Then the captain gave the order to prepare for battle. Through the distant fog, he saw a figure emerge. It was the magician, coughing as he stumbled forward. The man was horrified. Master, he shouted, seeing his condition. But Ian only looked up and gave a single command. No one is to touch the staff in my hands. Next, we see a brightly lit room. Ian's eyes fluttered open, confused about his whereabouts. He was in the local castle. It seemed he had made it back safely. Now, he had to deal with the staff he brought back. He sat up in bed, clutching his head. Bandages wrapped his entire body. Sir, you've finally awakened, the lord announced, entering the room. He had been lost to the world unconscious for 4 entire days. How are you feeling? The lord inquired. The doctor had ordered complete bed rest, but he declared himself fine, pushing himself to sit up. His first thought, where was his staff? The lord pointed to the chest.
Our magicians have sealed it away. It's a type of mana prison.
One of the magicians praised his immense power. The Lord paused, then added gravely that the Archmage's mana core was completely shattered. If he'd arrived any later, he surely would have died. But I must ask, the Lord pressed, what nearly killed you in the Great Meadows? The staff lying dormant in its prison was the source of all his troubles. It was a cursed relic forged with black magic by a shaman to repel monsters. The very words horrified the Lord. Black magic was forbidden, a power that had vanished 300 years ago. He assumed the shaman was the culprit. But the Archmage revealed someone else crafted it, a mastermind he had yet to identify. When the shaman died, the black magic began to decay, turning the monsters on the staff's new owner. It was a curse designed to erase all traces. That's why I was so delayed, he explained. If it's so dangerous, why not just destroy it? The Lord asked. The Archmage's reason was simple. Because I like it. Before the Lord could process that, the Archmage began cleansing the staff of its dark energy, a satisfied look on his face. But in that same moment, his vision went black. His heart hammered against his ribs, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He clutched his chest in agony. His body gave out, and he collapsed. The Lord, terrified, rushed to his side. The Archmage was trapped in a vortex of pain. Crimson bloomed across his fresh bandages. Blood splattered onto the pristine floor. The Lord screamed for a doctor. But just as suddenly, the Archmage awoke, stating everything was fine. There's no need to worry. Nothing bad happened. I've just shed my skin in a sense. The Lord was bewildered. My mana heart isn't large enough to contain my new volume of power. This happens sometimes. This strange explanation calmed the nobleman, who asked if he was truly all right. The magician confirmed it. Internally, he knew he had to accelerate his class upgrade. His mana had grown exponentially. He looked at his hands, a fierce determination in his eyes. He could finally ascend to the next level. The Lord, relieved, still insisted on a doctor's checkup just in case. The magician thanked him for his concern. Now it was time to discuss pressing matters. While he was in the Great Meadows, a package had arrived. It was from the Magic Tower. They were meant to show him its contents, but he had been unconscious. Now was the time. Ian accepted the parcel, but the Lord wasn't finished. A messenger delivered this as well. A personal letter from His Majesty with orders to deliver it directly into the magician's hands. Why would the king use an old-fashioned messenger instead of a faster modern method? There must be something the tower wasn't meant to know. Ian decided to start with the tower's message activating the communication orb. To Archmage Ian Page, it began. Delivery was delayed so as not to interfere with your mission. We ask for your understanding. But the next words made his blood run cold. During his absence, something had happened. Robbers had broken into his home, thieves trying to decorate his inheritance. He couldn't understand it. His family was protected by the ivory tower itself. Perhaps you shouldn't worry about them. Rage blazed in Ian's eyes. They knew full well he would worry. Master of the tower, he growled. Calming himself, Ian opened the king's letter. Archmage, it read, if this has reached you, then fortune smiles upon my son and me. With the goddess of fortune's blessing, I wish to ask a favor. As you are on an important mission, you are likely unaware that a crucial meeting will soon take place in the free city of Deidre to decide the fate of the lands captured by monsters. Ian was stunned. Why so soon? The last meeting like this wasn't scheduled for another 3 years. Attendees would include the Crown Prince, the 5th Prince Ragnar, the Master of the Magic Tower, and Captain Duncan. By the time you read this, the letter continued, they have likely already arrived in the city. The Crown Prince has no support at this summit. I am asking you to become my son's right hand and guide him. In return, I promise your family will be protected by my direct royal decree. Ian closed his eyes, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. The negotiations in Deidre. This was the event where Ragnar's talents would shine. This was where he would begin to solidify his power, just as the Crown Prince's influence began to wane. Ragnar would prove himself a master diplomat, forcing the Empire to cede control of the monster-infested lands. The aristocrats would surely flock to his side, leaving the Crown Prince condemned for his utter incompetence. Cast out from noble society. Could it be that everything past and present was orchestrated by the tower's master? He couldn't say when the thought first took root, but the monster invasion, the shaman king receiving that dark power, a staff of black magic from a mysterious sorceress, and negotiations starting 3 years earlier than in his past life. It was all connected to him. He was sure of it. The raid on his house was a clear and direct warning. Ian thought he was only guessing, but now the truth was laid bare. He desperately wanted to return to the capital, to return to his family regardless of the Emperor's request. But for that, he needed something extraordinary. Magic not written in any book. A power unknown even to the master of the tower. He could only win by becoming a 6th circle magician. Ian turned to the Lord. Could he grant the magician's request? We cut to Demede, a free city belonging to no country. Here, among beautiful blue and white cathedrals, the Crown Prince ordered his captain to summon Ian, preparing an apology. He asked him to be patient. His Majesty had sent the prince to represent the Empire, a chance that could radically change his fate. The heir understood the weight of his destiny, but fear still gnawed at him. The captain knew who they would be facing. The other ambassadors, the owner of the tower and Ragnar. That very same Ragnar stood talking with the tower master now. A terrible feeling washed over the prince. In moments like this, the magician's support was all he could rely on. But the captain remained grimly silent. Across the way, the tower master knew his time had come. He had been preparing for this day for so long. By now, the young man was surely rushing to the imperial palace. He finally understands what drives people like them. Family comes first, no matter what happens in the world of politics. As he savored his plan, people pointed to the sky. What they thought was a huge bird made the crown prince's jaw drop. It was his magician Ian. His cloak billowed in the wind as he landed, offering a calm apology for being late. The crowd was stunned by his grand entrance, but the tower master thought it was impossible. How could the boy neglect his family? Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the magician's family was safe and sound. His younger brother was waiting for the captain to return. Because of a ban, he couldn't even attend the academy, and he was dying of boredom. His father told the boy to calm down. They should be grateful to be guests in the palace after all. He was also relieved that the mana traps had successfully dealt with those robbers. He was certain of their fate. The moment they touched such dangerous magic, they would have been instantly crushed into powder. He turned to Lady Page, trying to ease her worries. "This is the imperial palace. With His Majesty here, is there a safer place?" The woman's silence was a heavy answer. To break the awkward pause, he mentioned that a letter had arrived from the ivory tower. A guest would be arriving very soon. At that exact moment, the door to their rooms swung open. A voice asked, "Am I a little late?" The entire family stared in shock. The silent mother whispered his name, then jumped up and ran into his arms. He apologized for making them worry, but promised everything was fine now. He would protect his family. It all started last night. In the castle of Parisik province. The young man had a special request for the lord, who promised to fulfill it. All Ian had to do was tell him what he needed. With a hand on his heart, the young mage asked for his protection. The lord didn't fully understand what Ian meant. The magician planned to use a spell to send his body and mind into a deep slumber. If a problem arose, they were to call the local magician to channel mana directly into his head. That was the only way he would awaken. No one had ever officially reached Sixth Circle magic, so records of its capabilities were almost non-existent. Even in his past life, stuck at the Fifth Circle, he was forced to develop his skills on his own. He had to forge his own techniques or scour ancient books for answers. Without hesitation, Ian sprang into action, creating a circle of magic. With a brilliant star in the middle, his body seemed to split in two before he collapsed. The Lord reacted instantly. He caught Ian's body in his arms, staring in disbelief. How was it possible two exact copies now stood inside the circle? This magic was called a puppet show, a 6th class spell that allows the main body, the controller, to fall into a sleep-like state while summoning two dolls. These puppets were not only able to move freely, but could even cast magic at a 5th grade level. The Lord, holding the real Ian, spoke to his copy. The puppet conveyed a simple message: "I'm counting on you." We returned to the present meeting where the prince was overjoyed. Seeing Ian arrive swept away his anxiety. He offered his deepest thanks to the magician, who had appeared right when he was needed most. The master of the tower approached them. "His Highness has truly arrived." A report confirmed their success. Ian's work in the province was a resounding success, all for the glory of the Empire. But the job of an archmage is never truly done. So why was he here? He should have returned to the tower to handle other urgent matters. "Perhaps news about your family?" the elder began, but Ian cut him short. He held a letter not just from the tower, but from the Emperor himself. A direct command asking him to assist the prince at today's meeting. The old man demanded to see the letter, and without hesitation, the magician unfolded the imperial decree. The tower master saw it instantly. The Emperor was making a power play. But for Ian Page to neglect his family and travel all this way was unthinkable. Yet the seal was genuine. This was a direct order from the Emperor. "He is not permitted here," the tower master declared. The prince's face darkened. "Are you truly defying His Majesty?" The old man turned to His Highness. "This is about the fragile trust between our 3 nations. The number of attendees was agreed upon long ago. We cannot simply change it on a whim. This is about maintaining diplomatic honor." "What would our empire look like," he pressed, "if the prince suddenly brings an unannounced archmage of that level? Surely His Highness understands what chaos that would cause." Ian had to admit the old man's logic was sound. The 3 countries were bound by a tense peace built upon the ashes of endless wars and conflict. This new agreement was the only thing keeping them from each other's throats. A representative from each country, along with their escort and security, were the only ones allowed to attend. Their empire already had 3 archmages present, including the tower master. Adding another would shatter the delicate trust between the nations. Ian bowed his head in understanding. He had to concede this point. When it came to diplomacy and fragile alliances, the old man was absolutely right. The Tower Master thanked him for his understanding. "Return to the capital at once," he ordered, turning to leave. It seemed like such a long journey for nothing, but Ian was glad things were clear. "I will convey this to His Majesty," he said.
However, should one of the accompanying archmages need to depart, I could take their place, could I not?
Since it is His Majesty's personal order, a simple replacement wouldn't violate the agreement. The old man agreed with his logic, but who would ever refuse this honor? Just then, a man stepped forward.
I would gladly give my place to Sir Ian. Everyone was stunned, especially the prince. The Tower Master glared at the volunteer. Ronan, do you have any idea what you are saying? But the man was completely serious.
"As representatives of the Empire," Ronan declared, "how could we possibly ignore a direct order from our Emperor?" Ian was pleased. Ronan understood diplomacy, but as a citizen of the Empire, he dared not disobey his ruler. His solution would allow them to fulfill both conditions at once. The Tower Master's face contorted with fury, but he was trapped and could say nothing. Ronan turned to the prince. "I ask that you transfer my responsible mission to Sir Ian Page." His Highness beamed.
"Thank you for this decision in favor of the Empire. You may return to the capital under my personal order."
"I will even grant you an escort." The man bowed deeply, then turned to the magician. "You are now a representative of the delegation. In my stead, please approach this duty with full responsibility." Ian Page gratefully accepted the man's choice. Archmage Ronan. Ian knew of him, a man known for his honesty and integrity, someone who could be won over. He maintained a neutral stance between the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. He was a simple craftsman, who had completely dedicated his life to the art of magic. If Ian taught him a few new tricks, he would happily switch to his side. Ian understood. Ronan bowed and stated he was leaving. As the Tower Master himself had said, archmages who were not officially on a diplomatic mission could not be here. This checkmate made the Tower Master's blood boil. He once thought Ian was just a stupid fool. But was this upstart truly aiming for his position as Master of the Tower? He watched the young man cheerfully communicating with his colleagues. He had worked for too long to gain the Tower's complete power. He controlled its influence on all affairs of the Empire, and he wouldn't let some young man undo all of his efforts. From afar, Ragnar also watched Ian. He was silent, a mysterious purple pendant hanging from his neck, as a beautiful view of the city appeared.
Our hero noted that this was Demro, a free city not associated with any of the three great countries.
He stared at the luxurious gate, remembering that all sides had long ago realized its necessity. They had officially recognized it, allowing it to remain neutral for many years. The 19th mayor of Demro Anglo-Neville bowed slightly. He welcomed them inside. The prince approached the mayor, immediately asking, "Where are the other members of the assembly?"
When asked, he confirmed the guests were settled in their estates. Anglo then gestured with his hand
towards a luxurious mansion, explaining it was prepared for ambassadors from the Green River Empire.
The mayor glanced over, realizing this particular estate was reserved for a very special guest.
His Highness the Prince, a place used only by their most noble visitors. The prince surveyed the building and found it more than acceptable. He turned to the tower's master, asking, "Is there anything scheduled for us?" Leon bowed his head slightly. "Not for today, Your Highness." The Crown Prince's face lit up.
A broad smile spreads across his face as he replied, "Excellent." He waved a hand toward his entourage. "Everyone can finally rest."
But then he turned to our protagonist. "You, however, will come with me." Ian and the prince quickly departed. Ragnar watched them leave, his eyes narrowing. He faced the Tower Master. "I require a word with you." Leon simply bowed and obliged. The doors to a lavish room swung open, and the two men stepped inside.
The tower's owner stood with his head lowered, expecting to be held accountable for the recent events.
But Ragnar looked past him, his gaze sharp. "That mage, the one constantly orbiting my brother, is a nuisance." Ragnar's head snapped toward the mage, his glare filled with contempt. "I don't like any of this," he spat. Leon kept his eyes on the floor. "I understand your concerns, Your Highness." Without looking up, he tried to reassure him. "Do not worry, Ian Page is a fine mage, but in this arena, diplomatic skill is what matters." Ragnar scanned the opulent room, listening. "Magic will not save him here. I wager he won't utter a single word, because he'll have absolutely nothing to say at these critical meetings." Leon's eyes dropped. "Indeed," he added.
What could such a young mage possibly contribute when the greatest diplomats of three nations are gathered?
Leon then looked up, meeting the fifth prince's gaze. "Ian will be nothing more than a decoration, just as we planned. He will be the spectacle of today's meeting." Ragnar shut his eyes, simmering with rage. "I understand," he conceded. "But this feeling of unease refuses to leave me." Every attempt to win Ian to his side had been a complete failure. An image of the protagonist walking away flashed in his mind. "If left unchecked, he will become a major obstacle to my future." The fifth prince's eyes shot back to the mage. "I trust you will deal with him, as swiftly as possible." The Tower Master bowed deeply. "Do not worry, Your Highness. Everything will be taken care of." Leon stared out the window, his voice low. "Everything will be exactly as you wish?" Meanwhile, the Crown Prince collapsed onto a sofa. Now this is a magnificent room, he declared. I hear Deidre has a vibrant nightlife. We must see a show. The prince yawned dramatically. Can we buy some new clothes for the occasion? As the captain called for servants, our main character spoke up. Cutting through the chatter, he called out his name. The prince looked over, startled by the interruption. A nervous energy filled the air. What is it? The prince frowned. Why are you staring at me like that? Ian lowered his head slightly, scratching his cheek. Does your highness truly understand why we've come here? His eyes fixed on the grand chandelier above. I am to speak at the summit of the three nations, as the official representative of the entire Green River Empire. Ian's gaze hardened as he faced the prince. He threw his hands up in exasperation. We did not come all this way just to have fun. The prince's cheerful mood vanished. Forget about partying tonight, he mumbled. But we still have plenty of time. Ian's patience snapped. No, he yelled. We will prepare and we will start right now. The prince shot Oliver a desperate look. But the captain simply looked away. A moment later, Ian's expression softened. Your highness is the head of this delegation. You will be granted the right to speak first. If you say nothing, that right will be forfeited. To the fifth prince? The prince stared at the floor. I know. My father. Let's just be direct. The chances that the fifth prince is perfectly prepared to seize everyone's attention are incredibly high. Is that what you want? Ian pressed. The prince sighed, closing his eyes. Of course not. He slumped into a chair. But I know nothing of international relations, the military territorial divisions. Slavery? No one ever taught me diplomacy. I don't understand any of these complex issues. Our main character observed him thoughtfully. The prince then looked up, a faint, knowing smile on his face, wondering if it was wiser to remain a silent observer. Speaking foolishly before these powerful figures was not an option. Ian watched. Ian studied him, wondering if this was just a desperate attempt to escape reality. But that was impossible. The main character's gaze shifted, and a critical realization struck him. The crown prince was the key to overthrowing the fifth prince. An image of a crowned Ragnar flashed through Ian's mind. Our hero narrowed his eyes, bowing his head slightly as he declared the prince must become the star of this meeting. The prince stared back, utterly bewildered. How could he possibly manage that? With a snap of his fingers, Ian's plan formed. He would give the crown prince a chance and the tools to succeed. A quill of pure mana materialized from thin air. His Majesty asked me to be your support, Ian stated, thinking to himself. So you can finally prove your own worth. The magical pen began to scribe on invisible parchment. Ian explained, so you don't lose your standing and cede the spotlight to the fifth prince I will give you. Every single answer you will need for the coming debate. The main character closed his eyes for a moment. He raised his hand. A low hum filled the room as Ian decreed that from this moment until the very day of this meeting, he must. The prince gazed in horror at the vortex of documents swirling around them. Ian's eyes were like steel as he commanded, memorize every last one. After that, our hero carefully surveyed the luxurious building. A week had flown by. The day of the meeting had finally arrived. Ragnar strode along, the polished tiles with the master of the tower. The fifth prince turned to the mage, remarking that he had heard his brother hadn't left his mansion for an entire week after their last encounter. Ragnar glanced to the side. What could he possibly be so busy with? The tower master admitted it was strange, but the guards assigned to the crown prince's mansion reported nothing out of the ordinary, only that he walked through the garden, from time to time with a deeply thoughtful expression. Ragnar smirked at the mage. It was all so clear to him. Just then, Ragnar spun around and saw the crown prince, his eyes now burning with a menacing intensity. Good morning, he offered. Ragnar stood before him, asking how his night had been. The prince met his gaze calmly. It was adequate, came the cool reply. Ragnar's lips curled into a smirk. That's good to hear. The fifth prince eyed his brother carefully. I'm heading to the meeting room first. The crown prince began to walk beside him. He heard Ragnar's parting shot, we'll see each other soon. Just then, Ian strode past the fifth prince with unwavering confidence. Ian positioned himself behind the prince, facing his brother. The crown prince's fists were clenched tightly. Our hero noticed this. The prince stared straight ahead, a flicker of fear in his eyes, until Ian called his name. He turned, and Ian's voice was a steady anchor. Do not worry. You forged yourself in fire this past week. Ian looked away slightly. I am certain you will become the main character of today's meeting. The prince looked at him, his face hardening with resolve as he said, yes. A man stood near the sanctuary. Allow me to introduce myself, he announced. I am the 19th mayor of the free city of Demer in Gonal. The princes sat at a grand round table. The mayor added, let me be clear, the contents of this meeting will be recorded, and it may be interrupted at my personal request. I ask that you remember this. The princes exchanged tense glances. With that, the mayor declared, let the meeting begin. Ragnar and the crown prince sat upright, with their mages standing guard behind them. One of the royals raised a hand. the heir to the kingdom of Leo Maxwell. Vinoth looked across the table. As you all know, the path to the great meadows from our kingdom is treacherous. It makes trade and exchange incredibly difficult. He looked toward the curtains. In this regard, he added, we would like to provide support with elite magicians and knights, not with troops of soldiers, with money, not with military supplies. The Coldwood Empire has already agreed to support us. Maxwell's eyes swept across the other princes. You should not think too much on this. The Crown Prince watched him carefully as Maxwell declared, if the Green River Empire does not agree, we are always ready to reconsider our decision. Ian watched the prince thinking, so they started with military support. He sent a thought to the prince. Answer exactly as we prepared for this.
Ragnar shot the Crown Prince a wide predatory grin. A moment later, he cleared his throat, beginning to speak.
I shall speak for our Crown Prince. But his brother interrupted him. This is about supplies for the army. The prince looked confidently ahead, his voice firm. And before I answer, I would first like to listen. He gauged Commander Maxwell's nervous expression, wondering if the man feared their representative was not up to the task. The fifth prince. But the Crown Prince cut in, announcing that a true expert was among them. This was the perfect opportunity to hear his thoughts. Ragnar stared at his brother, stunned. The Crown Prince's head whipped around and he called for the commander. Duncan turned, agreeing to speak. Our main character slightly bowed his head as Duncan began. A solid start, he thought. Now the real challenge is maintaining this momentum. Ian carefully scanned the room. His gaze swept across the entire table where, in the background, they were deep in talks about supplies. One prince argued his point with unshakable confidence, while another, Muzel, placed a hand on his chest, responding with a polite smile. Ragnar sat rigid as stone, his lips sealed shut. The discussions dragged on until dusk began to fall. Ian observed every detail, sensing that the talks were nearing their climax. And then it happened. A prince clapped his hands. It was Hector Coldwood of the Coldwood Empire who extended a hand. He urged them to speak plainly. They wanted to divide the territories into 3 equal parts. But who could truly guarantee such a division would be equal? The prince glanced at the chandelier, noting that on such a vast territory, resources and soil quality are never the same. Why should some be blessed with prosperity and others with nothing? All heads turned. All eyes were on him as Hector declared his certainty. The side that loses out will inevitably seek to reclaim land from the others, which meant war between them all would be unavoidable. Ian's eyes shifted, a thought crystallizing in his mind. So this is it, he realized. The true heart of this meeting is dividing the great meadows between the 3 nations. Hector clasped his hands, stating his empire had no interest in this conflict. He desired to maintain the truce for many years to come. If anyone has a better proposal, now is the time to speak. Let us agree without bloodshed. After his declaration, a murmur erupted through the hall. Ragnar turned his gaze to the master of the tower, calling out his name. Leon tilted his head in acknowledgement. A moment passed. Ragnar raised his head, about to speak, but his brother's voice cut through the air. I have the perfect solution, the Crown Prince boomed, leaping to his feet from his chair. Every prince stared in astonishment. The Crown Prince surveyed the room, his eyes ablaze with ambition, and declared he would present his idea. Ragnar, utterly bewildered, slowly lowered his hand. Angelo adjusted his monocle, remarking that everyone was surely eager to hear it. His Highness the Prince of the Green River Empire. The Crown Prince leaned over the table. He revealed that within the Ivory Tower, the Tower of Magic itself, they have pioneered a new method, a technique to detect resources hidden deep underground and calculate their exact quantity, even across the most vast and sprawling areas. Ragnar and Leon stared at the Crown Prince, utterly shocked. A single bead of cold sweat traced a path down the Tower Master's cheek. How is this possible? He wondered. Maskell whirled toward the prince, demanding to know if this was true. The prince met his gaze with unshakable confidence. Of course. Surely you have all at least heard of the magician standing beside me. The prince gestured gracefully. The youngest archmage in our empire's history. Ian Page. He personally invented this very method. A wave of shock rippled through the hall, thick with disbelief. Such magic seemed impossible. Leon's face hardened with fury, his composure cracking. What is happening? He raged internally. We had the exact same strategy. To use this magic for our own gain? How could that brat possibly have known this would be the key issue of the entire summit? Leon's glare fixed on our protagonist. The prince stood tall, placing a hand before him, and added that with this power, they could create a resource map. A map that, among other things, would also pinpoint the condition of the soil itself. A vision of the map flashed in his mind. With its guidance, it would finally be possible to divide the territory fairly among the nations. The prince scanned the silent, contemplative hall. He conceded that the distribution might not be perfectly precise. But I believe, he continued, That in 10 years, every nation will focus on resource extraction. Ragnar's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, trembling with suppressed rage. He glared daggers at our protagonist. Ian met his furious gaze with unshaken confidence, as the Crown Prince noted that there was simply no better solution than the one he proposed. A faint, knowing smirk touched the main character's lips. The Crown Prince raised, his chin high, declaring, "And so we are decided." As the setting sun bathed the grand building in golden light, Oliver stood in the corridor, leaning against a cool marble column. The captain's head snapped up as someone called his name. A triumphant Crown Prince strode down the hall. He moved swiftly toward the captain, his voice ringing with excitement as he shouted about his victory. With everyone at the meeting now under his thumb, the Crown Prince approached the captain and declared that it was what a shame he missed seeing the sour expression on the Tower Master's face. A smug grin graced the prince's lips. He tilted his head, promising more details during their upcoming stroll. After all the preparations, they'd barely had a moment to enjoy the city views. With a sharp turn, the prince locked eyes with our hero. "You're coming with us," he declared. "When else will we get a chance to have some fun?" Ian nodded a sign of silent approval. The prince's face absolutely lit up with joy. The Crown Prince strode confidently over to the protagonist, placing his hands on his shoulders. "This is how it should be. Besides, you'll be an adult soon." He smirked. "I think you're ready for your first real drink, and I'll be the one to teach you." But his offer was cut short. A sharp voice called out his name, Ragnar. The fifth prince stood nearby, his gaze analytical and cold. The Crown Prince's jovial mood vanished. "What is it, brother?" he asked, his voice dripping with displeasure. The fifth prince placed a hand on his chest and bowed low. "You look magnificent today, your highness. I have learned so much just by observing you." He said his words, catching his brother off guard. A faint, knowing smile touched the Crown Prince's lips. He crossed his arms. "I'm glad I could be of help," he said condescendingly. "It's good that you're studying and attending these gatherings." Ragnar kept his eyes glued to the floor, perfectly still. The prince's voice boomed with authority. "Don't give up. Continue with that same spirit. If you ever need advice, you know who to ask." The fifth prince rose slowly, thanking his elder brother. Then, with a sharp turn, he vanished into the crowd. The Crown Prince watched him retreat, his expression unreadable. Shaking off the tense moment, he turned to his friends, his voice booming once more. "Today is the best day." Ian and Oliver shared a smile. The prince threw his arms around them, pulling them close. "We have to make up for a whole week of suffering," he roared with laughter. He then looked at the smiling captain. "You too stop standing at attention. No one here is on duty, so relax." His gaze returned to the protagonist. "Now about that drink." But he trailed off, his eyes widening. His attention was fixed on our hero's hands, which were glowing in ethereal blue. "What happened to your hands?" The Tower Master and Ragnar stared in utter disbelief. Before their very eyes, the blue light began to envelop Ian's entire body. Ian held out his shimmering hand. "It seems," he began, as the light intensified, "I've reached my limit." Fear and confusion warred on the prince's face. "Limit? What are you talking about?" Ian simply lowered his head. He closed his eyes for a moment. "Looks like you'll have to teach me to drink. Back at the palace." Our hero's form began to dissolve into particles of light. "I'll explain everything there. I'll see you later." The Crown Prince stared in horror at the empty space where his friend had been. The entire room was frozen in shock. The missing protagonist was all anyone could see. Leon gripped his staff tightly. "An illusion," he whispered in disbelief. The Tower Master began to tremble. "He was an illusion this entire time." Ragnar's eyes widened in stunning realization. A faint trace of mana was all that remained in the air. A wave of pure horror washed over the Tower Master. "He was just toying with us all along." A manic, unhinged laugh erupted from Leon as the last rays of sunlight vanished. Elsewhere, the setting sun cast a gentle glow upon the castle. A soldier entered a quiet chamber carrying a tray. "My lord, your lunch has arrived." The lord turned to him. "Just leave it there," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. The soldier's gaze drifted to the bed. "Is Mr. Ian still unconscious?" The lord looked carefully at the main character. "For now, yes." Several agonizing days had already passed. Ian lay still, lost to the world. "The magicians have stabilized his energy consumption," the lord explained, "and his body is slowly returning to normal." At that very moment, Ian's finger twitched. A memory echoed in the lord's mind. Ian's voice, a psychic message from before. "If a problem arises, send a mana signal to my head." The lord shot up from his chair. "It's time, call the magician." He turned sharply, but a faint voice stopped him cold. "It seems." Ian lay completely motionless on the bed. "There's no need to call anyone." The lord stared, his heart pounding in his chest. "You're awake." Ian slowly turned his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "As you can see." The lord rushed to his side. "How are you feeling? Does anything hurt?" he asked urgently. Our hero let out a slow, pained breath. "I haven't fully come to my senses yet." He paused, his voice strained. My head is splitting. I can't move. And my stomach, he gasped. What is wrong with me? Fear began to creep into the Lord's eyes. Does it hurt? Should I call a doctor? But Ian simply shook his head. He was just starving. The Lord froze, a single drop of sweat trickling down his cheek. An awkward silence filled the air, until the hero's stomach let out a thunderous roar. A moment later, it growled again. Just then, the first rays of dawn began to paint the castle in brilliant light.
Ian turned sharply as the voice cut through the air, asking if he might consider staying.
At least for one more night. The Lord's gaze was intense. He knew Ian was a busy man, but they wanted to give him a proper farewell dinner. The main character bowed his head slightly. He replied that the help he'd offered was more than enough. Staring at a fountain, Ian insisted he wasn't some grand benefactor. Just a simple archmage. He claimed any other mage of his rank would have done the exact same thing. But the Lord, hand on his hip, disagreed entirely. He tilted his head, his expression thoughtful. Anyone else, he mused, would have simply annihilated the monsters and returned to their ivory tower. To be honest, he admitted he had his doubts during their first meeting. A memory of the young magician flashed in his mind. Could this boy truly solve their plague of monsters? The Lord watched him, his gaze sharp and calculating. But he was completely wrong. In a mere 10 days, Ian accomplished what his people had struggled with for years. This boy possessed a special power, a gift unlike any other. Ian stood silently, almost bewildered by the praise. A smile finally broke through the Lord's stern expression. Before Ian left, he had one last proposal. The main character looked back intrigued. What is it? But the Lord simply returned the question with a knowing smile. He explained he'd heard that about 5 years ago, Ian received the title of Eternal High-Ranking Guest in the province of Marion. So why not establish the same honor here? Ian was stunned by the offer. He didn't think it could be that simple. The Lord laughed, assuring him they could easily bypass the usual formalities. Spreading his arms wide, the Lord made his official invitation. He wanted Ian to become an honored guest of the province of Perk. The knight's face grew serious. This was no mere gesture of gratitude. Their intentions were clear. He believed that even a 6th Circle Archmage would be overjoyed by such a distinguished position. With his hands on his belt, the Lord explained, this alliance would be mutually beneficial for both Perk and for Ian himself. Our hero closed his eyes, weighing the proposition. He doubted that such an important Empire-level declaration could be made so casually. But if the Lord was this certain? The protagonist met his gaze, finding no reason to refuse. The Lord turned to his aide, taking a ceremonial sword from his hands. I'm glad to hear it, he said with satisfaction. With a flash of steel, he drew the blade. Shall we seal our contract then? An oath to bind us for 1,000 years? As the blade sang from its scabbard, he grinned. Don't worry, he promised. This will be quick. He plunged the sword into the ground. Closing his eyes, his voice boomed with authority. The Perk family? The sky above seemed to darken as he continued the oath. Will stand ready to receive the Archmage at any time. Should he ever need their help, they would answer his call without fail. Ian listened, a faint smile playing on his lips. I swear upon my name, he declared, that this vow will be passed down through all our generations to come. He briefly covered his face and handed the sword back. I'll never get used to all this formality. If he had his way, he'd just say the deal was done. Ian chuckled softly and offered his thanks. Extending a hand, the Lord asked only that Ian notify them of his visits in advance so they could show him their land's greatest wonders. He truly hoped Ian would like it. The main character simply nodded, promising that he would. And with that, our hero launched into the sky, bidding farewell to the knight on the ground. The Lord and his assistant stared up in awe as Ian soared higher and higher into the heavens. Gazing at the rising sun, he reflected on how much his destiny had shifted in such a short period. He had achieved so much. A confident smile spread across his face as he brandished his new staff before him. He had even found a legendary staff, a relic of an archmage, that contained the lost art of black magic, a power that vanished from the world over 300 years ago. He looked to the dawn, his eyes burning with resolve. Upon his return to the capital, he would dedicate himself to reviving it. Suddenly, the quick footsteps of a woman in heels echoed down the stairs. His mother spotted him in the hall and called out his name. The protagonist turned a letter clutched tightly in his hand. With a sharp turn, Ian smiled and called out to his mother. Mistress Page practically flew down the stairs, demanding to know how he could just appear from thin air. Did he have any idea how much she'd worried? How badly he'd scared her? Rushing to her son's side, she gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. You're terribly thin. Mistress Page felt his arms, realizing he was nothing but skin and bones. Clearly, the people in the city hadn't fed him properly, for all his help. Looking him over, she whispered, You've suffered so much. The main character gently moved his mother's hands away. A lot has happened, he replied, but I'll gain the weight back soon enough. Ian slowly reached under his cloak, revealing he had brought something special for her. He presented a glowing blue orb. It was a communication sphere powered by Mana. He had a workshop on the Capitol Road, crafted specifically for her.
Now, even when he was away, she could always reach him.
The protagonist handed the sphere to his mother, gesturing to the matching one in his staff, and apologized again for making her worry. His mother clutched the precious gift, her eyes soft and full of love. Watching her for a moment, he vowed to stay by her side more in the future. Just then, Douglas burst into the hall, calling for the protagonist. The alchemist's son rushed out of his room, amazed. "What kind of magic was that?" he yelled. "I learned a lot at the academy, but I've never seen anything like it." Leo followed right behind him, just as stunned.
Douglas, his eyes practically sparkling, got right in the protagonist's face. "How can you be here in the capital and in Demare at the same time? Is it an illusion mirroring?" Ian tilted his head slightly. "Could you maybe ask one question at a time?"
He looked up, a calm resolve in his eyes. To put it simply, the protagonist stood tall, his presence suddenly immense. "I've reached the 6th class." Instantly, his words cast a spell of their own. Everyone stared at him,
Completely thunderstruck. Douglas held up a trembling hand. "That means you're the most powerful magician in the entire empire."
Leo slowly stepped forward, whispering, "I knew you were strong from our first meeting, but to this extent?" The protagonist's eyes softened. "Nothing has changed," he insisted. "Please just treat me the same as always."
A wide grin suddenly split Douglas's face. "I was planning to experiment with a new elixir tonight," he exclaimed. "Will you join me?"
Ian's gaze drifted up to the chandelier as he considered it. "Perhaps another time," he replied.
"Why?" Douglas pressed. Ian turned to him with a knowing look. "Because I've already been invited somewhere else."
And with that, the main character stepped into a lively tavern. He found himself in a crowded bar and knew he was in the right place. The Crown Prince threw his arms open wide, calling out to him. Ian's expression darkened slightly as the prince boomed. "I figured you already guessed. We're holding a festival in your honor tonight."
For some reason, Ian wasn't thrilled by the idea.
He forced a small smile, thinking to himself, "I came in my everyday clothes. What kind of banquet is this?" The vice captain waved him over enthusiastically,
shouting for him to come join them. He pulled up a chair for the protagonist, and at the same time, Oliver
pointed at the table, yelling to the staff, "More snacks over here for our hero." Ian stared at the mug placed before him. The Crown Prince slammed it down with a grin, raising his own in a toast. "Congratulations on reaching the 6th level." The prince's eyes glinted with excitement. "For this occasion, I broke out a special brew, straight from the Imperial Reserves. The best of the best. You won't taste anything like it anywhere else." As men struggled to tap a new barrel, the prince roared for a drink. Ian looked at the frothing mug. In his past life, he almost never touched alcohol. He took the mug, recalling how Ragnar was always against it, claiming it clouded the mind. The main character took a hesitant sip. Then, to everyone's utter shock, he began to chug it down, at an incredible speed. The Crown Prince stared wide-eyed. "So how is it?" With a loud thud, Ian slammed the empty mug on the table. He wiped his mouth and declared, "It's very good." The Crown Prince beamed. "I'm glad you like it." Just then, the man behind the counter called out, asking the prince to tell the story of what happened in Demare. The Crown Prince spun around with a massive grin. "But of course," he moved toward the crowd and began his epic tale with gusto. Ian watched him, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. The main character watched the prince's performance until a voice asked, "Need a refill?" Ian turned to find Oliver,
standing there with the bottle. The captain began to pour with a steady hand warning. "You better be careful with this stuff."
Seeing Ian drink for the first time, Oliver watched him closely, joking that if he got drunk, he was afraid. The entire knightly detachment might vanish under the command of his wild mana. Ian simply raised the mug, dismissing their concerns.
But our hero's head whipped around shocked. He never imagined the Crown Prince could be so casual with the other knights. Apparently, this was just their normal routine. Oliver poured another drink, a slight smile on his face. He explained that every knight here had sworn an oath of allegiance to him. They were bound by loyalty.
Everything was as it should be. "An oath and trust," Ian murmured, resting his head on his hand. Oliver's gaze then locked onto our protagonist. He took a slow sip, then declared, "Now I get it. This is why you don't have any friends." Ian shot up from his seat. "What's that supposed to mean?" The captain's eyes narrowed, a knowing look on his face. He'd
figured it out from their very first meeting. Ian turned, listening as his captain asked if he remembered their initial conversation 5 years ago in Marion, back when he single-handedly captured that spy. An image of a young Ian flashed in the captain's mind. Even at that tender age, he was already a third-class magician who had taken down a dangerous criminal. But you could tell from his expression that it meant nothing to him. He possessed absolute control over his emotions,
while others his age were still fumbling through social cues. The main character's grip tightened on his mug. Oliver's eyes fixed on his own drink. Added that Ian's face was an unreadable mask, like that of a knight seasoned by decades of war. Ian propped his head on his hand, wondering what he was getting at. He knew he wasn't like other children. Oliver smirked, lowering his head. He confessed that even back then he realized that a boy so young yet burdened with so many secrets could never truly make friends no matter how hard he tried. Oliver looked him dead in the eye, admitting he could see right through people. Ian's own eyes narrowed. It was the truth, and hearing it spoken so directly stung more than he expected. Looking straight ahead, our hero admitted, "To be honest, I had a friend, but our story didn't have a happy ending." Oliver began to drink, intrigued. He was intensely curious about the kind of person this friend was. The captain leaned closer, revealing
what he had pieced together over 5 years of knowing him. Ian tensed, a chilling thought crossing his mind. What if he was about to drop
another soul-crushing truth? Oliver leaned in, his voice low. "When I talk to you," he said, "I can't shake the feeling that I'm speaking to a fully grown man." Ian quietly closed his eyes. The captain's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. Glancing into the night, Ian decided to play along. "To be honest," he said, "I'm actually 48 years old. I use magic
to maintain my youth." Oliver stared at him, his face a mask of pure horror. Our protagonist then admitted it was a joke.
A wide grin spread across his face. "You said it yourself, Captain. I'm not good with people, so my jokes are still a bit rusty." Oliver stared for a moment longer, before a smile broke through. The captain's face lit up. "In that case," he boomed,
"I, the generous captain of the knights, shall forgive you." Ian grinned back, offering his thanks. As deep night fell, a quiet evening settled over the city, with only the lively sounds of the bar breaking the silence. Our main character stumbled out, clutching his head. He'd definitely overdone it. Even in his past life, he'd never drunk this much. As he steadied himself, a voice called out to him. Turning, he saw the deputy captain squatting near the entrance. The main character walked down the steps, approaching the deputy. "What are you doing out here?" he asked. The man replied simply, "I can't handle my liquor. 1 glass and I'm done for." The deputy captain looked up at him. "Just needed some air," he explained. "What about you?" Our hero leaned against the building, lowering his head with a heavy sigh. "Same here," he replied. "I'm not used to nights like these." Ian turned his head, studying him intently. Paul Renz, the deputy captain of the Knights. In his past life, he was the most skilled swordsman, after the captain himself. Ian watched Paul carefully, his mind racing. Though he came from humble beginnings, his loyalty to the crown was absolute. That loyalty made him one of the most trusted confidants of both the crown prince and the captain. The deputy captain turned to him. "So was that your first time trying alcohol? What did you think?" Our main character closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Not bad," he answered. "I think I could get used to evenings like this." In that moment, Paul beamed, his eyes crinkling shut. "I'm glad to hear it," he exclaimed. "Everyone is so grateful for your help." "The Knights can't stop talking about you, and we haven't seen His Highness this happy in a very long time. It's all thanks to you." A small grin touched Ian's lips. He glanced away, offering his thanks for the kind words. A vision of the sharply dressed crown prince flashed in his mind as Ian added, "I only give them a small push. We all move forward together." The prince's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at our main character. "You seem pleased," he remarked. Ian offered a slight smile and replied, "I shall take that as a compliment." Paul looked at him, utterly astonished. Ian turned his head, intrigued. "What is it?" he asked. Paul confessed, "I just never thought you could smile like that." The main character gazed into the dark night sky, completely puzzled by his words. In the next moment, a man burst out of the tavern, spotted the two of them, and bellowed, "There he is! The deputy captain!" he yelled. A look of weary dread washed over Paul's face as the man continued, "His Highness is calling for you. He says if you keep dodging drinks, he'll have you demoted." Paul sighed. "This is getting to be too much." The deputy captain slowly got to his feet. He turned to our protagonist and apologized. "Sorry, I have to go back." Ian met his apology with a knowing smile, hearing him grumble that the crown prince was surely pouring another round. "You'd better go check for yourself," Ian suggested. The main character's gaze lingered on a tree for a moment before he began to walk away briskly. Ian approached a railing and rested his hands on it. He stared out at the city, realizing in his heart that now, the memories of his past life no longer felt like a heavy chain around his soul. His mind flashed back to a different time. He saw himself standing in a field gazing at a sunset. Then he saw visions of the crown prince living it up inside the bar. Ian pondered his choices and the profound changes they had caused. A vision of a sad Ragnar appeared in his thoughts. The prince was looking out a window, and Ian realized they were all completely different from who they once were. He recalled Ragnar by a moonlit window, cautiously observing the world outside. Ian knew in his head that he could no longer understand that version of him. He saw Emperor Terry buried in paperwork in his office. Where would his decisions lead? Ian reached out, catching a single feather as it drifted by. He remembered a girl who was staring at a magical white bird. He saw his mother Douglas and Leo all sitting at dinner laughing happily. The image of his mother's radiant smile filled his mind. He knew now that it was simple.
to protect the people he held dear. The main character from his past life stood and stared into a bleak, empty distance. But now, Ian stood tall beneath a brilliant starry sky. A wide grin spread across his face as he thought to himself, I will live this life with a pure heart. In his mind's eye, a king's chess piece began to fall. He knew the game was just getting started. Meanwhile, the moonlight gently illuminated the fifth prince's enormous mansion. A voice drifted from an open window where Ragnar stood. His eyes were slightly closed as he lowered his head. Master of the tower, he asked, what is our next move? Ragnar then turned sharply, his gaze piercing the magician. I seem to remember, he said with a chilling tone, asking you to get rid of him before he became a nuisance. So what is this? Leon stood with his head bowed and eyes shut tight. You are right, your highness. The fifth prince studied the magician intently. Is that all you have to say? He demanded. You begged me to wait. You promised to remove him. And what has that led to? What are you doing now? Ragnar turned to face the tower's master, his eyes blazing with fury. In this current situation, he is our single greatest obstacle. Leon began to sweat, the pressure mounting. His words had been a mistake. He only wanted to resolve things faster, but he was too late. Leon's head snapped up to face the prince. His mouth hung slightly open, realizing he never knew the boy could be so cunning. The tower master looked up at the chandelier, his gaze thoughtful. I will make no more excuses, he stated. Ragnar stared at him, exhausted. Then what is it you want to say? The tower master lowered his head to the floor. He closed his eyes and replied, This is the last time I will ask you to wait. Leon then shot him a sharp, angry gaze. Because now, he said monotonously, we are ready. From the shadows behind him, a girl in a black cloak began to emerge. Helen, the tower master said. Introduce yourself. Ragnar stared at her in utter shock. Is that the same archmage? The one who has been in hiding for all these years? Fear began to creep into the fifth prince's eyes. She slowly removed her hood. Taking it off completely, she stared at him with a piercing black eye and said, I am glad to meet your highness. Ragnar stumbled backward, throwing his hand out in fear. Leon immediately stretched out his own hand in front of him. The girl quickly pulled her hood back up. You should not be afraid, she noted. I am only a novice. Following orders. The tower master's eyes lit up with a furious anger as he added, and she is ready to do anything. All for them. A tremor of fear shot through Ragnar as he stuttered that he was the master of the tower. But Leon just grinned. The master of the tower? You say... Leon's voice cut through the air, sharp and mocking. Ragnar glared, declaring her a forbidden black magician. An image of our protagonist flashed in the tower master's mind as Leon added that both Sunni and Paige would soon bow before them. Fear crept into Ragnar's eyes, but Leon simply told him not to worry. With a chillingly calm gaze, he promised that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. The crown prince's throne would be his. As dawn's first light illuminated the ivory tower, Leon stood in his office muttering about the sixth circle. The old man's hands clenched on the table, his voice seething again about the sixth circle. A violent purple essence erupted from the tower master, shattering everything nearby. A plate cracked on its pedestal as papers were flung across the office. Leon stared at the chaos in shock, wondering just what kind of monster this kid was. His head snapped up, his eyes locking onto a figure entering the room. It was the magician he had summoned. The magician looked up, his own eyes widening in surprise at the state of the tower master and the destruction around him. Leon stood amidst the mess of scattered papers and broken shards. He offered a slight smile, acknowledging that Marco had arrived. Marco moved closer, his hands folded respectfully, and asked what had happened. Leon simply replied that it was nothing. He gently took one of his own hands, his eyes closing as a faint smile touched his lips. I remember the first time I saw you, he mused. 20 years have passed since that day. You were so small then. Marco stood listening intently as the tower master spoke, hearing him recall the memory as if it were yesterday. Leon glanced away, his gaze falling to the floor. Just an abandoned child, wrapped in a scrap of cloth. The tower master looked towards a lamp in the corner, his voice filled with nostalgia. You twisted and turned, reaching your tiny hands towards me. I'll never forget the joy I felt in that moment. He turned back to Marco, adding with a knowing look. I knew then that child was destined not just for magic, but to become an official archmage. Who could have imagined it? I'm so proud of you. A wide smile broke across Marco's face. It is all thanks to the tower master's wisdom, he said. To repay even a fraction of your mercy, I would do anything. Leon's smile turned into a grin as he held out a hand. You are like a son to me. What talk is this of repayment? The tower master leaned on the table, his eyes fixed on the magician before him. To be honest, he began, I called you here because I have a favor to ask. Marco bowed low. If you are not busy, come to my home tonight, Leon requested. Of course, Marco replied, as you wish. Leon's smile was laced with cunning as he thanked the young man, saying he would be waiting. Darkness had fallen outside. The city was asleep, not a single light in any window. Suddenly, the door to a tavern swung open with force. The bartender, who was busy wiping a mug, turned to say, "Welcome," but the words died in his throat.
Standing in the doorway was our main character. It's the Archmage of the Ivory Tower himself, Ian Page.
Ian strode quickly toward the bar, pulling back his hood. "You know me?" he asked. The bartender spread his hands. "There isn't a soul in this establishment who hasn't heard of you." He then gave a deep, respectful bow. "Thank you for gracing our humble place with your presence." The man suddenly looked up, his curiosity piqued. "But why are you here?" Ian began to remove his cloak. "Relax," he said calmly. "I'm just a customer here to buy some information." With those words, our protagonist tossed a heavy pouch filled to the brim with gold onto the counter. The bartender's eyes widened with a greedy glint. "They say the tower's mages pay generously for what they seek," he noted. "I see the rumors are true." He looked up sharply, a grin spreading across his face. "This is wonderful." "What information? Are you interested in—" Ian's gaze was steady. He opened his mouth slightly, holding out a hand as he answered.
"Anything and everything related to black magicians." The bartender put a hand to his chin, his expression
thoughtful. "Shouldn't you know more about them than we do?" he questioned. The main character tilted his
head, closing his eyes for a moment. "My knowledge is merely superficial," he admitted. "I'm searching for
something deeper." Ian's eyes snapped open, his gaze burning with conviction. "It can be any kind of information, but I need to know something that the common person does not." The man's arms spread wide. A broad smile returned to his face. "I understand completely." He lowered his head, his eyes closing as he added, "We have Dell." With luck on their side lately, they gave this problem their full attention. The Tower Master leaned casually against the counter. He asked about the Order of Dragons. Ian's gaze hardened, studying the bartender. An image surfaced in his mind.
A powerful figure with countless people bowing at his feet. The bartender began to explain, his voice low. "It's one of the Empire's religious sects.
They worship dragons as if they were gods. Not very popular or widespread. But they've lurked in the shadows for centuries." A vision of a small village entered the bartender's thoughts. Their history began with a handful of believers in a remote village. Then a memory of a man preaching to a crowd. It started when a common tomb raider proclaimed himself the last descendant of dragons. He tricked others into believing he possessed special powers. In the bartender's mind, the crowd began to stir. Of course, many scoffed at the criminal's words, but over time, that small cult began to fester and grow.
A dark silhouette in a blood-red cloak appeared. The bartender continued. "Now the order is shrouded in absolute mystery.
No one knows its leader, its numbers, or its true purpose. And this secrecy has spawned countless rumors. Some even whisper they can bring the dead back to life." The bartender's eyes locked onto Ian. He raised a single finger. "I don't know if these dragon followers are real, but all the whispers and rumors point to one undeniable truth." Ian's expression tensed, listening with bated breath. The bartender leaned in close over the counter. "There is a definite connection between the Order of Dragons and black magic." His gaze was sharp, unwavering. "They also say some of the Empire's most powerful figures are secretly involved with the Order. Black magic, you see, requires more than just a sorcerer. It demands an inhuman price." The main character's face grew grim. He lowered his gaze, realizing the implication. "Which means there are forces capable of providing it." The bartender crossed his arms. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. "But since the sect is so secretive, it's nearly impossible to infiltrate."
Or even identify its members. However, if they can truly control people...
Couldn't they easily manipulate someone at the very top to achieve their goals? The smile vanished from the bartender's face.
"That's everything I know for now. We can dig deeper. And if we find anything, I'll..."
"Send you a letter." Ian turned abruptly, pulling his hood over his head. He cast one last look back. "Understood. I'm counting on a successful investigation." The bartender watched him depart. A wide grin spread across his face as he waved. "And thank you for the generous payment." Later, Ian's home was bathed in the cold light of the moon. He sat alone in the darkness of his study, his thoughts consumed by the Order of Dragons. He brought a hand to his chin. A chilling realization struck him. He'd never once heard of this organization in his past life. How could a cult centuries old just appear out of nowhere? His gaze snapped to the Shaman King's staff. A new theory sparked in his mind.
The shaman used black magic through that very staff. A staff covered in malevolent dark symbols.
An image of the Shaman King wreathed in flames and backed by monsters flashed in his mind. What if black magic demanded a fuel source far greater than simple mana? He looked away, his mind racing. Leon appeared in his thoughts, clutching ancient scrolls. Ian couldn't be certain, but it was likely the Tower Master knew about the Great Mage's ties to black magic. Perhaps he himself was connected to the Order of Dragons. Ian leaned back, a hand pressed to his temple. The world had warped too much. This was a far greater change than his simple return to the past could explain. The main character stared at his own hand. Maybe the world was always this twisted. He just hadn't seen it before. He brought his hand closer, examining it. The gap between his memories and this reality was widening. He pictured a cursed chest leaking black miasma. Was this because he used the dragon language?
Or was this a side effect of turning back time itself? Either way, it felt as though he'd opened Pandora's box. A box that should have remained sealed forever. Ian rose from his chair, slowly removing his glasses.
Moving forward with my memories was easy, but now I'm completely in the dark. He slowly pulled open a desk drawer.
From within, he retrieved a small, ornate box. Inside lay a precious medallion.
I have to be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room across the city, a light glowed. Leon spoke. My apologies for calling you so late. Across from him, Marco sat with a wry grin. He simply said it was nothing to be concerned about. A smirk played on Marco's lips as he pressed for an answer. Leon closed. His eyes for a moment snapped his fingers and began to reveal the truth. Marco whipped his head to the side, listening intently. The Tower Master averted his gaze, remarking that this was a secret no one else could ever discover. Leon rose to his feet, took a step forward, and glanced back at Marco, asking if he was prepared to follow. The young magician studied him, demanding to know their destination. The Tower Master slowly retrieved an ancient-looking tome from the shelf. A moment later, he opened it. An ethereal blue light began to seep from its pages as he explained this book would show them the way. The tome erupted in a blinding blue aura. Instantly, a shimmering portal materialized before the Tower Master. He gazed into its depths with purpose. Marco stared, recognizing it instantly, but Leon simply asked what was wrong.
Turning to the young magician, he stepped toward the vortex and commanded him to follow. Marco swallowed hard, his mind racing.
He couldn't tear his eyes away from the old master. Steeling himself, the young magician plunged into the portal. They emerged into absolute darkness.
Marco watched the Tower Master's every move. Leon raised a hand, casting a spell of pure light.
The sudden brilliance forced Marco to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, he looked forward and his blood ran cold. He saw a dark, nightmarish prison.
Leon stood frozen before it. Inside the cages were countless people, too crammed into each small cell.
Fear gripped Marco. He looked at the Tower Master, stammering that these people, they were... Leon shot him a sharp look, warning him not to be so afraid. They are merely ingredients. The words hung in the air.
Pure rage ignited in Marco's eyes. Ingredients, he roared. What are you talking about? These are people...
The young magician's horrified gaze fell upon one cell. He saw a boy with ashen hair missing an arm, and realized it was Chris. Leon lowered his head, his voice devoid of emotion. He noted that Chris nearly died practicing magic, just like almost every other mage imprisoned here. Marco scanned the gaunt faces of the caged magicians, hearing that they could have died from an accident or illness. He slowly raised his head, seeing more cages suspended high in the air. Leon continued explaining some were delivered from other states, while non-mages were simply snatched from the streets. The young magician lunged at the Tower Master, but Leon added that their lives would have ended horribly anyway. They were wasting their potential. Marco looked up in utter horror, hearing them called ailments creatures, unable to even reach the first class. The Tower Master stared at Marco, his grip tightening on his staff. He claimed that if he hadn't intervened, they would have been destroyed by indifference or by other mages. In his twisted view, he saved them from a life of shame. The Tower Master's eyes blazed with fury. He glared at the young magician, his voice terrifyingly calm.
They are only ingredients, he hissed, destined to serve the greater good of the Ivory Tower. A moment later, Leon raised
his staff. A crimson mist began to flood the dungeon. Marco watched paralyzed as Leon told him not to worry. Malevolent magic poured from the staff as the old master promised that their fate would not befall him. Leon's face twisted into a grotesque grin as he looked at the young magician, asking if he was like a son to him. The Tower Master slammed his staff into the ground. A torrent of black smoke erupted of foul magic that began to coil around the young magician. Marco fought back, but his eyes started to turn black as a guttural groan escaped his lips. The magic began to seep into his very soul, racking his body with tremors. Marco collapsed to his knees, his hands dropping utterly powerless. Leon began to slowly walk towards him as Marco's head hung in defeat. The Tower Master loomed over him, his shadow consuming him.
Stand up! The command was absolute. Marco scrambled to his feet, raising his head sharply to meet the Tower Master's gaze.
Look at me, Leon ordered. He stared into Marco's soul and demanded, Who are you? Marco stood unnaturally still and began to recite his answer. You are Master Leon, the owner of the magic tower of the Green River Empire. Marco's gaze was empty, his voice robotic.
When asked again who he was, he replied, I am Marco, a second-class magician of the Ivory Tower. A blade materialized, levitating over the Tower Master's hand. Marco added without emotion, and your personal assistant.
A dagger clattered to the floor at Marco's feet. The young magician bent to pick it up, hearing the question, Can you cut off your little finger with that dagger? Without hesitation, Marco silently began to sever his own finger. Leon watched, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he witnessed the act. The Tower Master lowered his head, his mouth slightly agape. "Good," he whispered. "Now, I can truly call you my son." The ivory tower stood amidst the trees, its surface reflecting the sun's brilliant light.
Deep within a chandelier, hung in a grand hall, and from beneath it, a new voice asked a question of its owner.
The ivory tower's archmage was on an indefinite leave. A magician in the crowd with his arms crossed noticed something was wrong. "He's shouldering a heavy burden, and he isn't getting any younger," one of the mages mused, hand stroking his chin.
Perhaps it's because of Ian. He's the youngest sixth circle archmage in history. That kind of genius must wound his pride.
The woman in their group extended her hand, asking, "So what's our next move?"
She turned to Perry, her voice low. The Tower Master backs the fifth prince, while Sir Ian supports the Crown Prince.
How can the two pillars of the tower stand on opposing sides? It's impossible. As if we have a choice in the matter. The one with higher authority gives the command. As Marco passed them, he overheard their hushed debate. Ian, seated with a tome resting on his lap, snapped his gaze to the door. "Enter." He acknowledged Marco with a nod. The young magician returned the greeting, his eyes fixed on the archmage. Marco's gaze was intense, his hands clutching the book he carried tightly. He had brought exactly what Ian had requested. The main character watched as Marco placed the books on the table. "Thank you," he said, his voice laced with relief. "I've been searching for these everywhere. You've been a great help." A shadow of concern crossed Ian's face. "Is the Tower Master unwell?" Marco lifted his gaze just slightly. "It's nothing serious enough to warrant your worry." Ian's tired eyes fell upon Marco's bandaged hand. "What happened to your hand?" he asked. Marco glanced down, then back at the main character. "A minor injury during magic practice. It's nothing to be concerned about." Ian let out a soft sigh, his expression softening. "I wish you a swift recovery." But as he studied Marco more closely, a sense of unease settled in his gut. Something was fundamentally wrong. This wasn't the same person. The Marco he knew was always more relaxed around him. He had the same face, the same voice, but it was as if he was deliberately building a wall between them. And this change happened right after the Tower Master went on vacation. Ian's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening. A crucial detail suddenly clicked into place. A memory sparked in Ian's mind. "We first met 6 years ago, didn't we, in the Marian province?" An image flashed through his thoughts, a younger Marco, battling ferociously against a horde of goblins. "If it weren't for you, then, the goblin subjugation would have been a catastrophe." Marco simply looked at him. "I remember," he replied flatly. Ian's fingers began to dig into the cover of his book. Marco gave a slight bow. "If there's nothing else you require." But before he could finish, Ian cut him off. "Wait." Ian rose from his chair, his movements swift and deliberate. He turned his head to the young magician, his voice sharp as ice. "That wasn't you at the goblin battle. You helped me during the Mana Aptitude exam." Marco froze his eyes wide with utter shock. The main character slowly closed the distance between them. "My apologies," he said, his voice deceptively calm. "I seem to have misremembered." In an instant, his staff materialized in his hand. "What are you doing?" Marco cried out in alarm. Ian thrust his staff forward without a word. A brilliant light began to emanate from its tip. A confident smirk touched Ian's lips as he uttered the incantation. "Grand Dispel?" A massive, shimmering blue seal materialized before him. Marco shielded himself from the blast of pure energy. Vile dark magic began to seep from his very eyes. He collapsed violently to the floor, wreathed in black smoke. Marco coughed violently, expelling plumes of darkness from his mouth. His eyes glowed a terrifying blood red. The main character watched impassively as Marco writhed in agony on the ground. Ian knelt beside the trembling young man. "Have you returned to your senses?" Marco slowly lifted his head, his voice a broken whisper. "Why?" The main character met his gaze. "You were afflicted by black magic," he explained calmly. "So I used anti-magic to purify you." Marco stared at the floor, the truth crashing down on him. A moment later, he scrambled to his feet, his voice filled with frantic urgency. "He must be stopped. You have to stop the Tower Master." Ian's expression was grim but determined. "Tell me what happened," he commanded. "Tell me absolutely everything." A lone house stood beneath a tree bathed in the soft glow of sunset. Leon sat peacefully sipping his tea when a voice interrupted. "Sir Ian Page is requesting your presence." The Tower Master took another slow sip. "Is he alone?" The butler bowed his head. "Yes, my lord. There is no one with him." Leon lowered the cup from his lips. "Then bring my guest to me." A cruel glint appeared in his eyes. So the bait has been taken, he thought to himself. A memory of Marco surfaced in his mind. Of course I deliberately tainted him with dark magic, he mused. A mage of Ian's caliber was bound to notice. Now, all the pieces are in place. In his mind's eye, he saw his grand device, a staff pulsating with dark power in the heart of a dungeon. "Even if I've exhausted my ingredients?" Leon smirked. "Acquiring a specimen like him will be well worth the cost." The 6th class magician Leon took a slow sip of tea, noting to himself that the world always held new ingredients to discover.
The grand doors to the room slowly opened. The Tower Master spoke without even raising his head. I wasn't expecting your
visit. The main character stepping inside offered a respectful bow. An archmage of the 6th class himself, Leon mused. To what do I owe the honor? Ian replied smoothly. I was told you were ill, Master Leon. Of course I had to come and express my respect. Our hero straightened up, placing a hand to his chest as his sharp gaze met the old man's. I hope you will. Recover quickly. Leon thanked him for the kind words inviting the protagonist to take a seat.
Ian and Leon drank their tea in a heavy silence, a silent battle of wills playing out between them.
The Tower Master finally cast a wary glance at him. I heard Marco isn't feeling well, he said. I was afraid I might have infected him. The main character's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't think so. Leon shifted his gaze to the chandelier, feigning ignorance. Well, that is good news. I always worry about Marco. He's so diligent he works far too hard.
Ian carefully placed his cup down. He told me an incredible story, he said, his voice low and serious. Leon's eyes locked onto him in silence.
The protagonist stared back, his gaze unwavering. He told me about a secret laboratory. In this very estate, a place where you carry out inhumane experiments using black magic. Suddenly, a chilling laugh escaped Leon's lips. Marco must be delirious, he said, closing his eyes. That's completely impossible. Ian's expression turned to ice. That's because a black magic spell had been cast on him. The hero's voice radiated a newfound confidence. And the one who cast it was you, the very man he considered his father. Ian, without moving an inch, glared at the old man. Marco begged you to stop, but you didn't understand what he was saying, did you? The Tower Master carefully placed his cup on the table. It's true, I have a portal to a laboratory. It is created by an artifact I came upon by chance. It is very convenient for an old man like me. The Tower Master began to laugh again, a hollow sound. But a laboratory for black magic? That's pure nonsense.
Leon abruptly rose from the sofa. If you wish, you can come with me and examine it yourself.
The Tower Master looked directly at our hero. Since you clearly don't trust me, you should see it for yourself and end this. A troubled expression crossed the protagonist's face, but a moment later, a grim smirk appeared. With your permission, then. Leon began to walk out, turning back. Follow me. As Ian slowly rose, the Tower Master lowered his head, his eyes half closed. I will show you everything, he added. As the head of the Ivory Tower, I cannot allow rumors to spread about the use of black magic.
The old man walked to a heavy red curtain and took hold of it. Then he tore it aside with a flourish.
There, a swirling blue portal pulsed with otherworldly energy. He gazed at it and declared, There it is. A book materialized in the Tower Master's hand. This, he announced, is the power of my artifact. Leon turned to the protagonist, opening the book. Blue light spilled from its pages. If you use the magic from this book, he explained, anyone can use the magic of portals, a power usually available only to the 8th class. Our hero stood silently watching.
Leon approached the portal and gestured. Please go through. Ian and Leon found themselves in the
middle of a dark, cavernous room. The main character cautiously followed the Tower Master, his mind racing. In his past life, Leon was considered one of the greatest masters of the Ivory Tower. A vision of Leon stood in his mind, the majestic tower rising behind him. He recalled that this was the great archmage who laid the foundation for the unification of the continents. An honest and dedicated person. He led the 5th prince to the imperial throne and was able to significantly increase the influence of the Ivory Tower across the realm. The main character looked forward with resolve. Since I was on the side of the 5th prince, he thought I too respected and revered the Tower Master. But then Leon stopped dead in his tracks. A sinister blood-red essence began to appear around the Tower Master. He called the protagonist's name. The old man grinned, a twisted look on his face. He stopped near his staff from which a malevolent red energy emanated. I too once wanted to become a hero. Leon raised his head, staring into the darkness of the dungeon. I wanted to save our empire with my own strength. I wanted to help the poor and the suffering. Leon looked at his own trembling hands. But over time, I realized something. He clenched his fist sharply. I realized I couldn't change everything on my own. The Tower Master's head snapped up, his gaze fixed on the staff. A moment later, he reached for it. This is a power that can make me a hero, he declared. Gripping his staff, he turned his gaze on our hero, sneering, You're not what I expected at all. Sinister tendrils of mana coiled around the Tower Master, lashing out to ensnare the protagonist. Leon watched with a cruel smirk as our hero choked on the dark energy. A particle of light gathered in his palm. This, he declared, is the power that will bend all mages to my will and save this failing. Empire from ruin. Leon's grip tightened, his smile twisting into a mask of pure madness. Its name is power. Corrupt energy pulsed through the dungeon as Leon glared down.
With a huge grin, he watched our main character become shrouded in dark magic, hearing a voice declare that he would
definitely become a part of it. Dark magic poured from Leon, flowing directly into the protagonist. Under my leadership, you will help this country and its people. The tower. Master's eyes burned with fanaticism. He ranted that a man like him and an old man like himself needed this power to become true heroes. Our hero collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed as the dark magic invaded him. Leon watched the torment in silence. A moment later, Leon raised his head and commanded, "Rise." Instantly, Ian began to push himself up. He stood tall, staring directly at the Tower Master. A strange twitch started on Leon's face as he lowered his head. His fists clenched. Suddenly, he screamed, "It was easy, insanely easy." He then thrust his hand towards the protagonist and demanded, "Answer me, who are you now?" Ian slowly closed his eyes and replied, "I am the master of the Ivory Tower, Leon." Leon's face froze as the protagonist continued. Ian's head snapped up. A sarcastic smirk played on his lips. "And you are a complete psycho." Before Leon could even react, a fist filled his vision. The main character landed a devastating blow right on the Tower Master's face. The impact sent the old man flying across the room. He slammed into the stone wall with a pained scream. He clutched his face, trembling, while Ian casually shook out his hand. Leon muttered in disbelief, "This is impossible." Our hero fixed him with a cold stare. "Didn't you claim I couldn't possibly wield dark magic?" Leon looked up in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ian's gaze was sharp as he added, "Since you never surpassed the 5th class, you couldn't know. Our strengths are on completely different levels." He slowly approached the fallen Tower Master. "Even when using dark magic, the 5th class, it remains 5th class." Ian knelt beside him. "Did you really think I would come here unprepared?" A slight grin touched the protagonist's lips. "Such a foolish mistake. It's so unlike you. Your haste was your downfall." Leon ripped his hand away from his face. "How did you—" But before he could finish, the protagonist's hand shot forward. A glowing blue seal materialized right in front of his face. "Mana drain?" Leon's eyes bulged as he let out an agonizing scream, his fingers clawing at the stone floor. The main character slowly pulled his hand away from the Tower Master. Ian rose to his feet. "Rest now. With your mana depleted, you won't be able to move for a while." He turned to leave, but then shot a sharp glance back at the old man. "And considering your age, restoration is going to take a very long time." The protagonist walked away confidently, ignoring the insults hurled at him. Our main character raised a hand in front of him and cast a light spell. The darkness revealed a room filled with jewelry and mountains of gold. He saw a huge chest filled to the brim with coins. He then turned spotting shelves lined with priceless potions and countless artifacts. The main character surveyed the treasure, then let out a small, ironic laugh. "A modest and decent owner of the tower, huh? Hilarious." He turned back to the old man. "Why does a man who can't spend any of this need so much treasure? You spent your life hoarding wealth instead of thinking about sharing it with the Empire. Did you really expect to take it all with you to the next world?" Leon clutched his head and groaned. He trembled slightly, moaning in despair. Ian turned away, but then noticed something strange. He began to slowly approach. A row of cages with people inside. Our main character peered in, noting their terrible condition in his mind. They were in a horrific state, but some were still breathing. Ian saw 2 lifeless bodies among them. He stared through the bars and made a silent promise. "Just wait a little longer. I'll help you escape from here. And get proper treatment." Just then, with the last of his strength, Leon opened his mouth and whispered something. "Chai-chas?" As Ian processed the information, his gaze slowly drifted to the old man. So Marco was only the beginning. Ian stared down the Tower Master, who stammered, trying to speak. Leon met his gaze with a twisted, malicious smirk. He gloated that his forces were everywhere, filled with assassins, far deadlier than Marco. Ian simply tilted his head, waiting. Leon pushed himself off the wall, roaring with fury. "Don't you dare play dumb with me. My men are on their way, and they won't stop until I give the signal." The Tower Master lowered his head, his voice dripping with menace. He added that he originally only wanted to make 2 simple points. The main character watched him, his eyes like chips of ice. He demanded to know about the attack on his family and on the prince. Leon slowly looked up, a sick smile spreading across his face as he proposed a deal. The terms were simple. The Tower Master extended a hand, saying they should just forget today ever happened. Leon glanced towards the portal, knowing Ian had no solid proof. "Who do you think they'll believe, you or me?" A wicked grin touched his lips. "You have no idea of the consequences of your actions. It's best you learn not to cross me. You can't even imagine the regret you'll feel." Ian's eyes narrowed slightly as he leaned back. "I refuse!" Leon's face twisted in disbelief and rage. He shrieked, his voice cracking with fury. "I'll kill your mother. I'll kill the Crown Prince." Ian calmly extended his hand, his voice a chilling whisper. "Go on, try it." The Tower Master stared back utterly stunned. He couldn't comprehend what he was hearing. Ian's smile was wide and predatory. He repeated the words daring him. Try it. Meanwhile, at the main character's mansion, the moonlight cast a serene glow. Ian's mother spun around as someone called her name. Leo stood on the balcony beside her. A cold wind is blowing tonight, he said gently. The alchemist bowed slightly, urging her to come inside.
But Mrs. Page shook her head sadly. Ian still isn't back. And for some reason,
I can't reach him through the communication orb? Her shoulders slumped, eyes clouded with a deep melancholy. He always lets me know if he's going to be late. Leo's eyes softened as he offered a reassuring smile. Ian is a 6th-class archmage respected across the entire empire. Even the most vicious criminals would fall at his feet and beg for mercy. There's no need to worry. But Mrs. Page's eyes flashed with emotion. To me, he's still just a boy. Leo flinched, then slowly moved toward her. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he prepared to speak. He bowed his head deeply. Please forgive me. Leo explained that he too had a child. He hadn't meant to downplay her feelings and asked for her forgiveness. The woman offered a faint smile. She turned away, gazing over the moonlit city. It's all right, Mrs. Page confessed her constant worry. I always think about the unbearable burden Ian carries. An image of her son flashed through her mind, standing alone with his staff and blue cape. He never relies on anyone, she whispered, always pushing forward on his own. It broke her heart to see him suffer so much. Mrs. Page wrung her hands in her lap, a nervous habit. I just want to help him to share his burden. She hated that the only thing she could do was sit here and wait. But Leo straightened up, his gaze serious. Please don't say that. He looked at her with the gentle expression. The reason Ian has climbed to such incredible heights is precisely because of his family. A memory surfaced in his mind, Ian suffering from mana poisoning. He had only survived thanks to his son's help. That's what family was for. Mrs. Page looked at the alchemist surprised. She always felt she was useless. But Leo explained that her presence gave Ian a profound sense of inner peace. He smiled wider. He always has you. A place he can always return to? That is what forged the hero he is today. Leo bowed his head slightly. If you'll allow me, I'll stay with you. The woman looked at him calmly. Until he returns, he finished. Mrs. Page tilted her head, a small, grateful smile appearing on her face. They gazed up at the sky, filled with countless stars and a brilliant moon. The alchemist remarked on the clear, quiet night. But as Leo sat beside her, something felt terribly wrong. It was too quiet. The usual guards were nowhere to be seen. A sudden chill ran down his spine. His calm demeanor shattered in an instant. Get inside now. Something was wrong. A sharp noise echoed from below. Leo peered into the darkness of the garden. Who's there? 2 shadowy figures moved through the grass, hiding amongst the bushes. One of them looked up, its glowing red eyes locking directly onto him. Leo threw his arm out protectively. Stop, right there. The alchemist gritted his teeth, pure fury blazing in his eyes. The others weren't obeying. An unknown figure began to approach the thin blue thread, and Leo saw it too. If you cross that line, the alchemist realized with a start, his eyes fixed ahead. He began reaching for the woman. He screamed her name, pulling her into a fierce hug and shouting, "Get down!" At that very moment, a powerful lightning bolt struck. The very earth shook from the impact. We see a colossal lightning bolt obliterate their house. The prince and his captain, who had ventured into the city, witnessed the flash and were terrified. They couldn't comprehend what was happening, or where such a thunderous roar came from. The captain was instantly concerned for his highness. He too saw the unnatural lightning storm and urged a swift return to the palace. But the prince refused. It's too early for that. Nothing has happened. The captain couldn't possibly imagine how hard the prince fought for his father's permission just to leave the palace and secretly witness the lives of ordinary people. With hands on his belt, the prince knew he couldn't simply go back. Besides, he had a question for his captain. The knight bowed his head, placing a hand over his heart, signaling he was ready to listen. His highness put a finger to his chin thoughtfully. He then asked the captain to teach him fencing. The knight was clearly shocked by this request. The prince, in turn, was rather embarrassed, asking to be taught just the basics. Is it that difficult? He wondered. The captain was still reeling from the shock. His highness wants me to teach him, at the very least, some stances. But the captain was suddenly pulled from the conversation. He looked aside, his hand already on his sword. The prince thought the training was about to start immediately and asked him not to be so hasty, suggesting they do it later. But this was no training drill. The captain ordered, "Your highness, get behind me." The prince's confused expression said it all. The captain then summoned the second squad of Imperial Knights. They materialized in an instant, ready to defend his majesty. They surrounded the prince, forming a wall of steel prepared for battle. Standing in the center, the prince was in a state of shock. The brave captain then called out to the hidden presence. "Show yourself!" A dark cloak materialized against the wall, followed by the full silhouette of a woman. It was her. the Archmage of the Ivory Tower.
Helen, a woman with fiery red hair.
The captain recalled that she had supposedly vanished a couple of years ago. What could she possibly want here? The woman remained silent, taking a deliberate step forward. The captain roared, "Stand still!" His duty was to protect the prince. First, she would explain her presence. After a tense pause, the woman answered, "Hayden, Green River, and I will kill anyone who interferes." Her eyes were chillingly empty. She had no fear. The captain knew this would not be easy. Without another moment's hesitation, he charged forward. He launched into battle swinging his blade, but the woman deflected his attack with a simple raise of her staff. As he got closer, he could see it clearly. The eye hidden beneath her hair was completely black. She leaped back, taking a combat stance. The Archmage decided to unleash a fiery explosion. She waved her staff and a volley of fireballs shot towards him, but the captain wasn't afraid. This was just like his training. Rushing forward, he sliced through the fireballs one by one. He carved a path straight to the woman who was stunned by his ferocity. She never expected such a powerful counterattack. Closing the distance, he pointed his sword and struck her staff. The girl managed to dodge and parry with her weapon. But without letting up, the captain leaped and swung down again with all his might. Just before impact, the woman conjured a barrier, a perfect shield against any outside attack. As expected, the captain's attack was repelled. He was amazed to finally witness this legendary barrier in person. He'd hoped to train with Master Ian on how to defeat it. The captain removed his gloves. It was time for some real practice. The woman stood behind her perfect defense. The captain can't use mana properly since he's a half-blood, possessing only a mana heart. But the mana in his very blood would be enough to deal with her. He was ready to show this woman. The true power of a half-blood blue magic began to swirl around his sword like a vortex. With a single powerful blow, he shattered her protective barrier. His blade touched the girl, piercing her defense. But he wasn't going to kill her. Not yet. The captain needed to know who the traitor was. Who ordered the assassination of His Highness?
For now, she could only pray for a quick death. Elsewhere, the owner of the tower stood with a magician. The old man was terrified.
What was this kid capable of? But unlike others, Ian's word could be trusted. Over the past 5 years, he had forged connections with many influential people. The old man screamed at the guy, but he only replied with a calm voice. Did he really think Ian had been doing nothing all this time back when they were in Dieter? It was he who sent those uninvited guests. This could not be allowed to happen again. The agents his father sent were either trapped or had already defected. In this world, negotiation was off the table. The magician had nothing to ask of the old man.
For his transgressions, the law would deliver its harshest judgment. He deserved to die, and Ian would see to it.
A cold smile touched Ian's lips. The ivory tower, the very thing the old man sold his soul for, he would take that too.
He never planned to go this far, but the old man had forced his hand. Reaching out, he offered the tower master's head.
Its true owner should be the one to protect its reputation. With those words, he unleashed a searing magic upon the old man's mind. Instantly, the magician saw it all. Why the old man favored the 5th prince and not the rightful crown prince. Even Ian once believed that prince should rule. But the old man was corrupted by a simple lust for power and wealth. It was a tale as old as time. As Ian spoke, tendrils of tormenting magic coiled around the master, his body racked with pain. But Ian felt no pity. He intensified the assault. The old man had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. He made the fatal mistake of threatening Ian's family. And for that, the price would be paid in agony. It was only right. Ian continued his merciless judgment. We cut to a sprawling white palace where the emperor's rage thundered. The tower master's vile deeds were now public knowledge. From his throne, the ruler's voice boomed across the chamber. He roared at the assembled nobles. The tower master had forgotten his sacred duty, seduced by the darkness of black magic. Using the bodies and souls of the innocent for his unspeakable experiments, the emperor slammed a bell on his throne. He declared that even death was too merciful a release for such sins. Forgiveness was impossible. Understanding was unthinkable. Therefore, the punishment will stand, the emperor decreed. From this moment, H.T. Lion is stripped of all merits. And all titles, he is sentenced to death. A murmur rippled through the public. And his execution, he added, will be public. His Majesty proclaimed that this man would be etched into history as the most heinous criminal of all time. If any of his accomplices or relatives are found, the emperor commanded, dispose of them immediately. The emperor's justice would be absolute hunting down all who knew of his crimes, and any other mages who dared to practice the dark arts. His Majesty would personally deliver judgment upon all involved. There would be no escape from this investigation. He turned his gaze to the aristocrats in the crowd, calling upon them to cooperate fully. Surely there were those who aided the Tower Master blind to the true consequences, he boomed. Cease your black magic and surrender. The only exception, he declared, is Archmage Helena, for her attempt on the life of the prince. A different fate awaits. Standing beside the throne, the prince lowered his head, listening to his father's words.
Even though she was merely a pawn acting on the Tower Master's orders, her own will was not her own.
But to ignore an attempt on the life of the Empire's future, that was a crime that could not be overlooked. In the name of the ruler of this empire, I sentence Archmage Helena to life imprisonment. It was a dark and terrible affair, but from this darkness, 2 heroes had been brought into the light.
Their great deeds deserve our highest recognition. His Majesty spoke of the magician who exposed the Tower Master's dark conspiracy.
And of the knight Oliver who bravely defended the life of our crown prince. The Emperor called for him to approach. The captain stepped forward. While the magician had been crucial to the investigation, and the Emperor expected great things from him. Today, the focus was elsewhere. His Majesty's eyes fell upon the knight who single-handedly protected the crown prince from a 4th-level magician. He was the one now walking the path to the throne.
Oliver stopped before the Emperor. "Closer," the ruler commanded. "Captain of the Knightly Detachment Oliver." He placed a hand over his heart and bowed deeply before His Majesty.
The Emperor praised him, calling him a true blessing upon the Empire. He didn't just protect the crown prince. He proved to the entire world that a human could shatter their known limits. He would be an example for the entire empire. Nay, for the entire world, and such service to the homeland could not go unrewarded.
Standing tall, the Emperor made his proclamation. "This knight is awarded the right to command every knight in this empire.
And I bestow upon him the title, Lord of Swords." A wave of shock washed over the assembly mouths agape in disbelief. This legendary title had not found a worthy owner for a very long time. For hundreds of years, no one had earned it. Magic had long overshadowed the glorious deeds of the knights. But Oliver had shown them the true importance of the sword. He had proven his unwavering loyalty to the imperial family and the nation itself. Standing among the nobles, the crown prince smiled. He knew better than anyone that this was the absolute truth. The Emperor hoped this was just the beginning, and so it began. The title Lord of Swords was a perfect fit for the valiant captain. His Majesty raised a breathtaking sword of gold and ivory, drawing the blade from its sheath and commanding the imperial knight to kneel. The knight obeyed without hesitation. The Emperor then approached, beginning the sacred ritual. "In the name of the first channel of the Emerald River," he proclaimed, "I hereby bestow the title of Lord of Swords upon the knight Oliver." The Emperor touched the blade to the knight's left shoulder and then to his right. He asked if Oliver was prepared to accept this legendary title which had waited for a worthy owner for centuries. The captain swore upon his honor and his very name to lay down his life in defense of the empire. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the prince confronted his father, unable to comprehend the logic behind such a harsh sentence. How can the imperial master of the tower be executed? He begged his father to reconsider. Did they not realize the catastrophic blow this would deal to their empire? The tower master was an archmage. His death would be like losing 100 mages in a single stroke. The prince argued this solved nothing the moment this punishment was carried out. Every neighboring kingdom would know, especially the jackals of Coldwood, who had long waited for a chance to expand their territory. They would swiftly conquer the Great Meadows and descend upon them while their most powerful magician was gone and the country was drowning in chaos. It didn't take a genius to see this was the perfect opportunity for an invasion. But the Emperor calmly explained that the Tower Master was no longer their strongest. The most powerful mage of the Ivory Tower is now Ian Page. He is the one who reached the legendary 6th circle. He can easily take the Tower Master's place, meaning there would be no issue. In fact, the Emperor saw this as a golden opportunity to elevate the tower's prestige across the entire continent. The prince fell silent, but his father demanded an answer. Am I wrong? Of course his father's logic was sound. This new mage could usher in a new era for the tower. However, the old master possessed a legacy of power and battle-honed experience. If he had joined forces with the new prodigy, the tower's golden age could have arrived at lightning speed. And that wasn't all. By pairing a young, talented magician with a seasoned veteran, both could grow even stronger. They would also constantly keep each other in check, which meant this heavy responsibility would be lifted from the shoulders of the imperial palace. Wasn't that a win-win scenario? The prince's words held a sharp, undeniable logic. He tried to continue, but his father cut him off. The Tower Master used forbidden black magic, the Emperor declared, and he researched it, though research was far too soft a word. Ingredients for his vile experiments were the very mages he swore to protect, and soldiers who had committed no crime. For the sake of his twisted ambition, he was willing to sacrifice them without a shred of remorse. This was a crime beyond forgiveness. The pursuit of power had utterly blinded him. For his desires, the Tower Master was ready to slaughter countless innocent souls. He even tried to corrupt another powerful mage, attempting to lure him to his side with the temptations of black magic. The prince closed his eyes, the grim reality setting in. The Tower Master was a vital figure in the Empire. The heir agreed that the man's actions were wrong.
But that forbidden power could become the Empire's greatest shield.
If it requires sacrifices, the prince continued, why not simply use criminals? Their lives could at least serve a greater purpose. The Emperor's fury finally erupted. He roared that this was precisely Ragnar's problem. The prince froze, bewildered. The Emperor's voice was deadly serious. This is exactly why you will never be my heir. Black magic is a poison that corrupts the very soul of its wielder. It wasn't for nothing that the great founder of Magic, Mitchell Green River, fought so hard to eradicate it from their lands. Have you already forgotten our history? The Emperor knew exactly what Ragnar was thinking. He understood his son's character and his vast ambitions. The prince was capable, yes, but he lacked the most critical quality of a ruler. A flaw the Emperor believed his son couldn't even see in himself. He had hidden it well until now, but at this crucial moment, that failing was laid bare. The Emperor walked past the prince, then turned. The most important thing in politics is the unwavering pursuit of justice and its absolute implementation. A true ruler must always remember that justice is a shield for everyone. If a leader believes some people are disposable, his reign is already over. The prince stood in stunned silence, and then he laughed. The Emperor was taken aback by the cold, hollow sound. As he turned, his father demanded, "What is it?" The prince explained, "That isn't the real reason you can't choose me as your heir." He finally understood everything. It was always about my elder brother, the son you showered with all your love and care, while I, Ragnar, was born merely as a political pawn to keep the aristocrats in line. Isn't that it? That's the only difference that ever mattered? The Emperor's face hardened with rage. How desperately the prince fought for a shred of recognition. Was it truly so hard for the Emperor to notice him just once, to look past his beloved firstborn, and see another son worthy of love? The Emperor might have even spared the Tower Master, if only his favored child had been the one to ask. But it was not. Consumed by fury, the Emperor's hand flew the sharp crack of a slap, echoing in the silence. His Majesty laughed a cold, cruel sound. Turning his back, he spat the word fool. Before leaving, he ordered Dumil to escort the prince to Ragnar's estate. He was to be locked away, forbidden from meeting or contacting anyone. The Emperor's loyal servant simply bowed his head. He accepted the command without question. And so the sun set on that fateful day. We see the estate silhouetted against the dying light. Inside the palace walls, Ragnar is imprisoned. Suddenly, the Grand Mage Ian appears before him. The prince was stunned by this intrusion, his mind racing. He finally declared he wouldn't see him. He ordered the mage to be sent away, but the door swung open regardless. Ragnar erupted in fury, screaming not to let him in. But Ian strode into the room, greeting his highness calmly. The two men faced each other, the mage's staff held firmly in his grip. The prince immediately knew this was the Emperor's doing, and he was right. The mage was there to investigate, to see if he was tainted by the Tower Master's dark magic. Ian hoped the prince would cooperate with the inspection, but Ragnar was seething. Today, on the very day of the Tower Master's execution, they chose to test him. The disrespect was a physical blow. How could they insult him like this? The mage explained it was a standard procedure, a routine check for the entire imperial family and all castle staff. Nothing more. He urged the prince to calm his anger. His highness let out a ragged breath and sank into a chair. He told the mage to get on with it, to check everything he needed to. It would be over quickly. Ian warned him that he might feel a bit dizzy or sick during the purification. But these were signs that the spell was working. His staff began to glow, and a great vortex of canceling magic swirled around the prince. He clenched his jaw, fighting a wave of pain. The mage paused, asking if he was all right. This feeling was unbearable for Ragnar, a truth reflected in his pained expression. But the inspector found no trace of black magic. He advised the prince to rest until he recovered. With that, Ian's work was done. He thanked him for his time. But as the mage turned to leave, the prince spoke. He had just one question. Why would a man as brilliant as Ian serve his brother, a man clearly unfit to rule? Surely he knew that the crown prince was not worthy of the throne, that so many noble families stood against him. But the mage's reply shattered his world. I do not serve the crown prince. This answer stunned Ragnar. He shot up from his chair, unable to comprehend what he'd just heard. What could the mage possibly mean? But Ian offered no explanation, stating only that he had to leave. He wished him a good rest and turned for the door. Because in this world, Ian did not serve Hayden Green River. He had sworn an oath of allegiance to one person, and one alone. He gazed at his hand, clenching it into a tight fist. That is why his actions now could only be called one of two things: revenge or treason, all for Hazel's Nightfell. Later, a servant entered the prince's chambers without knocking. He was met with a scene of total destruction. The man asked if the Tower Master's execution had been carried out. The soldier confirmed it. It happened this afternoon publicly in the main square of Green Rivium. Without even turning his head, Ragnar stared out the window and acknowledged he understood. He dismissed the man, but the soldier hesitated. "Don't kill yourself," he pleaded.
The prince just laughed a broken, hollow sound. Why shouldn't he? As the man drew closer, slid a single piece of paper across the table. He said nothing more, only pushing it towards the prince.
What was this? The soldier simply told him it was something he needed to see. Then he was gone. For a few long moments, the prince
Just stared at the folded paper. Finally, he picked it up. As he read the contents, his eyes widened. A flicker of hope ignited in the darkness. They still had a chance.
Meanwhile, deep within the palace's secret laboratory, all the survivors of the old man's experiments were now safe. They were being treated within the Emperor's own heavily guarded chambers. The Emperor himself conferred with the mage. Ian reported that the victims were slowly regaining their memories. They were also recovering countless stolen treasures for the state. Every person who had close contact with the
Tower Master was being tested for the influence of black magic. So far, no traces of the curse had been found.
His Majesty praised his subordinate for his excellent work. He still couldn't believe the Tower Master had been so utterly insane. The shock hit him hard. He bore a heavy responsibility for failing to see the truth sooner. The man had. His crimes were beyond redemption. Yet the previous Tower Master was universally respected. Who
Could have possibly known that behind that smiling facade was a true tyrant. Ian promised to report the full findings.
of the black magic tests and the ongoing investigation? They had an agreement, but the Emperor had won.
Final question, if he wouldn't mind. Listen closely, he commanded, and Ian readily agreed. The Emperor then asked what he truly thought of the Crown Prince. The question struck the young mage like a bolt of lightning, and he feigned confusion. But the Emperor saw right.
Through him, he knew Ian understood everything. A heavy, deathly silence descended upon the room. Ian finally answered that he could not
Swear absolute allegiance to the Crown Prince. What could that possibly mean? How could an archmage refuse to swear an oath? He clarified. He would do everything
so that His Highness could peacefully ascend to his rightful throne. He would always be there to help him and ensure he becomes a worthy ruler for the people. He couldn't pledge blind loyalty, but he was prepared to support him until the very end. The Emperor stroked his chin, lost in thought. The answer was more than sufficient. Then he
summoned his servants. They entered carrying a large, ornate brown box. His Majesty instructed Ian to take it. Inside
was the staff left behind by the former owner of the tower. Of course, Ian understood how monumental it was to choose a new master. Even if the successor seemed obvious, there were always political complications and hidden nuances. Usually, the imperial family would select the next tower master. But in this crisis, the Emperor decided to forego the formalities, appointing a new one immediately. The staff of the Tower Master was now in Ian's hands. His Majesty also
had a personal favor to ask. Naturally, Ian was ready to listen, asking what burden he could share. The
Emperor was certain his other son would not abandon his ambitions, despite losing a powerful ally. He knew all too well the depths of greed that festered in Ragnar's heart. If Ragnar took the throne, countless innocent lives would be lost. And yet, his father admitted he was the one who made him this way. Ragnar would hate him until the day he died. He pleaded if Ian could stop him and guide him onto the right path in his stead, he would be eternally grateful. The Emperor rose from his throne, and Ian, clutching the staff, rose with him. He promised to carry out His Majesty's will, then knelt before his Emperor. The man had placed all his hope in him. Ian Page had become the master of the Ivory Tower. The scene shifts, and we see the tower itself as its grand doors
swing open. As the hero stepped inside, he was consumed by his own thoughts. He stared ahead, remembering a time
when he too yearned to be a hero, to save the Empire, to be a mage who protected the innocent with his
immense power. With his strength, he could command legions, bring peace to the Empire, and give its people a happy future.
But his desperate desire to protect that power is what got him killed. Ian no longer wished to be a hero. He had only one burning desire: to kill Ragnar. He wanted him to die a terrible, dishonorable death, his name erased and forgotten by all who live now and all who come after. His entire existence was now fueled by revenge. We then cut to the chambers of that very prince, who was sitting deep in thought. Next, we see the Crown Prince. He greeted the new owner of the tower, but the mage remained silent. He hadn't been officially appointed yet, so such a title felt inappropriate, at least between the two of them. Who would have thought the prince mused that the little boy Ian had first met 6 years ago would rise to such a prestigious position? The prince had taken great pleasure in watching his friend's personal growth. The mage turned to the Crown Prince, stating that he was incredibly busy with the black magic investigation. The prince understood, having already been checked himself. Since there were no issues, Ian asked for permission to leave, but the young royal looked hurt. He had come specifically to see the magician. The prince pressed again, wanting to be sure his friend was all right. He confessed to having headaches and blurry vision. The mage assured him that he was perfectly healthy with nothing to worry about. But of course, Ian's suspicions were already running wild. The chance that the former Tower Master used magic
on the Crown Prince was terrifyingly high. Aiding Ragnar's rise to power would be easy if you could manipulate his main rival making
him appear weak and incompetent. Though given the state of the royal bloodline, that wasn't too far from the truth, Ian thought grimly. The prince then asked if Haley would be next to be tested. Indeed she was. He then revealed something to the magician before their meeting. Apparently the girl had been asking about him very often lately. Ian was surprised by this sudden interest. She asks how you're doing, what your interests are, what your favorite food is, the prince said with a knowing smile. But why this girl?
The prince didn't have an answer. Despite how close they were becoming, he got up to leave the room. At the door, he told the magician to answer her questions himself when they next met, adding that she would be happy with even the smallest detail.
With those words, the prince left, closing the door behind him. Ian thought to himself, the prince is growing up so quickly, his character truly grown, becoming far stronger and more refined. And he himself was striding forward, relentlessly honing his knowledge and skill. Ian was certain he could make him a worthy successor. Just then, a knock came at his door. He permitted them entry. It was a young woman. It had been quite some time since she'd seen Mr. Ian. He inquired after Her Highness's well-being. She was doing wonderfully, all thanks to him. He was pleased to hear it and gestured for her to sit. The princess took a seat, but then a heavy silence fell. She then cast a second-class spell, one that completely blocked all sound. How had she managed to reach such a level? The princess held up 3 fingers, and the young man was stunned. How could she have surpassed that class in such a short time? Even her own teacher claimed she hadn't reached that stage. Ian congratulated her warmly, telling her she'd done exceptionally well. Then he got to the point. Why did she need to use such powerful magic just to see him? She looked to the master, asking what she should do. He urged her to explain, because he couldn't grasp what was happening. The princess hesitated, unsure where to begin. So Ian proposed. He asked the questions. First, why did she hide her identity as a magician? As it turned out, it was her
father's decree. At the age of 12, Kevin had tested her for mana. Upon learning she was akin to
mage, he reported it to her father before the master of the tower could find out. Ian knew the law all too well. Once someone awakens as a magician, they must renounce all titles and become a servant to the ivory tower. This rule applied even to princes and princesses. Her father wanted his daughter to remain a princess, not a magician, so on his orders, Kevin concealed the truth about her magic, and she lived her life as before. But her power was growing restless,
threatening to burst forth. Ian understood immediately. She had been training in secret this whole time, and now she sought his guidance. Kevin was one of the few princes from his past life who had been successfully crowned. Back then, the princess simply wanted to aid her brother, who lacked any real support. But now everything had changed. Her brother had Sir Oliver, and he had the master. Her brother was on the path to greatness. Did this mean the princess no longer had a purpose? It was almost true. She
was terrified of becoming a burden to him, especially now that she was practicing forbidden magic. Ian saw the sorrow clouding her face and knelt before her. The girl looked up, startled. He told her that simply living her own life would be more than enough. The main character looked her straight in the eye, telling her she needed to live for herself, not for the sake of the imperial palace or her brother. The princess lowered her gaze, whispering that she didn't know how. The girl's head snapped up, her eyes wide with surprise, as he declared that no one is born with that knowledge. Ian remained on one knee before her, adding that if you live only for others, you aren't living your own life, but theirs. The protagonist's expression grew somber. He warned that over time she would simply lose herself. A memory flashed in his mind, a vision of himself in a past life standing alone in a desolate field. He spoke of being
trapped in a void of emptiness and dread. Ian gazed out the window, continuing that she must make
choices for her own sake and decide what is truly important to her. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as he looked down, adding with conviction that he was sure she would find her own way. The princess stared at him. Her heart stirred and she began to slowly part her lips. A new light shone in her eyes as she asked him. Had he found his own way in life, the main character was taken aback. He opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent. After a moment, he looked away with a faint wry smirk and admitted he didn't know. The princess began waving her hands frantically, looking at the protagonist with shock after he worried he had overstepped. She assured him that wasn't the case at all. A wide smile bloomed on her face as she revealed he was the first person to ever say such things to her. The princess's expression turned wistful as she added that she had always lived believing her life belonged to the empire. She never even considered another path. A moment later, her entire demeanor brightened. She closed her eyes with a radiant smile. and thanked him for giving her the confidence she so desperately needed. The main character watched her, a gentle smile gracing his own lips. He slowly rose to his feet, leaning on his staff, and said that if she continues to study magic, no matter what she chooses, that power will undoubtedly aid her. The protagonist glanced around the room, adding that if she could achieve so much in secret, then a magnificent future awaited her. The princess looked away, flustered. Her eyes darted around before she admitted she had a request. For him. Ian looked at her surprised and waited for her to continue. The girl clutched the fabric of her dress, her knuckles white as she began to speak. Then her head shot up, her eyes filled with a newfound resolve as she asked, "Could you please teach me magic?" The main character froze in place. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. A single bead of sweat traced a path down our hero's cheek as he realized what was happening. When asked about her mentor, Mr. Kevin, her face fell with disappointment. She confessed that he had nothing left to teach her. In her mind, Kevin's voice sweetly apologized. Suddenly, the princess clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and desperately begged him to become her new master. The main character simply stared at her. Ian considered her, carefully wondering what he should do. An image of the girl appeared in his mind, glowing with a faint magical light. He realized she must have talent to reach the 3rd class with such meager abilities. The last mage of the Imperial bloodline was Michelle Greenriver, a 5th class mage. Ian's gaze lowered, as he recalled a crucial fact. Very few people even knew she was a magician. If she was a high-class mage, she would be an invaluable asset in the future. The princess's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe it when Ian agreed. The main character lowered his head slightly, his eyes closed. He had one condition. His gaze shot up sharp and intense. He declared that when he needed her power, she would have to answer his call. Her face lit up with pure joy. Of course, since he was helping her, she would gladly repay the favor. Ian tilted his head, studying her. That was a very serious vow she just made. He couldn't understand what he'd done to earn such trust. The princess beamed, her eyes sparkling with faith. "It's because I believe in you," she said. The protagonist froze, completely taken aback. A moment later, a deep blush crept up his cheeks as he fell silent. She just kept smiling at him. After he managed to thank you, our main character suggested they discuss the details of her training later. But for now, perhaps it was time for a little test, she happily agreed. The main character raised his head, his gaze sweeping the room. "There are no traces of black magic," he announced. "You can stand." As he watched her rise, he offered a hand. "You might feel dizzy, so move slowly." The girl carefully got to her feet and thanked him. But then a wave of vertigo hit the princess, and she felt sick. Ian moved instantly to catch her and ended up pulling her into an embrace, shocking them both. The main character held the girl tightly, asking if she was all right, if he should call a medic. But the girl was absolutely ecstatic, her cheeks bright red. "No, everything's fine," she stammered. The princess then abruptly pulled away from him. A heavy, awkward silence fell over the room. The main character, surprised, started to say something. But the girl suddenly turned to him after he called her name. He then began to list facts about himself. How he reads books after work, how he studies magic in his lab, and his newfound interest in alchemy, thanks to the alchemist's son living with him. He explained he has no favorite food but can't handle anything spicy. The princess stared at him, utterly confused. She had no idea what he was talking about. After a moment, she tilted her head, watching him carefully. "What are you saying?" she asked. Ian gave a slight smirk. "His Highness asked me to answer your questions, though there wasn't anything that interesting." The girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. "My brother told you to do that," she shrieked. Startled, the main character could only nod in agreement. A pitiful look crossed the princess's face as tears welled in her eyes. In a flash, she turned and fled, completely mortified, wishing him a good day as the door slammed shut. The main character just stood there staring at the closed door. He was pretty sure he'd said something wrong. A stunning view of the city unfolded. Ian's voiceover explained that rumors about the incident between the 5th class magician and the Tower Master spread like wildfire. The Emperor Terry Greenriver personally warned the public about the dangers of black magic, urging citizens to report anything suspicious. Terry stood with authority, shouting a declaration with a sharp sweep of his hand. The protagonist narrated how he carefully touched the staff. The newly appointed young Tower Master Ian Page launched his own investigation into the black magic incidents to pacify the enraged populace. A guillotine loomed into view. The protagonist noted that in the Empire's history, the old Tower Master's name would forever be associated with heinous crimes against the people. Ragnar stood with his head bowed as the crowd behind him whispered. Ian explained that many aristocrats who once supported Ragnar and the 5th Prince had now turned their backs on them. The main character stood resolute, staff in hand, staring into the darkness. He added that in the end they all flocked to the side of the new Tower Master. The protagonist's mansion was bathed in the bright morning sun. The main character stared straight ahead in shock. What is this? He wondered, looking at a tray with piled high were countless letters, and Leo explained they were invitations from high society. The main character picked one from the stack. He broke the seal, wondering aloud why they were so careless. The official background checks weren't even complete. Leo just grinned, asking if he actually planned on reading any of them. Ian scoffed, saying he had no intention of ever going. The alchemist then gathered the letters, urging him to at least take a peek. Ian shot back, "What for?" But his casual air shattered as he sprayed his tea everywhere. Leo had just dropped a bombshell. An engagement proposal. The main character froze in shock, cup still in hand. Count Gerard was offering him a marriage to his eldest daughter, who would be 12 in 5 years. Ian's mind reeled. The Count had completely lost his mind. Leo smirked, reminding him he was an adult now. Offers like these were only natural. In fact, he predicted a flood of them, since Ian was now the youngest Tower Master in history. At those words, the protagonist grabbed his head in frustration. These aristocrats only wanted to use his name to bolster their own power and influence. He held out his hand, a look of disgust on his face, adding that it was unbelievable. They'd sacrificed their own young daughters for political gain. It was truly hard to stomach. Leo's expression softened. On that, I agree. He needed to find a partner worthy of him. As he sifted through the letters, he assured Ian he would politely decline every single one. Ian offered his sincere thanks. His eyes scanned the room, landing on the alchemist's satisfied smile. Leo mentioned how much work these checks created, hinting that Ian owed him a little something. That remark sent the protagonist into a thoughtful silence. He set down his tea, a heavy realization dawning on him. He had never once been able to properly thank his mentor. Leo glanced over, a gentle smile on his face. The main character lowered his gaze, his voice filled with gratitude, thanking Leo for protecting his mother. A stunned silence fell over the room as the alchemist stared, completely caught off guard. A moment later, a brilliant, sweet smile blossomed on Leo's face. "If you really think so," he replied, "it was your mana traps that did the saving." But he made a solemn vow, promising to protect Ian's mother with his very life. Hearing this, a wide, genuine smile spread across the protagonist's face. He knew it was true, and that was precisely why he wanted to help. Ian's head snapped toward the surprised alchemist, his voice sharp and focused. "The mage who injected mana into your body." He demanded a name, a face, anything Leo could remember. But the alchemist just stared back in surprise, remaining utterly silent. Ian pressed harder, his eyes burning with intensity. "I promised I'd find him," he declared, "and make him pay for what he did." A flicker of understanding crossed Leo's face as he bit his lip. He knew exactly what Ian was talking about. The alchemist suddenly looked away, his hand rising to his cheek. "I don't remember anything," he claimed. Ian's jaw dropped. "How is that possible?" he demanded. Leo avoided his gaze, explaining that it happened so long ago, late at night during his youth in the capital. He was a promising alchemist. Countless mages could have held a grudge. A memory flashed through his mind, a shadowy hand reaching for him as he slept. He confessed that even now, the thought of the attacker filled him with pure disgust, a murderous rage at the idea of leaving his son behind, all alone in the world. Leo's sad eyes fell to the floor. With a faint, bitter smile, he recalled how many times he had brushed against death's door from the mana poisoning. He looked up from the table, his gaze meeting Ian's. "But now," he said, "because I met you, my life is no longer in danger." He wanted to focus on his son's future, not on a past filled with hatred and revenge. Still, he would never forget Ian's words. The main character quietly looked away, processing the weight of that decision. As his eyes drifted around the room, a sudden realization struck him. He shot up from his chair. "I've never even seen my own father's face." He began to pace, explaining that his father vanished without a trace before he was even born. To this day, no one knew if he was dead or alive. Ian stopped in the middle of the room, a profound understanding washing over him. "Living with you, alchemist, I now realize, if my father had been there, my life would have been exactly like this." Leo sat in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the depth of his words. Ian walked to the window, smiling as he gazed outside. "It's obvious why your son is so bright and cheerful," he mused, turning his head towards a lamp. "And it was your elixir and yours alone that allowed my mother to recover." He closed his eyes, accepting a new reality. He knew he would be away from home far more often in the coming days. Turning back to Leo with a small trusting smile, he made one final request. "I hope you'll continue to protect them for me." Leo's face turned a shade of crimson as he stammered that it was true. The main character simply crossed his arms, staring at the door. He knew it was only a matter of time. A moment later, Douglas burst into the room, his voice echoing with pure joy. He held the elixir out like a holy grail, shouting that the antidote for the Landora flower's poison was finally complete. In a flash, Leo shot up from his chair. Douglas, noticing his reaction, said he needed it back right away. The alchemist stared at his son, completely baffled, explaining that he'd wanted it to be a surprise, Leo whirled, around to the protagonist, demanding to know what this elixir was and what was going on. Our hero stood confidently by the window, his gaze fixed on the alchemist, and revealed he'd found the recipe in the Tower Master's own library. An image of the Landora flower flashed in his mind. He explained that to craft an antidote from it. One must wield high-level time-stopping magic, a power that thankfully also worked on plants. Overcome with emotion, Leo slowly walked towards his son. The alchemist gently wiped the boy's tears, thanking our protagonist over and over. Leo embraced his son, holding him tight. The main character watched the powerful reunion with a wide, satisfied smile when suddenly Douglas declared that he would become an alchemist, capable of curing the most complex diseases. He slowly turned to our hero, vowing that no one else would have to suffer like this. A moment later, Douglas faced him directly, tears streaming down his face as he roared his unending gratitude to his captain. Elsewhere in a cavern, cloaked in shadow, a lone figure moved swiftly. An elf with long hair stared into the darkness. Hearing a voice declare he was the only one left, a blond man holding a staff materialized before him, proclaiming that the world shared by humans and draconians was about to close its doors forever. He sneered, stating that the dragons had brought only chaos and ruin upon the world, a sin for which the price was far too great. He advanced on the winged elf, his voice dripping with venom, declaring he would pay for the crimes of his entire race for the rest of time. The fair-haired man then raised a hand from which dark blood began to drip and hissed that he was forbidden from ever leaving this prison. A brilliant golden seal erupted, caging the elf in its light. The man's eyes burned with a terrifying intensity as he uttered a single chilling word: forever. That same night, the fifth prince's mansion stood shrouded in darkness. Ragnar was in the center of a pitch-black room, facing his exact double. His copy remarked on how they truly were identical. A memory tore through the fifth prince's mind of a letter he once read. The letter had promised someone would be waiting, but he never imagined it would be this. Ragnar began to circle his doppelganger, demanding to know the way out of this trap. Outside the room, two mages armed with staves stood guard, loyal to the tower's new master. Ragnar knew they were watching this very place from the outside, making any escape seem impossible. But his double, with eyes still closed, simply told him not to worry. He revealed a stunning truth: the clan leader was immensely more powerful than the tower master. Ragnar spun around, demanding to know who this clan leader was. In response, his double produced a strange book, saying it was better to witness the truth himself. The book began to glow with an eerie blue light, tearing open a swirling portal in the middle of the room. They both stared into its depths. Ragnar's body went rigid. "What is that?" he demanded. The double extended a hand towards the vortex, turning to the fifth prince and explaining it was a portal leading far outside the capital. As his double departed, a well-groomed gray-haired man stepped out of the portal, asking His Highness to take his hand. Ragnar stared in utter shock. "Sir Donal?" The fifth prince looked at his outstretched hand, then slowly reached for it. In the blink of an eye, Ragnar was standing in the middle of a dark forest. The fifth prince turned to the man. "How is this possible?" Donal simply replied that he shouldn't be too surprised. He scoffed at the idea that Leon didn't know of such magic. "Did you really believe," he asked, "that Leon climbed to the position of Tower Master all by himself?" Sir Donal began to walk forward, his eyes half closed, as he added that despite his power, Leon cared only for his own selfish ambitions. In truth, it was a relief that this weak link was eliminated without them needing to lift a finger. Ragnar's fists clenched, his head lowered in silent rage. Donal gazed up at the sky. "The world is so vast," he mused before his gaze snapped back to Ragnar, sharp and focused. "And it belongs entirely to the chosen ones, which means, Ragnar, you can make a choice that even the ruler was never offered." Ragnar looked up, completely stunned. "What choice?" Donal gritted his teeth, his expression hardening into one of absolute resolve. "Our leader," he declared, "believes that you would make an excellent emperor for this country. A man who could effortlessly shatter old traditions and outwit any fool who stood in his way. A man who would forge the new rules of this world." His piercing gaze fell upon the fifth prince, who stood his ground with confidence. A tense fist, he declared that the blood of pioneers flowed through Ragnar's veins, a power their leader had awaited for ages. His arrival was destiny. But rage burned in Ragnar's eyes as he wondered what kind of madness this was. He watched the man's retreating back, his mind reeling. How could anyone exist who was stronger than the tower's original master? As the fifth prince followed him deep into the woods, a chilling thought began to take root. He knew of a sect that defied the imperial religion, but he never imagined that the tower's owner and the captain of the Imperial Guard were among its members. Ragnar moved cautiously down the forest path, his gaze fixed ahead. His mind raced, connecting the dots. They planned to overthrow the state religion, and they needed a royal figurehead to do it. A mask of confidence settled on Ragnar's face as he realized this was a golden opportunity. The image of the throne burned in his mind, He had to seize this chance and grow stronger. He was prepared to do anything to claim the throne that was his by right. Just then, Dill stopped abruptly. Ragnar froze beside him. His guide stared forward and announced that they had arrived. A grim, dark fortress with a towering spire materialized before them. Dill gestured toward the entrance. He invited the fifth prince to pass. Inside, the dark corridor was lit by a single flickering lamp on the wall. Beyond it, a magnificent chandelier hung in a room with an ominous dark door. As they entered, the prince finally asked what kind of place this was. Dill revealed that this was once the home of the Draconians 300 years ago, until the tower's master sealed it away, making it vanish from the world. Ragnar followed his eyes drawn upward to a strange draconic statue. Dill explained that it had only recently been rediscovered. Ragnar turned an irritated look on his face.
"Why am I here?" he demanded. Dill stopped remaining silent as mysterious figures in red cloaks emerged from the shadows.
"They have arrived," one whispered.
The entire crowd of unknown figures bowed, as one their voices chanting, "We welcome the fifth prince." As he walked confidently into the room, the men in red cloaks pressed their hands to their chests, a gesture of deep worship.
Ragnar carefully studied their faces. A slight grin touched his lips as he realized these were aristocrats, many of whom he recognized personally. Dill lowered his head and murmured that to found a new world. He had summoned the greatest representatives of their nation. Ragnar turned to him, extending a hand to stop him. "You've forgotten the most important thing," he said. "Why is this necessary? And why me?" Dill looked at him and replied that everything would soon become clear. They approached a huge, gloomy door.
"Our master is behind this door," Dill said. With a deep groan, the doors began to part. Ragnar stepped slowly inside, then stopped.
His eyes widened in shock. There, standing on a glowing pentagram, was an elf with wings the color of blood. The elf held his hands behind his back. His gaze locked on the fifth prince while the red-cloaked aristocrats
fell to their knees. They raised their hands in prayer, chanting, "We welcome the last descendant of the dragon."
Ragnar stared at them in stunned silence, his heart pounding. He cast a bewildered glance back at the elf. So this was their leader. A chilling realization washed over him as he placed a hand to his chest and bowed slightly. He already knows who I am, and why I was summoned. Ragnar knelt, his hand still held near his chest. Opposite him, the winged being spoke, his voice echoing in the hall. "I am Avantis, the last Draconian on Earth." Ragnar looked at him in utter shock. Weren't the Draconians wiped out more than 300 years ago? An image flashed in his mind, of a winged elf commanding gargoyles with a mere gesture. The legends claimed the Draconians possessed powerful, dark magic. This being's appearance matched the histories, perfectly earning him the title, the last descendant of the dragon. Avanti smirked, clearly sensing his confusion. The winged elf studied the fifth prince with an unnerving intensity. "It is true," he confirmed. "We were annihilated 300 years ago by your kind. None survived, except me." Avantis glanced down at the crimson pentagram beneath his feet. "Your ancestor, Mitchell Greenriver, used his magic and sealed me in this very place for ages." He looked back at the terrified prince, his voice low. "I have waited for this meeting for so long." The elf's face darkened as he revealed his true purpose. "It is your blood." He stared at Ragnar with predatory eyes. "I need the blood of Greenriver's descendant that flows in you. To destroy this magic." Ragnar tilted his head slightly. "Wouldn't it be easier to simply kill me?" He couldn't understand why this creature would offer a deal. Avantis smirked. "You are thinking too narrowly. If I were to make you a ruler, the benefits would be far greater." The winged elf spread his arms wide, a broad, unnerving smile on his face as he added, "What I truly want, to shatter the old world and forge a new one." This pact was perfect for both him and the Draconian Aventus. Aventus studied him, a smirk playing on his lips. He saw how, for the sake of his world, Ragnar began to rise. The prince stood, admitting he merely intended to use him. The fifth prince tilted his head, adding a chilling ultimatum. If he refused, death would be his only answer, for replacements were easy to find. But Aventus just stared, and slowly his mouth opened. He corrected him, saying he wouldn't kill him for refusing. Instead, he would simply erase his memories. He would remember nothing.
The Draconian paced the glowing pentagram, adding that he chose Ragnar for one reason.
He knew the prince would never refuse the power he was offering. Ragnar's head hung low as a storm of thoughts raged within him. After a moment, his fist clenched. With a burst of fury, he stared into the Draconian's eyes and made his demand. "Promise me. Promise you'll make me the emperor, and that you will never betray me." Aventus bowed his head with a knowing grin. "I promise." That was all Ragnar needed. He spun around, grabbing the dagger Dumil had given him. Moments later, he sliced his palm. Crimson blood welled up. He thrust his hand forward, declaring his acceptance of the deal. His blood dripped onto the sigil. Instantly, the ground began to tremble as the red pentagram pulsed with power, then slowly began to fade away. The symbol vanished from beneath the Draconian's feet. Ragnar could only stare in awe and terror. Then a low chuckle escaped the elf's lips. He threw his head back and roared with triumphant laughter, thanking the prince for his choice. Ragnar stood frozen watching him. Aventus stretched out his arm, and a luxurious sleeve materialized on his forearm. In a flash of light, his entire appearance transformed. He adjusted his new, immaculate clothes, remarking that modern fashion was so much better. Aventus glided towards the fifth prince, noting how his face was twisted in fear. He walked past him, his eyes locked on the prince's terrified expression, and added that there was no need. He wasn't going to die. Leaning close to his ear, Aventus whispered that he believed they would become the best of friends.
He then stepped back, grabbing a cloak from a nearby rack and announcing his departure. With a swirl of fabric, he was gone.
Ragnar was left standing alone in the vast hall as Aventus disappeared into the world, proclaiming it was time to step outside. For the first time in ages, the princess sat by her vanity, her gaze lost as she wondered aloud. Why hasn't he come?
While a maid gently brushed her hair, she worried that perhaps he had forgotten her completely.
The maid offered a careful reply, suggesting that Master Ian was likely absorbed in his research of black magic. The princess sighed, a sad smile on her lips, admitting he was indeed a very busy man. A heavy silence fell, and the princess's heart sank even further. But just then, two maids burst into the room. The princess looked up, startled by their sudden entrance. What is it? Why are you screaming? The maids could barely contain their excitement as they shouted, "The time has come! He's here!" Their eyes were wide with pure joy as they announced that Master Ian Page had finally arrived. And he wasn't wearing his usual cloak, but a handsome suit. The princess stared speechless, asking them to repeat what they'd said. An awkward silence filled the room as the maids simply stared back at her. A moment later, she lowered her head, trying to compose herself. Then her head shot up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as she begged the girls to help her get ready. The grand palace shone under the bright sun. The princess glided down the long red carpet towards the massive doors. Her hands trembled as she reached for the handles. She paused, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Spinning around, she anxiously asked, "Is my hair all right? Is anything out of place?" The head maid simply smiled. "Do not worry, Your Highness. You are the most charming of all today." The other maids nodded in agreement. The princess finally smiled. "I'm ready." The hall doors swung open wide. The main character Ian shot up from his chair as he saw the princess approaching. He placed a hand over his heart, a warm smile spreading across his face. "It has been too long, Your Highness." The princess felt like she was blooming under his gaze. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she stood there in silence. She averted her eyes, looking down at the floor as she confessed, I thought you had forgotten about me."
Ian looked at her with gentle eyes, leaning in slightly as he apologized for his long absence, explaining he had much to attend to.
The princess stepped closer, her gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you for coming," she said softly. Then a brilliant smile lit up her face. "And that suit? It looks wonderful on you." The protagonist simply thanked her. He then looked around the grand hall, suggesting they find a more suitable place for their lesson. His gaze fell upon the fountain in the center of the room. "There are too many eyes in this castle," he said. "Gossip about us might spread." As her gaze fell, Ian extended his hand. A faint smirk touched his lips as he offered to take her with him. "Just for a moment," he urged. "Take my hand." The girl stared at the floor, timidly agreeing to his request. But then her head snapped up, the reality of her words hitting her. She looked at him in pure astonishment. "Wait, hold your hand," she asked again. A knowing grin spread across the protagonist's face. "We're teleporting," he declared. The princess's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. The weight of his words finally registered. She met his gaze, her eyes glowing. Those golden eyes widened in pure awe. "You mean spatial magic?" Hesitantly, she began to reach for his hand. The main character watched her, calmly warning her that she might feel a little dizzy. The princess carefully placed her hand on his arm. "Don't let go," he commanded. Instantly, the world around them began to glow with an ethereal blue light. They materialized in a breathtaking clearing, mountains piercing the sky. The girl stumbled back abruptly. Clutching her head, she stared into the distance, completely stunned. Slowly, she composed herself, tucking back a strand of hair. She began to ask where they were, but the protagonist smiling at the horizon cut her off. "Those are the mountains. Just outside the capital, a place most people never see." Our main character glanced her way.
With his eyes still fixed on the majestic view, he explained his choice. A 6th grade magician has a limited range. Plus, it's peaceful and secluded here, perfect for practicing magic. The girl spun around, her eyes wide with shock.
Ian studied her expression.
"What's wrong?" he asked. She took a slow step forward onto the vibrant green grass.
"This is," she began, "my first time ever leaving the castle." The princess lifted her gaze to the vast open sky. "I thought I would only ever see the outside world in my dreams," she confessed, carefully watching. "The pristine white clouds drifting against the perfect blue. By taking your hand, my dream became reality in a second." She whirled to face him, a brilliant smile on her face. "Magic is an amazing thing. Ian stood there momentarily stunned by her joy. Our main character was at a loss for words. His mind flashed back to the image he held of her, a gloomy princess sitting by a window. In his mind's eye, she looked at him with dark, sorrowful eyes. Shaking off the thought, the protagonist lowered his head. A small, genuine smile touched his lips as he stared at the grass. She watched him, still beaming, and he finally agreed with her. He looked up, truly seeing her for the first time.
You're right, he admitted. Magic really is amazing.
Ian glanced back at her over his shoulder. The girl clasped her hands together and asked, "What were you doing?" "In the palace temple." The main character gazed off into the distance. "I was just looking around," he replied. "I wandered inside, but then you and the other mage arrived, so I decided to hide." The princess looked at him, her mouth agape in surprise. "How did you do that? The area should be protected by security barriers." The main character looked away, a mischievous glint in his eye. He seemed slightly embarrassed as he simply replied, "I was interested." The princess let out a giggle, putting a hand to her chin. "I understand," she said. "When I was a child, my brother and I also loved exploring forbidden places." She clasped her hands behind her back, looking at him with a grin. "I suppose," she said with a sly smirk, "I can turn a blind eye to your illegal entry into the temple. Considering you're overlooking my secret magic studies, it seems we now have something in common." A wide smile spread across the main character's face. He closed his eyes and agreed with her. The princess then leaned in closer. Looking at him intently, she mentioned, "In 10 days, there will be a reception for my brother's birthday. He'll be attending, of course." The protagonist's expression tightened. "I received an invitation," he replied, "but I don't plan on going." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? The prince will be so upset. As they walked, the main character kept his gaze low. "Only the highest nobility should be present at the prince's birthday. Even though I am now the master of the tower," he explained, "I am still a commoner. My appearance there would only cause a stir." An image of the gloomy ivory tower flashed in the protagonist's mind. "Besides," he added, "I know all too well that the political connections the previous master had, built up over decades of service, are not so easily broken." Ian turned to her with a resigned smile. He looked her directly in the eyes. "Until the crown prince strengthens his position in the eyes of high society, and until he has successfully secured his right to the throne, I need to keep a low profile." The princess sadly looked away. Gazing out into the clearing, she whispered that she understood. She stopped walking abruptly. A moment later, she raised her head. With fists clenched, she vowed to become a princess beyond reproach, one that no one could ever dare to criticize. Her brother and the main character stared completely stunned. She then turned to him, adding that, of course, she would continue her magical studies. The princess clasped her hands behind her back, a radiant smile blooming as she thanked her teacher for his help. She then shyly asked if she could call him by his name when they were alone. Our main character turned, a warm smile on his face, replying that she could call him anything she wished. Under a dark, moonlit sky, the fifth prince's mansion was bathed in shadows. Inside, 2 powerful mages stood within the prince's chambers. Ragnar was in the center of the room, his gaze fixed on the draconian, realizing this was all part of his grand design. Aventus met his stare and declared that before they deal with our hero, the crown prince must be eliminated. Ragnar's eyes glinted with confidence as he agreed. It was true. Countless aristocrats and powerful figures were now watching the every move of the tower's new master. Ragnar gazed out the massive window, adding that even as a powerful magician, he's still just a boy. He lacks experience and has no title. In the eyes of the nobles, he is a nobody. Many of them are already furious about his appointment to such a high position. Dul and the servants listened. With bated breath, their eyes locked on the fifth prince. Ragnar turned his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips, and added that, once the crown prince falls, our hero will have no one left to support him. They could crush him effortlessly. Dul looked intently at the prince, tilting his head slightly, noting they'd need to bring someone else in to execute this plan. Ragnar's gaze shifted to him, his brow furrowing as he admitted he hadn't chosen the right person for the job. Dul placed a hand on his chest, bowing his head as he offered himself for the task, claiming he knew someone who could resolve the issue perfectly. Ragnar studied the man for a long moment before declaring, "I'm counting on you." After those words, Sir Dumil bowed deeply to the fifth prince. The doors swung shut, leaving Ragnar and the draconian alone once more. Aventus slowly closed his eyes, remarking that the time had come for him to make his move. Ragnar watched him, his fists tightening, and said he had a question. Aventus simply looked at him, waiting. Ragnar cast a hesitant glance his way, admitting that Aventus's power was great enough to reshape their entire empire without his help. He was certain there were others who could play this role, so why did he choose the fifth prince? Aventus lowered his head with a quiet sigh, replying that his true purpose is to find someone. Ragnar stared in surprise, asking who it could be. Aventus's eyes snapped open, a golden dragon blazing in his mind's eye. The last of its kind, he answered. A golden dragon that commands time itself, a vital ally for the Draconians.
The fifth prince stared in shock and fear, asking if the golden dragon
Wasn't just a myth from fairy tales. Aventus closed his eyes, replying that no matter what humans believe, dragons still exist. They are simply unseen, living in realms beyond mortal reach. Aventus folded his hands, calmly adding that when a new truth and chaos descend upon the world, the dragon will have no choice but to reveal itself. Ragnar looked at him, a deep understanding dawning in his eyes as he repeated the word. Chaos. Aventus's expression darkened. That word, he said, his voice low, means war. Ragnar's eyes fell, his mind reeling. He realized that the Great Draconian War, from 300 years ago, was a ritual to summon the Golden Dragon. Your guess is correct, Aventus confirmed. He stared into the distance, his head tilted slightly, adding that the dragon chose to side not with them, but with humanity. It's foolish to think that one man, Mitchell Green River, could have single-handedly defeated both dragons and Draconians. Ragnar's gaze sharpened on the Draconian, arguing that there was no record of them anywhere on the continent. History taught that Mitchell Green River won thanks to the unique magic he developed inside the tower. Aventus stared unmoving, and noted that this man always erased his tracks, vanishing as if he were never there. Aventus's eyes narrowed as he added that the Draconians who share the blood of dragons can feel it in their very bones. The dragons are still alive. The fifth prince's head drooped, concluding that Aventus planned to make him emperor and start a war. Aventus crossed his arms, a chilling smile on his face as he confirmed this was the plan, for now, but it won't bring ruin. It will bring the unification of the three empires on this continent. Ragnar stared at him in absolute shock. Aventus turned to him, his expression hardening. A glorious ambition your ancestors would surely approve of. When the war begins, he will appear bringing chaos. We must be ready to seize him. Ragnar took
a step forward, stopping near the table. He asked, "And what happens after the dragon is captured?" Aventus closed.
Realizing the conversation had dragged on, he lowered his head and swiftly rose from his chair. He bid the fifth prince farewell. Aventus flashed a knowing smile, certain that their ambitious plans would soon align. The knight's headquarters stood pristine beside the barracks, bathed in sunlight. The vice-captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that an order? He demanded, the soldier.
At the door stood unnervingly still, hands clasped behind him. They are waiting for you, sir, he replied.
In the office of the captain of the first detachment of Imperial Knights. Paul leaned over a table, his head bowed. Why is that snake Sir Dill calling me now? He muttered indignantly. I haven't caused any trouble. The knight watched him with a blank stare. A moment later, Paul's face split into a grin. He glanced at the knight and declared, Well then, I'll go thank him personally. As he spoke, the doors flew open. The knight who delivered the summons stood frozen, a sinister black aura erupting from his body. His eyes glowed with a demonic red light. Paul strode down the corridor, his footsteps echoing with purpose. He reached a set of massive doors, pausing to compose himself. He took a deep breath and then knocked. Sir Dill sat at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. Hearing the knock, he granted entry without looking up.
Paul stepped onto the grand carpet, standing before the captain of the first detachment of Imperial Knights.
You summoned me, Captain. Dill shot up from his seat, his gaze piercing the vice-captain. Enter, he commanded. Dill turned his head sharply, staring into the distance. I was told a mage named Helen fell under the influence of black magic during her attack on the prince. The vice-captain stood tense, listening with bated breath.
Paul Rams watched the captain's every move. He recalled how security had been massively increased after that incident.
Such incidents have not reoccurred, he stated firmly. Everything is under control. Sir Dill's head snapped down, his expression filled with scorn. You've strengthened security, increased the imperial family's personal guard, he sneered. That should have been your first priority. They are the very future of our empire. Dill glanced toward a huge sunlit window, adding, I've already discussed this with Captain Oliver, but this is my first time discussing it with you. The captain's gaze returned to Paul, sharp and calculating. He studied the knight's apprehension.
You have held the rank of vice-captain for quite some time now, he said slowly. I worry you might be holding a grudge against me.
Paul Wren immediately bowed, his head flustered. Not at all, sir, he replied with conviction. I am completely satisfied with my position. Sir Dill closed his eyes and exhaled. I am relieved to hear it. Clasping his hands behind his back, he began to circle his subordinate. They say in terms of raw skill, you are second only to Captain Oliver. Dill moved closer, his eyes still shut, a predator sizing up his prey.
Simply amazing. Such talent should be praised by the ruler, the crown prince. And, of course, the captains. Paul lowered his head as a blush crept onto his cheeks. You flatter me, sir. I still have much to learn.
Dill turned slightly, a faint smirk on his lips.
Don't be so modest. You earned that title with your own 2 hands.
He began to wander the room, his voice turning cold. But when Captain Oliver suggested making a commoner an orphan, The vice captain of the 2nd Nightly Detachment, I honestly thought he had gone mad. The words struck Paul like a physical blow. He tensed, forcing himself to stand tall, as Dill came to a stop beside him. The captain's gaze was dark and heavy. I failed to comprehend how such a sacred duty, like the protection of the imperial family, could be entrusted to a man from the gutters. He glared at Paul with undisguised hatred, his teeth clenched. It is utterly absurd to appoint a mere peasant to such a noble rank.
Paul staggered back, pure shock coursing through him. In that instant, a terrifying draconian materialized from the shadows behind the captain.
However, Dill sneered, his true nature revealed. Today, this absurdity ends. Paul's hand shot to the hilt of his sword. Who are you? What is the meaning of this? He roared. That's when he felt it coiling tendrils of black magic, snaking around his arm, binding him to his sword. In his mind, he screamed. He couldn't move an inch. The draconian unleashed its foul power. Waves of dark magic surged towards the vice captain. Paul grunted, straining against the invisible bonds, but it was useless. His enraged gaze locked onto the traitorous captain. Sir Dill looked down on him, his head tilted in a mockery of pity. You will become a noble sacrifice, he declared fiercely, in the name of the new empire, elsewhere under a bright, clear sky. The sharp ring of clashing swords echoed through the trees. Hayden parried a heavy blow with a grunt. He and Oliver were sparring. The Crown Prince unleashed a powerful strike against the captain. Oliver deftly leaped back, preparing for the next assault. Oliver watched the prince intently, noticing he needed to refine his position and control, and the speed of his attacks. Hayden was sent flying backwards, gritting his teeth as he shouted for the captain to stop. An instant later, his sword clattered from his hands. The Crown Prince stared in horror as his blade stuck fast in the ground. Oliver beamed at the exhausted prince. That's all for today. Hayden thanked him for the training. The Crown Prince collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up on his hands and, gasping for breath, asked, Why am I so bad at this? Oliver tilted his head, his gaze sharp and analytical. That's not it at all, he replied. You have more talent than any ordinary person. You grasp things faster than the main character, the master of the tower. At these words, Hayden's jaw dropped. He stared at the captain in pure shock. Better than the main character, he yelled. Oliver looked at the prince, his expression serious. Yes, Ian trained with me for 5 years. He remembered Ian's sword in hand, trembling with sheer frustration. Ian is a legendary magician, it's true, he said. But he is not a good knight. This revelation left Hayden even more stunned. His mouth hung open in disbelief. Oliver put a finger to his lips with a playful grin, asking him to keep it a secret. Hayden threw his head back and roared with laughter. Well, now that is news. So it turns out Ian isn't perfect. In everything. The Crown Prince lowered his head, a smirk on his face. That means I can surpass him in something. A fire ignited in his eyes. He thrust a fist into the air, declaring, I'll train even harder, until I'm finally better than him. A moment later, his gaze shifted to the side where he saw Paul. The vice captain stood sadly beneath a tree, staring at the grass, showing no emotion whatsoever. Oliver turned. His attention was caught by the prince's sudden concern. I don't know what's happened to him, Hayden began. He barely speaks to me lately and wanders around as if lost in a fog. Oliver's own eyes fell sadly. I've noticed it too, he admitted. I asked if everything was okay. He said nothing happened. Hayden turned his head, studying the vice captain carefully. I think we should ask him again. The prince looked at his captain with fiery resolve. And you shouldn't be shy about it. This is your duty as a leader. A wide smile broke across Oliver's face. Of course, I will. Hayden's gaze on the vice captain grew heavier with concern. Unmoving and silent, Paul stood under the tree, just staring at the grass. Meanwhile, the emperor's palace was bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun. A magnificent chandelier hung in the banquet hall as butlers and maids rushed to prepare for the grand event. A flurry of activity filled the hall. Oliver entered the prince's chambers and saw that he was ready. The reception will begin soon. Hayden, dressed in a stunning outfit, turned and replied, I'm leaving now. But as he spoke, his gaze fell. A shadow of doubt crossed his face. I always get so nervous at these events. Oliver approached with a reassuring smile, remembering how Ian had once lectured the prince, telling him to build a reputation on his own. The captain looked at the crown prince with a kind smile. You are in charge today, he said softly. So don't worry. It's these aristocrats who should be worried. When they look at you? Hayden's eyes widened in surprise. Then his face broke into a confident smile. He gave a firm nod. A moment later, Hayden clapped a hand on his captain's back. Besides, he grinned, I have the Lord of the Sword with me, my most reliable support. Just then, their heads snapped aside as someone called this prince's name. The princess stood before him, radiant in a chic gown, her eyes joyful. Hayden looked her over from head to toe. You look so beautiful today, he remarked, truly impressed. She crossed her arms, beaming. Thank you, I dressed up just for your birthday. The crown prince put his hands on his belt, a teasing grin on his face. It's a shame Ian couldn't come today. He's missing the sight of you in such a beautiful dress. Haley immediately became flustered, putting a hand to her mouth. What are you? Getting it? She snapped, glaring at her brother. Her voice rose. Why are you telling everyone I was asking about him? Can't you imagine how ashamed I was? Hayden could only stare back, a mixture of fear and surprise on his face. Then her anger seemed to melt away. She lowered her head, calming herself with a deep breath. A moment later, she looked at her brother, her face bright and cheerful. Happy birthday, she shouted with a huge smile.
I'm so proud of you for trying so hard. And with that, Haley bowed deeply, her head pointed toward the floor.
She declared fiercely that if anyone spoke ill of him, she would personally destroy them. A wide smile bloomed on Hayden's face as he thanked his devoted sister. Then the prince offered her his hand.
Let us go, he said.
She placed her hand in his with a sound of approval, and the butler stood tall. His voice boomed, announcing the grand entrance of the crown prince and princess. The entire room fell into a graceful, unified bow. Hayden and Haley entered the hall, their steps slow and deliberate. They paused, taking in the scene with radiant smiles. With a sharp flick of the conductor's baton, a magnificent symphony erupted, filling the grand hall with music. As they scanned the crowd, the crown prince heard a chorus of birthday congratulations. Hayden greeted the nobles with a warm smile, thanking them and expressing his hope that they would all enjoy the reception. Beside him, Haley kept a watchful eye on Prince Oliver, who was carefully observing the scene. The captain was intently studying how the crown prince engaged with the aristocrats when his gaze suddenly froze.
Emperor Terry had appeared out of nowhere, glaring at the head butler. The servant's head whipped around in shock. Stunned silent, he heard the emperor's command to announce his arrival at once.
The emperor's stern look softened into a smile when the butler assured him it would be done immediately. With his majesty announced, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd as every eye turned to the emperor. Hayden stared at his father, his mouth agape in surprise at the unexpected appearance. The crown prince slowly approached the emperor, noting that he had no idea his father would attend. The emperor laughed warmly, extending a hand and declaring that this was a reception for his beloved son. It was a father's solemn duty, he said, to congratulate his own child on such a momentous day. He looked directly at Hayden, a wide, proud smile on his face, and repeated how immensely proud he was. Hearing his father's words, Hayden's face lit up with pure joy, and he returned a grateful smile. The two royals stood before the decorated table as the emperor addressed the crowd of onlookers. He observed how many had gathered to celebrate his son as the aristocrats listened with rapt attention.
Emperor Terry stood tall, a confident smile playing on his lips as he offered a message of hope.
Just as the earth hardens after a great storm,
he proclaimed, so too will our empire flourish after hardship.
A moment later, he turned to his son, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. He remarked that as a father, it was his greatest pleasure to watch his child grow, hoping everyone would see his son's achievements. The emperor's mind drifted back to a memory of walking with his son through a vast green field. He recalled when the crown prince was barely 5 years old, always running to keep up with him in the garden. The emperor remembered his son looking up at him with a bright smile, and he'd asked why he followed so closely. The young prince had replied that he would always follow the path his father showed him. The emperor added that with those simple words, he felt the immense weight of being a reliable guide for his son. He had to show him the worthy path a true prince must walk. Emperor Terry paused, lost in the memory. It seems like so long ago, he murmured before turning his sharp gaze back to his son. He declared that Hayden had followed him with patience and persistence, thanking him for his unwavering trust. He truly believed his son could complete the great journey ahead. Hayden blushed, moved by his father's praise. The emperor then raised a glass of champagne, commanding everyone to raise their glasses for a toast. Terry looked out over the crowd, his glass held high, and shouted for them to drink to their glorious empire. And to the happiness of their prince, the entire room roared in agreement, raising their glasses in celebration. They would drink to a prosperous future. Terry began to drink, closing his eyes as he congratulated his son again.
Beaming with happiness, Hayden raised his own glass, offering his heartfelt thanks to his father.
But in the next instant, the emperor's glass shattered on the floor. He coughed violently, a spray of crimson blood erupting from his lips. Hayden could only watch in absolute terror as his father's body began to collapse. The crown prince was frozen in shock, while the entire crowd of aristocrats stood with their mouths agape, paralyzed by horror. Haley watched her father fall, her own glass trembling, as Oliver's eyes snapped to the prince, screaming his name into the chaos. The cup slipped from the prince's grasp as the emperor choked, sputtering his own blood. The crimson liquid stained the floor. Outside, it was a somber, mournful evening. The crown prince sat alone in his chamber, staring blankly into the void. Hayden's face was a mask of profound sorrow. He looked utterly exhausted, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, his eyes fixed on the floor beneath him. A sharp knock shattered the silence. A voice announced, "The captain of the 2nd Detachment of the Imperial Knights, Sir Oliver Raywood, requests an audience with your highness." Hayden shot up from the sofa, his heart pounding. He stared at the door, his voice strained. "Let him in, immediately." The prince threw the doors open himself, revealing the captain in the doorway. Hayden staggered back, his eyes wide with fear as he asked, "My father, what happened to him?" Oliver's gaze fell, his expression grim. He looked to the floor and replied, "We managed to save him from death's door, but his condition is critical." All the palace doctors and alchemists are doing everything in their power. Did you find him? Hayden cut the captain off his face, twisting in fury. He roared. Did you find the one who tried to assassinate the emperor? Oliver's expression darkened, and he said nothing. After a torturous moment, he bowed his head and confessed, "We captured the culprit at the scene of the crime." He admitted his guilt instantly. The crown prince ground his teeth, his eyes blazing as he stared down the captain. He reached out his voice, a furious shout. "Who was it?" Oliver slowly raised his sorrowful eyes and looked directly at the prince. He spoke a name, and the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The prince stood frozen still, clutching the captain's arms. Hayden's trembling hands slowly fell away. A moment later, a look of pure horror consumed his face as he stood there paralyzed. The council hall erupted in chaos, the furious screams of aristocrats shaking the very walls. The vice captain of the Second Night Squad. How could he commit such treachery? One noble leaped from his chair, pointing an accusing finger. For years, he was a trusted associate of the captain. And the crown prince himself. How could your highness and Sir Oliver not recognize such a venomous snake in your midst? Another aristocrat shouted for all to hear, "I'm certain he didn't act alone. We must find all his co-conspirators." A mustached noble folded his arms, sneering. As reported, Paul Wren bit off his own tongue during interrogation. He took his secrets to the grave. Now he'll never tell us anything. An aristocrat tapped a document on the table. It says here Paul was an orphan from the Northern Territories, perilously close to the Coldwood Empire. Another raised his hand, his voice grave. And let us not forget the explosion on palace grounds 6 years ago. He recalled the main character standing in the dungeons over 2 dead bodies. Back then, he added, the spies were an ivory tower magician, a castle maid, and the palace secretary. The aristocrat looked up, his eyes filled with suspicion. Even if he earned his title at a young age, we cannot ignore his questionable origins, or deny the possibility that he too is a spy for the Coldwood Empire. One of the nobles looked on intently. But they didn't find a seal on him, he pointed out. But another shouted back, "A seal is irrelevant at this point." An older noble added, "He tried to send his majesty to his death, yet he reveals nothing about his motives or his allies." A lord raised his hand, slowly, his voice booming across the hall. "We should have investigated his past far more thoroughly. We must immediately strip him of his title as vice captain and execute him for this vile attempt on his majesty's life." Ian sat at the head of the table, calmly observing the storm of accusations unfolding before him. Many of the nobles voiced their agreement. The main character listened to every word, his gaze lowered, lost in his own thoughts while the world raged around him. The sky outside remained dark and threatening. The main character's head snapped up as a voice called his name. From the shadows of the bushes, a man in a raincoat emerged. Ian watched him intently. The man pulled back his hood, revealing Captain Oliver. "What of the vice captain?" he demanded. Ian lowered his head, his eyes closing for a moment. "Everyone believes he's a Coldwood spy." Oliver's eyes flew open, blazing with anger. "That's absolute madness," he roared. "He is no spy." The main character looked past him into the darkness. "I know," he said softly. "I believe so too." The vice captain would have gladly laid down his life for the crown prince. An image of a smiling Paul Wren flashed through Ian's mind. He insisted Paul served well, despite his origins a loyal and excellent knight. But a shadow crossed the protagonist's face as he gazed into the brush. He knew this vice captain. Fixing the captain with an icy stare, he declared, "A verdict has already been passed. Not even you can justify what he did." Horror filled Oliver's eyes. Ian calmly scanned the clearing between the fiefs and spoke. "He remains silent. We don't know his motive, or who his accomplices are." The main character's head fell, his eyes closing in frustration. I need to understand why." A tense silence hung heavy in the air, but the protagonist stood his ground resolute. He looked directly at the captain. "And how is his highness?" Oliver's expression darkened with grief. "He has locked himself away. He won't eat or drink. He blames himself for everything." Ian looked away, understanding the situation all too well. Oliver's face twisted in anguish. "I trust you already know," he began, his voice strained. "All knights of the second detachment are forbidden from leaving the capital. An interrogation is coming for all of us." The captain's fist trembled with a mix of fury and despair. As the captain of this detachment, he vowed, "I would never allow such a disgrace." Oliver gritted his teeth, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. He stood firm, then slowly bowed his head. "In this situation, you are the only one I can ask for help." A moment later, his posture shifted dramatically. The captain bowed low. "Please, I beg you uncover the truth." Ian looked upon the desperate man with a hint of pity. He met the captain's gaze. "We detected no lies in the vice-captain's words, nor did we find any trace of outside influence." Oliver's eyes shot open in pure disbelief. Ian stated confidently, "He will be sent to the prison tonight. I will visit him there." The main character's gaze was sharp. "Afterward, I will come to your home." Oliver immediately straightened up, listening intently. With a look of grim determination, Oliver nodded firmly. "I understand." As if on cue, dark clouds began to swarm the sky as a harsh wind howled and rain began to fall. The Imperial prison was a silhouette against the pouring rain. Inside, a guard slept soundly by the cells. The main character slipped past him like a ghost, stopping before one cell, in particular his gaze unwavering. Ian stared into the oppressive darkness. With a groan of rusted metal, the cell door opened and he stepped inside. He saw the exhausted, battered form of his Vice Captain Paul. Slowly, the prisoner lifted his head to face him. Ian stepped closer. "Do you recognize me?" Paul stared blankly at the stone floor, offering no reply.
Pity washed over the main character's face. His gaze softened. "I would never have believed."
"That you would dare to attack His Majesty." Ian studied the broken man. "And yet I know. You are not a spy." He stood beside the prisoner chained to the wall. "You swore an oath. To protect His Highness until the very end. So why did you do it?" Ian slowly raised his hand, an azure light glowing from his palm. He moved it toward the Vice Captain's head. "I will now enter your memories." A glowing blue rune materialized in the air. He focused on the sigil. "I am asking for your permission." Instantly, his consciousness dove into a sea of memories. A soldier delivering vital intel to the Vice Captain. Paul confronting another captain named Dill. A draconian lurking in the shadows. The memory shifted. Dark mages, the Avantis, surrounded Paul, weaving black magic. Dill watched with a cruel sneer as his subordinate was tormented. Paul's hand shot out towards the villains, his fingers curling against his will. Ian's eyes widened in realization. He's not in control of his own body. Someone has cast a dark spell on him. In that moment, the spectral form of the Vice Captain appeared before him.
The spirit's gaze was piercing. "You are far too naive." Paul's voice was calm, filled with a deep sorrow.
"You must be careful," he warned. "The most terrible enemies are always the ones closest to you." Shock rippled through the main character as he clenched his jaw. A faint, weary smile appeared on Paul's lips. "I was waiting for you," he whispered. "I held on just for this meeting." Ian snapped back to reality, shouting, "Wait, I can remove the spell." But Paul's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist with shocking strength.
Ian turned stunned. The Vice Captain lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. "How is His Highness?"
Ian pulled his hand away, his irritation clear. "Thanks to your memories," he declared, "you will be—"
To prove his innocence, they had to find the one who set him up, then he'd be acquitted. Paul's jaw tightened.
He bowed his head in shame, admitting that was impossible. Ian whirled on him, his eyes blazing. Paul sank even lower. "Even if you did," he choked out, "I wouldn't be innocent. It was my hand that poisoned the ruler's wine." Our main character's eyes widened with fury. "Don't you dare give up," he roared. "If you let it end like this, you'll be remembered as the Emperor's would-be assassin." But Paul just shook his head violently. His face crumpled in despair. "I don't care about that," he cried. "My oath was to protect the Imperial family. How can I forget what I've done?" The main character's expression softened with pity, but the Vice Captain continued. "A criminal who threatens His Majesty is a threat to the Crown Prince." Paul's gaze shot up, burning with a new fire. "What happened to me was only the start," he declared, "and I fear it is far from the end. I will not be a danger to the Crown any longer." Ian's mouth fell open, his eyes wide with dawning horror. "What are you trying to say?"
Paul's sad gaze dropped to the floor. "Please convey this message to His Highness, and to the captain."
A moment later, Paul raised his head, a broad, tragic smile on his face. "My apologies, and my gratitude." The Vice Captain looked at our hero with solemn finality. "This is the last thing I can do to protect His Highness." Ian stared back, his eyes wild with disbelief. Paul began to walk towards him, pleading, "Protect the prince." In a sudden move, the Vice Captain shoved our protagonist back. The main character stumbled, beginning to fall.
Paul Wren gave him one last meaningful smile. Then he closed his eyes, and the world vanished.
Everything became a blinding white light. A memory surfaced, Paul laughing with the prince, his final thought echoing, "You will surely bring light to this empire." Suddenly, Ian's eyes flew open. He clutched his heart and let out a piercing scream. Scrambling to his feet, the main character stared in horror at the Vice Captain. Ian thrust his hand forward, a blue seal glowing on his palm. "The Great Undoing!" he roared. As streams of wind and magic slammed into him, the main character shut his eyes. But when he looked again, his heart froze. Had the canceling magic failed? Ian stared at the Vice Captain in a panic. "Hold on!" he screamed. "Just a little longer, I'll destroy the spell now." He rushed to his side. His eyes were wide with desperation. "You won't have to suffer anymore." But it was too late. Ian looked with utter hopelessness at the body of the Vice Captain. Paul Wren hung limp and lifeless from his chains. There were no signs of life. Ian stared in silence, his breath catching in his throat. He lowered his head, a crushing silence descending, as he tried to process the horror. Outside, a violent thunderstorm raged. Rain hammered against the window frame of Captain Oliver's home. The captain himself sat before the fireplace. The only light came from the fire and a single candle he stared into intently. He sat with his hands clasped, lost in thought.
Suddenly, the captain drew his sword, aiming it towards a sharp, unexpected sound. "Who's there?" Oliver demanded, his voice like ice. When a familiar voice replied, "It's me," Oliver froze.
He threw the door open to find our protagonist standing there, drenched to the bone, his face a mask of sorrow. Inside, Oliver took a hesitant step back. Did you find out something?" he asked, his voice trembling. Our hero's head hung low, water dripping from his hair onto the floorboards. Oliver looked at the protagonist with growing dread as he whispered, "Sir Paul Wren died today, in his prison cell." Oliver stared speechless. A moment later, his eyes flooded with fear and a soul-crushing despair. The captain's strength gave out. He stumbled, catching himself on a table, his body shaking. He pressed a hand to his head as a heavy, grief-stricken silence filled the room. Our protagonist remained motionless.
Oliver's voice was thick with sorrow. "We first met in the north," he began, "at an orphanage run by the Raywood family."
A memory flashed in the captain's mind, 2 young boys laughing together. "He was always a good child," he murmured, "always looking after the others. My father saw his talent for fencing immediately. From then on, we practiced together constantly."
Oliver remembered the sight of them, swords in hand, beaming at each other.
The captain pressed his hand to his head, his teeth clenched. "He was my best friend. The one who always supported me, who always moved forward with confidence. He didn't deserve a death like this." The main character's sad gaze remained on the floor. "Before he died," he said softly, "I was able to see his memories."
Oliver's head snapped up, his eyes wide with utter shock. He stared intently at our hero, his mind reeling.
The protagonist lowered his hand from his head, his gaze piercing. "Does any of this seem familiar to you?" he asked as Ian stared back. The captain studied him carefully before speaking. "A few days ago, Sir Dole, the captain of the 1st Knightly Detachment, found him." Our main character recalled the moment instantly, Paul reaching his hand toward that very draconian knight. Then he revealed the chilling truth. "Someone with him," he stated, "used black magic on the vice captain." Oliver lunged forward, his voice tense. "Sir Dole and black magic. Who was with them?" he demanded. The main character's gaze fell to the floor, his expression thoughtful. "I don't know," he confessed. An image flashed in his mind, a man with long hair and a deathly pale face. Avantis with his arm outstretched, weaving curls of dark power. But even in his past life, Ian had never seen this man. His attention drifted upwards to the chandelier hanging in the center of the room. "In any case," he declared, "Sir Dole is definitely connected to this, as is a certain high-class magician."
Oliver's eyes widened in alarm. "How high class?" he stammered, his voice trembling.
Ian's head lowered, his tone grim. "I tried to use my cleansing magic on the vice captain, but it had no effect." His gaze shifted to the fireplace, lost in the dancing flames. "That means the sorcerer who cast it is at a higher level than I am." He looked back at the terrified captain. "I have a theory about who it might be, but I'm not certain. And besides, we don't know if they have other allies. We need to conduct a more thorough investigation." As soon as Oliver heard this, his jaw dropped. "How dangerous is he?" he shouted, his voice cracking with fear. "Even if your magic is weaker, if you fall under his influence, our empire is doomed." The main character suddenly reached into the inner pocket of his cape. He produced a necklace, a single precious stone gleaming in its center. Oliver stared at it, his breath catching in his throat. He had given Ian that very necklace 6 years ago, after a training session. The main character gazed at the luminous pendant. "From what I understand, this belonged to the Empress," he began. "It contains a magic that clears the mind, but that is not its true purpose." Ian envisioned the necklace's hidden power. "This artifact," he explained, "contains an incredibly rare gem, the Dragon's Eye. It can protect its wearer from the effects of black magic." Ian looked pointedly at the captain, adding, "Even magic that surpasses the 8th grade?" A smile bloomed on Oliver's face. "This is an amazing artifact if you just keep it with you." "And then that black magic?" But the main character cut him off, shaking his head sharply. Oliver watched his confusion growing. The protagonist looked at the captain, his expression completely serious. The bewildered captain could only stare back, his mouth slightly agape. "Few people know of such ancient magic," Ian explained. "Right now, only you and I. To everyone else, it's just an ordinary trinket." The main character slowly closed the distance between them. Looking straight into the captain's eyes, he made a demand. "Promise me," he said, his voice low but firm. "Promise you won't tell anyone what I'm about to say." Oliver looked into his determined eyes and agreed. A moment later, Ian began to speak, revealing his plan. Oliver stood in stunned silence, listening intently to every word. Holding the necklace out, the main character finished his explanation. Oliver's eyes shot wide open, looking at the protagonist in absolute horror. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, a furious storm was brewing. Ragnar sat in his grand chair, gazing at the letter in his hand. It confirmed that Paul Wren had died in prison. The 5th prince's head snapped towards the knight named Dill. He glared at him before his eyes shot back to the letter. A cruel understanding dawned on his face. "So that's how it is." Dill's voice was menacingly low. "I was told a rat had gotten into his cell."
The knight stared down the fifth prince.
The captain met the prince's gaze without flinching. I assume you've also learned, he added, that black magic was cast on the vice captain. Ragnar slowly placed the parchment on the table. That is indeed the case, he confirmed coolly, and nothing can be done about it now. The fifth prince reached for his teacup. In any case, he mused, Ian Page still knows nothing of the Draconian. Ragnar leisurely raised the cup to his lips. He can only suspect, he noted with amusement, and try his best not to fall under its influence. The image of Avantes appeared in the prince's mind, confident and powerful.
Ragnar smirked. Even if my own fifth-class magic doesn't affect the protagonist.
That sixth-class whelp is no match for Master Avantes. By human standards, he is an eighth-class mage. Ragnar took a slow, deliberate sip of tea. Of course, his full strength has not yet been restored. But even in this state, he is far stronger than our hero. Ian Page must have already realized that someone far stronger than him is out there. Dill bowed his head slightly, his eyes on the carpet. Are you not afraid, my prince, that he will simply run away? Ragnar leaned back in his chair and let out a soft laugh. He is not that kind of person. His path has been far too difficult for him to retreat now. The fifth prince's gaze turned sharp and focused, staring off into the distance. His voice was barely a whisper as he confessed he didn't know what to believe, especially about the main character who appeared amid charges of treason. With the prince's eyes locked on him, Ragnar spoke. 6 years ago, upon arriving at the palace, he had immediately aligned with the crown prince, but he confessed he never truly served him. His reflection stared back as he added, I feel you're hiding something. You know far more about me than I can possibly imagine. The fifth prince observed Ian feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for an eternity. Ragnar set down his tea, leaned back, and rested his chin on his hand. For now, he declared, we will simply watch. The morning sun streamed in, bathing the main character's mansion in light. Ian handed his butler a letter, urging him to send it to Lord Pike in the east with haste. And this one, he instructed, is for Lord Marion. The butler bowed deeply. I've already received the report, my lord. A trusted messenger is en route. It will arrive soon.
Ian studied the old man. I understand. Abruptly, the main character presented another paper.
Take this, he said as the butler stared back stunned. The old man cautiously took the document. This, Ian explained, is a pass, issued by the Merchants Guild. It will allow you to disguise yourself as a merchant and flee the capital. His gaze was intense, holding the old man's. I hope you understand my meaning. Ian then turned to the window. When your preparations are complete, you will gather the maids and my mother. Head for the Marion estate in the north. The main character turned back with a faint smile. I believe the Lord has my message. He will welcome you with open arms. I understand, the butler affirmed. Just then, his mother came rushing down the stairs. Ian watched her approach, her voice echoing his name down the hall. He saw the fear etched on her face. Mrs. Page stopped before him, demanding, What is happening? Why are we leaving? So suddenly, Douglas and Leo appeared right behind her. Ian's expression grew heavy, his gaze falling to the floor. It's difficult to explain, he began softly, but the capital is in grave danger. I've already sent a letter to the Marion province. The Lord there will protect you. His mother's eyes flashed with defiance.
How can I leave without you? She cried. If you are staying, then so am I. Ian gently
took her hands in his. Mother, I'm an adult now. You don't need to worry about me. His gaze was firm. And I am a magician. I have the power to protect myself, so please don't worry. But her eyes widened in terror. You're only 18, my only son. She grabbed onto him, her voice cracking. Why must you always do these reckless things? I can't bear to watch you throw yourself into danger anymore. A shadow crossed Ian's face. Mother, he said sharply. She froze, trembling at his tone. His eyes softened with guilt. Please, just trust me. Ian held her trembling hands. If something goes wrong here, you could get hurt. Tears streamed down her face. With a heavy heart, Ian slowly released his grip. A moment later, he looked to Mr. Leo. I'm counting on you. Ian's voice was steely. Even if I beg you to tell me where she is, you must not answer. When the time is right, I will send word to Lord Marion myself. Leo met his gaze. I will do as you say. Douglas stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart. I'm staying with you, he declared. Ian turned, listening intently. A wide grin spread across Douglas's face. I don't know what's going on, he said, but you're going to need your right-hand man. Ian returned the smile. Thank you, he replied, but this is far more dangerous than you can imagine. It's better if you leave. A memory flashed in his mind, the alchemist's son from his past life. He couldn't let Douglas fall into those hands again. Ian moved to the center of the room, standing by his desk. He faced everyone who remained. After you have all left the estate, he announced, I will erase a part of my own memory, so I forget where I sent you. He lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the floor. Remember your instructions. Remember where you must go. I'm counting on all of you. The butler bowed deeply. It will be done, my lord. One by one, they began to leave until only Mrs. Page remained, her sad eyes lingering on her son. Finally, Ian stood, alone in the vast room. He let out a long breath, closing his eyes before turning to face his desk once more. His gaze fell upon the Empress's necklace in the box. A single thought flashed through his mind. This piece was left behind as well. Just then, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a vial filled with a shimmering purple liquid.
Beneath a magnificent chandelier, a man in a red cloak stared intently at the fifth prince.
"The Crown Prince remains confined to the palace,"
He reported. According to his maids, he is unwell.
"He has received treatment and is now stable, but he remains unconscious. And even when he awakens, he will have to face the consequences of this incident." Ragnar stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on some distant point. "He's been holding on for far too long." The fifth prince gritted his teeth in fury. "If father recovers," he seethed, "it could ruin our entire plan." His subordinate Dill bowed. "I will ask one of the alchemists for assistance." Ragnar's head snapped towards him. "In this situation, we must take action now." Dill watched the prince, adding, "Many aristocrats already doubt the crown prince. They believe that in a crisis such as this, he lacks the strength to take the reins of power." At that moment, Avantes the fifth prince stood with two cloaked servants listening to their captain.
Dill glanced at a lamp in the corner. "The second nightly detachment is currently being interrogated."
"Sir Oliver Raywood is personally overseeing the matter." Avantes smiled, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. He raised a hand sharply. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. We just have to wait for the throne to fall to me." But Ragnar's gaze was thoughtful. "It's strange. Ian Page has been completely silent. He would never just wait and watch. He must have already planned his next move." Suddenly, Ragnar and everyone in the room spun towards the door where a servant had appeared calling for the prince. Dill turned with a menacing glare.
"I ordered you not to disturb us," he roared before apologizing to the cloaked figures.
He looked back at the terrified servant who shouted, "Ian Page is on his way to the Imperial Palace." A wave of shock washed over the room. All eyes were locked on the messenger. Ragnar closed his eyes for a brief moment. "We will finish this discussion for today," he announced. The fifth prince then looked at the Draconian. "Erase all traces of your presence here, and leave." Avantes simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ian strode confidently down a long, red-carpeted corridor. He was rapidly approaching the fifth prince's chambers. A servant announced from the doorway, "Your Highness Ian Page has arrived." Ragnar turned rudely. "Let him enter." Ian walked into the room without a moment's hesitation. The fifth prince's eyes narrowed. "It has been a long time. Owner of the Ivory Tower, Ian Page." The main character stood his ground, his furious gaze locked on the prince as he stepped deeper into the room. Ragnar slowly turned to face him. "This is the first time we've met since the execution of the tower's old master." He faced Ian directly now. "I heard that many terrible things have happened since then." Ragnar closed his eyes, his teeth clenched in feigned anger. "I cannot believe my father had to suffer through this. It infuriates me that they found the one who poisoned him so late." A moment later, his eyes snapped open. His gaze was sharp as daggers aimed straight at the protagonist. "Which makes me wonder," he said, stepping closer. His fists tightened at his sides. "Why have you come to me at such a critical time?" The protagonist looked into the prince's eyes with unwavering confidence. "I'm curious about what you intend to do." Ragnar feigned confusion. "I don't understand what you're talking about." But Ian slowly closed the distance between them.
Paul Wren fell under the influence of dark magic, he stated. This all happened after his meeting with the captain of the First Royal Knights.
"And at that very moment, you Ragnar were standing right there." An image of a cloaked winged figure flashed in Ian's mind.
"I also know," Ian continued, "that the leader of the Order of Dragons is connected to this."
A nerve in Ragnar's face began to twitch. Ian delivered the final blow. "Because all this time, Ragnar, you were with them personally." Ian stood directly before the prince, his eyes blazing. "It's clear to me that you are plotting something truly terrible." Ragnar spread his arms wide, shaking his head with a mocking laugh. "This is complete nonsense. You don't have a shred of evidence." His eyes suddenly opened wide with a cunning gleam. A wicked grin stretched across his face. "And even if Paul Wren was under the influence of black magic, that hardly proves I was involved, does it?" "Your words are meaningless," he sneered, without a witness to back them up. "If it's magic, shouldn't you be hunting down the one who cast it?" Ragnar gestured towards our solemn hero and added that this was the first the Order of Dragons had ever heard of him. The fifth prince carefully examined the chandelier above. "How could I possibly conspire with them?" he scoffed. "When the tower controls my every move. Because of my father's condition, I haven't left the castle at all." Our main character glanced at his own hand-hearing. Ragnar's inner thoughts loud and clear. As the tower's master, he knows this better than anyone.
He looked up at the prince, realizing he could cast a spell to detect lies. A moment later, he began to close the distance.
"It's already obvious your words are a complete lie," Ian stated, his voice like ice. "You know about the Order of the Dragon, and you're personally acquainted with a master of dark magic." Ian stepped forward until they were face to face. "You are the leader of the Order. Ragnar's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. And what is your conclusion? Ian's gaze burned with a silent, simmering fury. Ragnar slowly lowered his head, letting out a low chuckle. Suddenly, his head snapped up, a horrifying glare fixed on our hero. He crossed his arms and sneered, "You're even more foolish than I imagined." Ragnar lunged forward, his voice dripping with venom. "So what are you going to do? Did you think I would cower and run away?" The fifth prince took a small step back, his eyes boring into our heroes. "Do you have any proof?" Ragnar's gaze softened slightly, drifting downward. "The culprit who poisoned my father is already dead," he added. "I myself was convinced of his guilt. Paul Wren is dead. He has paid for his sins." At those words, our hero's jaw clenched. Tightly in a silent rage, a small, cruel grin spread across Ragnar's face. "It's truly surprising that you'd still come to me with these baseless accusations." Ragnar moved in close, his voice a threatening whisper. "Ian Page, you have lost, but now you have a choice." A moment later, the fifth prince stepped away and called out to the Draconian. From a swirling cloud of darkness, a figure materialized behind our hero, leaning against a column. Ian whipped his head around, staring at the unexpected guest. It was a smiling, white-haired man in a chic red suit. Ian's mind raced. This was the man from the night's memories. Antis tilted his head, a sly grin playing on his lips. "Well now, Ian Page, how interesting. Your arrival just made our task 100 times easier." In the next instant, sinister tendrils of black magic coiled around our hero. From the shadows, Aventus appeared in his true form. "I see you've been wearing this cape for a long time," he commented, slowly approaching. Aventus took the cape as fabric in his hand, a strange smile on his face. "I never thought I would see this again. Such an unforgettable thing." Ian fought against the dark magic constricting his throat, his eyes wide with horror. The heir to the dragons, a draconian, he thought. Aventus turned his imposing gaze towards the fifth. "Prince, you said you wanted to make him your pawn." Ragnar met the draconian's stare and replied, "He will be useful to us." After hearing this, Aventus snapped his fingers. "I understand." He snapped his fingers again, and the coils of black magic tightened their crushing grip. A moment later, Ian's pupils bled into a chilling crimson, his gaze turning unnervingly dark as his hands began to twitch. Then, all at once, the dark magic receded, leaving him standing with his head bowed. Ragnar looked on. In confusion? "Is that all?" Aventus folded his hands behind his back and answered calmly. "It is." But he flinched when the prince noted that outwardly. Nothing had changed. Ian is simply that suspicious. Aventus glared at our hero and gave a chilling command, "Kill yourself." Ragnar looked at the draconian in utter horror, screaming, "Wait." But it was too late. In a flash, Ian summoned a spear of razor-sharp ice and aimed it at his own head, tightening his grip. Panic flashed in Ragnar's eyes. "Stop!" he roared. The entire room fell deathly silent. Ian stood frozen, the spear pressed to his neck. Aventus watched with keen interest as Ragnar lowered his head, calming himself. Our hero pressed the spear point into his skin, and a trickle of blood ran down his neck. Ragnar watched this, stunned. "That's enough," he finally said. Aventus turned his head away, closing his eyes. "You can now use him as you wish." As Aventus began to leave, dark magic pooled at his feet. "I am going to rest," he announced. Ragnar finally tore his gaze away from our hero, after Aventus vanished. The fifth prince looked at Ian with a venomous glare as he stood silently staring at the floor. "Ian," Ragnar called. Our hero turned sharply, and then the fifth prince demanded to know his true allegiance. In an instant, our protagonist fell to one knee. His form was rigid, his loyalty absolute. Head bowed, hand over his heart, he declared his vow to the highest son of the Empire. The fifth prince, Ragnar Green River. The prince stared down, utterly stunned by this sudden pledge. Then a chilling, victorious smirk spread across his face. Elsewhere, a gentle knock echoed. The butler entered the crown. Prince's chambers bowed and announced it was time to prepare. The crown prince, however, just sat on the sofa, a completely broken man. So the time had finally come. A ceremony celebrating the appointment of our hero as the new Tower Master. The prince buried his face in his hands, letting out a heavy sigh. He knew he couldn't appear so defeated in front of him. Turning to his attendant, the prince looked up. "Help me dress today," he requested. The man simply bowed in agreement. At the emperor's palace, the grounds were bathed in the brilliant morning sun. Inside, a grand banquet hall buzzed with the empire's elite. A circle of nobles whispered amongst themselves. This was the new Tower Master's first official ceremony, and it was rumored both the crown prince and the fifth prince would attend. One of the respected nobles leaned in conspiratorially. "It's time we discussed that matter," he murmured. The other noble asked, "What matter are you referring to?" The man's gaze sharpened. "The succession," he answered grimly. "Who will take the throne?" The nobles scanned the crowded hall, their minds racing. Everyone had assumed Mr. Ian would surely back the Crown Prince. They all believed he had chosen his side long ago. But another noble turned his voice a low hiss. He shielded his mouth and whispered, "Mr. Ian visited the fifth prince, at the palace, just recently." Spreading his hands wide, he reasoned with the others. So much has happened lately, and the Crown Prince has not shown himself in the best light. He looked up thoughtfully. Perhaps Mr. Ian has already changed his mind. At that very moment, the Crown Prince entered the hall. His eyes scanned the crowd, then widened in surprise, as they locked onto one person. It was him. "Ian," the prince called out sharply. Our hero's head snapped in his direction. The Crown Prince rushed towards him. "It's been too long. How have you been?" He stopped, his gaze falling to the floor. "A lot of time has passed since we last met," he said with a heavy heart. "It's a shame things turned out this way." But the main character's expression was like ice, cold and silent. The prince slowly reached out a hand. "If you don't mind," he began to plead, "after the reception ends." But in that instant, our protagonist struck his hand away with brutal force, silencing him completely. The prince stared, his face a mask of pure shock. His head hung low in defeat for a moment. Then he raised it again, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. All he saw in Ian's gaze was cold, unforgiving fury. The main character gave a formal bow hand to his chest. "My apologies, Your Highness," he said, his voice flat. "After the ceremony, I already have other plans." The prince awkwardly scratched his head and forced a reply. I see." His smile was hollow as he gazed at the floor. "Then perhaps another time." As Ian turned, a new voice called to him. A servant stood by the main doorway, gesturing. "They are ready for you now, sir. Please enter the hall." Without a backward glance, Ian strode away. The prince could only watch him go. The distance between them felt like an unbridgeable chasm. A single bead of sweat trickled down the prince's cheek. Ian now stood at the center of the luxurious hall beneath a massive chandelier. Facing the crowd, he began to speak. "I thank you all for gracing me with your presence today." His steady, commanding voice captivated the entire room. "Our empire," he continued, "is currently facing a series of great trials." The Crown Prince watched from his seat, the words hitting him like physical blows. "Due to the assassination attempt on our emperor, His Majesty is still unable to resume his duties. And even if he awakens, we cannot guarantee his health. Or his ability to rule the empire will remain unchanged." A nervous murmur rippled through the assembled aristocrats. Ian's voice cut through the noise like a blade. "It is time to make a decision. I trust you all understand what I mean." His head lowered for a moment. "We must become stronger." He then looked towards a grand window, his gaze far away. "Our enemies are merely waiting for the perfect moment to attack." The fear of impending war hung heavy in the air. Yet Ragnar sat with his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He listened intently as Ian's voice rang out. "When the empire is in such a vulnerable state," Ian declared, "an important decision must be made regarding who will become the next ruler." Shadows coiled around the throne, reaching for the gleaming crown, as the main character gestured grandly to the side. His gaze swept across the assembled aristocrats, seeing clearly that this man was destined to be a worthy ruler. The nobles watched him with bated breath, having heard the whispers that they needed a true titan to restore their nation. Someone strong enough to reclaim the empire's honor and crush the threats from the 3 neighboring kingdoms. The protagonist's voice cut through the tension, declaring that the one who could return the Green River Empire to the pedestal of history was the only man truly worthy of the crown by both divine right and the will of the people. He lowered his head, his eyes closing for a moment before he spoke again. "I, the master of the tower." Ian Page, his hands clenched on the table, trembling with conviction. His gaze shot across the hall as he declared, "Will pledge my full support to the 5th prince as the future emperor." The hall erupted into chaos, nobles shot to their feet, their shocked whispers turning into a disbelieving roar. The Crown Prince stared, his face a mask of shock and fear. Meanwhile, Ragnar leaned back with a faint smirk, watching the storm unfold. The prince surged to his feet, stalking towards the protagonist. The Crown Prince roared Ian's name as he closed the distance. In the next instant, he lunged, grabbing Ian by his cape, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. The Crown Prince's voice was a low growl, demanding to know why. Why this ultimate betrayal? Without warning, his fist smashed into the protagonist's face with all his might. 2 soldiers instantly moved to restrain the prince. He thrashed against their hold, screaming for them to let him go, while the protagonist simply wiped a trickle of blood from his lip. The main character's cold gaze locked onto the furious Crown Prince, his silence more powerful than any words. As the prince trembled with rage, a commanding voice shouted, "Take him out of here!" That night, darkness consumed the palace. The prince lay frozen on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, as silent tears fell. A man's shadow suddenly appeared at his window. The prince tensed up his eyes, darting to the glass. It was Oliver. The Crown Prince shot up from his bed, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes for the loyal captain. He rushed onto the balcony, his voice a hushed whisper. "What are you doing here? You're meant to be under house arrest." Oliver strode past him into the room, his tone urgent. "There's no time for explanations. You need to dress warmer." "We're leaving," he declared. Fear crept into the prince's voice. What are you talking about? Where are we going? Oliver threw open a wardrobe. There is a secret passage, he replied, his eyes scanning the prince's jackets. It will lead us out of the palace completely unseen by the guards. He grabbed a deep blue jacket, adding, this was prepared for emergencies just like this.
Oliver moved quickly toward the prince, revealing, the knights of the 2nd Imperial Detachment are waiting for you.
The prince could only stand there, frozen in his mind, unable to process what was happening. As Oliver draped the warm cape over him, he finally found his voice, the 2nd Detachment. Oliver suddenly dropped to one knee. He looked up at the prince and declared, you must leave now, extending a hand.
The crown prince stared at the outstretched hand, his entire body trembling with the weight of the decision.
A faint, determined smile touched his lips. A moment later, his shaking hand clasped the captain's arm. They reached a dark forest, moving silently along a path cloaked in shadows. Up ahead, a detachment of knights stood with a horse. Their faces lit up with joy as they announced, we've been waiting for you. The crown prince threw back his hood, his eyes wide with astonishment. He froze as the knights rushed toward him. They surrounded him with hugs and joyous shouts proclaiming how much they'd missed him and how he'd grown even cooler. The prince whipped his head toward the captain, completely overwhelmed. What is all this? Why is everyone here? Oliver's expression turned grim. The castle and the capital are no longer safe for you, your highness. He looked the prince in the eye and added, we are escorting you to the province of Perk for your own safety. The prince flinched as if struck, turning slowly in utter disbelief to face his captain. The province of Perk, he repeated in a horrified whisper. That's the very place where Ian became a magician.
Oliver's gaze was firm. I will explain everything on the way, he replied. I ask that you follow us.
The crown prince held up his hands, his eyes closed in turmoil.
Wait, if you disobey a direct order and leave your posts?
He opened his eyes wide with panic, adding, you could all be severely punished. You could be accused of treason.
Oliver stepped forward, his gaze locked on the prince. He asked pointedly, who gave that order?
The crown prince flinched, shocked by the question. But Oliver stood unwavering, his eyes boring into the prince, reminding him that they were his knights. They lived and died by his command alone. Why would they ever follow a stranger? They would never act against him or his father, the emperor. A storm of emotions froze the crown prince where he stood, his eyes sweeping over his men. Oliver declared their very purpose was to be his shield against all evil. They would fight for him until their last breath. In that instant, every knight dropped to one knee. Hands pressed to their chests, they bowed their heads in a pledge of absolute loyalty. The crown prince could only watch, stunned into silence. Oliver then pleaded, asking for a chance to prove their unwavering allegiance to him. The prince stared at his loyal knight's words, failing him as a wave of emotion brought tears to his eyes. He quickly shielded his face, hiding behind his palm as he choked out his agreement. Slowly, the crown prince lowered his hand, his eyes glistening as he told the captain to explain everything, to tell him what was truly going on. Oliver placed a hand over his heart, a wide, relieved smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in the 5th prince's mansion bathed in the afternoon sun, a man named Duel paced nervously. He strode toward the table where the 5th prince sat with our protagonist standing silently beside him. We have a problem, he announced. Ragnar turned, placing a paper on the table. What happened? He demanded. Duel reported that the crown prince vanished at dawn, and with him, the entire 2nd detachment of Imperial Knights had also disappeared. Rage burned behind Ragnar's eyes as he stared at the floor. Do you know where they went? Duel clasped his hands behind his back and stated they were heading east. He offered to send a pursuit team. But Ragnar snapped his head around, closing his eyes in thought. There's no need, he declared. They're heading to Perk province. A map of the region flashed in his mind. He knew the path was treacherous, swarming with monsters, a challenge they could easily overcome, with their captain and the 2nd Knightly Detachment. But replacing warriors of that caliber would be impossible.
Duel stared at the 5th prince, horrified by the implication. Ragnar crossed his arms, his expression hardening.
He shot a glare at the knight. Let them go for now. It's more important to find Vanessa Page. Ragnar's gaze snapped towards the protagonist. That cunning magician? He knew. He knew we would use black magic on him, so he hid her somewhere. But the exact location remained a mystery. Ian stood perfectly still, his gaze fixed as if lost in a trance. A memory surfaced in Ragnar's mind, the protagonist kneeling before him. He was certain the draconian magic had worked. It seemed Ian had wiped his own memories clean in advance. Duel looked confused. Why do you need the Tower Master's mother? She's just an ordinary woman. Ragnar's eyes narrowed to slits. She is his greatest weakness. It was baffling. He knew black magic was coming, and yet he walked right into the trap. Then a chilling thought struck Ragnar.
He scrutinized Ian. Perhaps he had another card to play, some other scheme already in motion.
That's why finding his mother was paramount. Duel placed a hand on his chest and bowed. I understand. A moment later, the knight departed, leaving an unnerving silence. Ragnar slowly turned his head toward the protagonist.
A low, dark chuckle escaped his lips. The fifth prince watched him, unable to shake the feeling of unease.
Everything was proceeding far too smoothly. Just what was Ian plotting? By evening on a hill overlooking the province of Perk, Oliver approached the crown prince, who was staring out from a balcony into the distance. "There he is," Oliver noted as Lord Perk approached them. "Is everything all right?" the lord asked. The crown prince offered a small smile. Of course. He apologized for the abrupt visit, promising he would not forget this kindness. Lord Perk smiled warmly. "The honor is all mine." But then the lord's expression grew somber. "Frankly," he admitted, "I was quite surprised when I received a letter from the protagonist." His gaze met the prince's. "What happened to the emperor?" "Is horrifying. I pray for his swift recovery." The prince lowered his head, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. Lord Perk and his attendant bowed. "At the main character's request," he announced with a smile, "we will now be working together. Do not worry. Your safety is our highest priority." With that, the lord began to take his leave. The crown prince and Oliver watched him go. A faint smile played on the prince's lips, his eyes never leaving the departing lord. Model, a truly good man, loyal and open-hearted. Oliver, is he a relative of yours? The young captain turned to the
Prince, a faint smile on his lips. He was a distant uncle. He explained the one who first taught him swordsmanship, the crown prince.
Looked down, his heart heavy. He saw it now. Ian had calculated every single move down to the last detail. A moment later, a shadow crossed the prince's face. He summoned his captain, asking if black magic was truly cast upon the protagonist. Oliver turned in surprise, questioning the prince's words. But a smirk twisted the prince's lips as he glanced away, adding,
Or did he truly defect? To the fifth prince's side. The image of Ragnar, his brother, flashed in his mind with that insufferable smile. Since they were children, Ragnar had surpassed him in everything. It was a bitter truth to admit. Did Ian see this weakness and choose the winning side? Oliver lowered his gaze, a slight grin playing on his lips, and stated that was impossible. The crown prince whipped his head around, his frustration clear. But Oliver looked up, meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence. 6 years ago, Master Ian had told him something during their training. A memory of the young protagonist surfaced, his voice firm and clear. He swore he would never serve the fifth prince. Oliver's smile widened. Trust in him, Your Highness. I am certain this is all part of his grand design. Outside, a storm raged. Oliver stared in disbelief, looking at his master. Say that again, he demanded. The main character averted his gaze, studying the wall intently. When I meet the fifth prince, he declared, I will cast black magic upon myself. His Highness will try to stop me, so you must not tell him. Oliver's composure shattered. That's madness. It's too dangerous. You might not escape. Ian's expression darkened as he looked at the floor, replying, Ragnar won't kill me immediately. I'm far too useful to him alive. The main character placed a hand over his heart. As a magician of the Sixth Circle and master of the Tower, his position gives him incredible influence over diplomacy and politics. Ragnar will undoubtedly try to use that to his advantage. Ian set his gaze somber. The thought of falling under that man's control again was agonizing. But this was the only way to learn his plans and put an end to them. The word again echoed in Oliver's mind. Ian stood before his captain, his resolve like steel. If my betrayal is successful, he continued, you must send word to the Lord in Perk. I will warn him beforehand with a letter. Oliver stroked his chin, his mind racing. But we'll need a mage capable of casting such a powerful illusion on you. There was no one of that caliber in the capital. At least no one they could possibly trust. A cunning smile touched Ian's lips. Ah, but there is one. Someone Ragnar would never suspect. A very devoted and powerful magician. Elsewhere, the princess sat by a bed, her expression filled with sorrow. The frail Emperor Terry lay before her. She watched him, whispering how Sir Ian had defected to the fifth prince, forcing her brother to abandon the palace. She bowed her head in grief, knowing that Ragnar was already making his move to seize the throne. A moment later, she squeezed her eyes shut, fighting back. Silent sobs as tears streamed down her face. What could she possibly do? The princess wept, her heart breaking. Who was there left to trust? She remembered Ian's words to her, wondering, could it all have been a lie? She pressed her hands to her face, trying to stop the tears. It was painful to even think it. But even now, in this dark hour, a part of her still wanted to believe in him. Wiping her eyes, she leaned closer. Father, you must wake up. A sharp knock echoed from the door. Startled, the princess composed herself. Recognizing Kevin's voice, she permitted him to enter. She met him outside the room, hands clasped before her. What is it? She asked. Kevin shifted nervously, avoiding her gaze as he began to mumble. He finally looked at her and requested a private word. They walked until they found a quiet, empty chamber. Kevin glanced around nervously, ensuring they were truly alone. After a tense moment, he presented a small, ornate box. Please take this, he urged.
The princess eyed the box with suspicion. What is this Kevin? Held it out further, his gaze serious. A few days ago, he explained, the master of the Ihi.
Tower asked me to deliver this to you. The princess gasped, taking the box in shock. You mean, Sir Ian?
Kevin quickly brought a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He glanced around once more. You must keep this an absolute secret, he whispered. Placing a hand on his chest, he bowed deeply. I will take my... Leave now! He turned and hurried down the long corridor, leaving the princess clutching the mysterious box. Her eyes followed his retreating form as the princess stood alone in the grand hallway, clutching the box tightly. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, but she noticed a soft golden light seeping from the box's seams. Cautiously, she sat at a table and began to unwrap the mysterious gift. Inside lay a vial of violet liquid, a necklace, bearing the imperial family's crest and a sealed letter. She broke the seal with trembling hands and began to read. The letter was indeed addressed to her. The scene then shifts to our main character Ian, his pen scratching furiously across the page. I'm sure you must be shocked, he wrote. If you are reading this, it means the black magic has already taken hold of me.
His pen moved with desperate purpose, his eyes focused. I'm writing to you, to ask for your help. A grim memory flashed in his mind.
The Emperor, his father, violently coughing up blood. The captain of the 2nd Knightly Detachment? Paul Wren was also under the influence of black magic when he attempted to assassinate His Majesty. A dark silhouette in a red cloak appeared. Behind the figure, a flag emblazoned with a dragon. The people behind this insidious plot, it called themselves the Dragon Association. Their leader is a magician of terrifying power. Another image surfaced in his mind, the 5th Prince Ragnar smirking over his shoulder. Ian added, he has joined them to steal the throne. We must expose the prince's guilt before he becomes nothing more than a toy in their hands. Ian's writing grew more frantic. On his own table lay the very same box he had sent her. The Emperor entrusted this pendant to me, he wrote, describing the gold necklace with its brilliant blue stone. It contains divine spells far above the 8th grade, capable of shattering any dark curse. You must place this pendant around my neck to dispel the magic. I also included an elixir made from the Landora flower. After reading this, the princess picked up the vial, carefully examining the purple liquid swirling within. Her hand began to tremble as she read the next chilling line. It destroys both mana and the human body, a fatal poison for any magician.
The princess stared at the bottle in horror as she read the final command. If the necklace fails,
you must use this elixir to kill me. At that moment, the sharp echo of footsteps broke the corridor's silence. The princess looked up to see the 5th prince with Ian following obediently like a shadow at his heels. The princess stood her ground, looking straight at the approaching 5th prince. Are you on your way to see father? She inquired coolly. Ragnar grinned. Yes, he is my father too, after all. Now that I'm no longer under arrest, I must behave like a worthy son. The princess lowered her eyes. I see, she said, her voice like ice. She then turned her sharp gaze upon the protagonist. And it's been a long time since I've seen the master of the tower. I trust you are well. The main character simply bowed his face in a motionless mask. The sight sent a shiver of horror down her spine. She turned sharply back to the 5th prince. May I have a word with the tower master alone? Ragnar looked at her with amusement. He gave a dismissive wave. As you wish. He then turned to the protagonist. When you are finished here, I will be waiting for you in my palace. A moment later, Ragnar strode away, leaving the two of them alone. The girl looked into the protagonist's empty eyes. Follow me, she ordered, leading him into a huge chamber. Ian walked to the center of the room as the princess firmly closed and locked the doors. She stood before him, her heart pounding. An awkward silence hung in the air. The princess finally lowered her head. I've missed you. Even if I know you haven't, she whispered. Do you remember your request? The main character stared back, silent and vacant. Not getting an answer, she stepped closer. I've come to return this to you. Could you bend over? He obeyed like a puppet, leaning down sharply. With shaking fingers, the princess fastened the necklace around his neck. As the pendant settled, the main character took a sharp, deep breath. The princess watched him, her eyes wide with surprise. A brilliant blue light erupted from the necklace. Vile black magic began to pour out of Ian's body, as his eyes turned blood red. The girl jumped back in horror as Ian collapsed to the ground. He suddenly grabbed his throat and began coughing violently. A moment later, his hand was covered in blood that was also spilling from his mouth. The princess put her hands to her mouth in horror, screaming his name. All the while, the necklace... He pulsed with light, absorbing the last remnants of the black magic. Trembling with tears streaming down her face, she landed right next to him, asking if he was okay. The main character gasped for air and clutched his chest. Ian sharply raised his head to the girl and began to laugh lightly. He saw the princess before him, her face stained with tears, and smiled. With open arms, she suddenly launched herself at him, clinging to him desperately while crying out his name. He stared in shock, unable to process what was happening. The princess sobbed, holding him even tighter. How could you write that? She wept. Did you really think I would kill you? In that moment, he remembered the potion and realized what she meant. He abruptly pushed her back, forcing her to meet his gaze. He knew then and there he could truly entrust his life to her. A wide grin spread across his face as he closed his eyes. It's a good thing I got rid of that black magic, he thought. Otherwise, the pendant wouldn't have worked. The princess stared at him dumbfounded. Then her expression twisted into fury. Are you insane? She screamed. How could you be so stupid relying on me like that? He averted his gaze, admitting, sometimes stupidity is the only path. A vision flashed in his mind, a dagger from his past life. The right decision, he finished. I would even give my life. Reaching out, he gently wiped a tear from her eye. Thank you for trusting me. The princess looked at his joyful face, at his brilliant smile, and her own heart soared. She shook her head hastily, wiping her tears. I'm just so glad you're back, she exclaimed. Standing up straight, she held out her hands. I have so many questions. Did you find anything out? His expression turned serious. I did, he confirmed. And it's worse than I ever imagined. The Dragon Association. It's a massive organization. An image of the Ivory Tower's former master appeared in his mind, standing over aristocrats in red cloaks. H.T. Leon holds a pretty high rank there, and many high-ranking nobles are members of that cult. Then another face surfaced in his memory, a loyal knight of the Empire. Dul Moore, captain of the First Imperial Knights for decades. He's also a high-ranking member of the association. The princess trembled, her body going cold. Sir Dill is one of them, she whispered in disbelief. The main character watched her, his voice low. The leader of the association is a draconian, one everyone believed died 300 years ago. He remembered Aventus's overpowering magic. He's in a human body now, and he's an 8th-class archmage. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with rage. Mitchell Greenriver managed to seal him. But the 5th prince, he set him free. The princess covered her mouth with trembling hands. Ragnar, involved in something so dangerous? He looked at her grimly. I believe he's been plotting this for a very, very long time. Their goal isn't just the throne. They don't just want to replace the emperor. They want to start a war and conquer the entire continent. A vision of the imperial palace appeared. The entire royal court is already under the 5th prince's influence. The crown prince isn't the only one in danger. Ian looked her dead in the eye. Trust no one, he warned. Protect his majesty at all costs. She stared back, bewildered. But what about you? He stood firm, his resolve like steel. I'll stay close to the 5th prince. I'll pretend his magic still controls me. A mage of royal blood appeared in his thoughts. I need to find the spell, the one Mitchell Greenriver used, to seal that draconian. It wasn't in the Ivory Tower's library, but it might be hidden somewhere in this castle. The princess lowered her gaze, her hand on her chin, lost in thought. A moment of silence passed. Then her eyes lit up. Ian, she called out. She straightened up, a new determination on her face. She gestured for him to follow. There's something I need to show you. Come with me. They arrived at the royal library. The princess walked slowly toward a table and decisively opened a silver box. Our protagonist stood back, watching and waiting. A moment later, she presented him with a book bound in gold. He looked at the book, astonished. What is this? The princess looked up at him, her eyes shining. A treasure. It was a gift from my father. His jaw dropped as he stared at the artifact. This is a book by a mage of royal blood. The first emperor, the one who wielded magic. They say he kept this diary his entire life. He looked at her again. But then why did he give it to you? She looked down at the book. There's a seal on it, one that no one has ever been able to break. A vision of Mitchell Greenriver appeared in her mind. History tells us he was a 5th-class mage. But this seal is of a much higher class. Perhaps you're the one who can finally open it. With the ancient book in his hands, our hero spoke with resolve. Ian gripped the tome, watching as it began to pulse with a faint light. A sudden insight struck him. If he channeled his mana into the book, he could activate the spell. He shot the princess a surprised look. Then his eyes fell back to the book, seeing letters in the dragon language etched upon. The seal. He focused on the word, uttering it in the ancient tongue. A moment later, the lock on the book clicked open. The princess gasped with joy, shouting, "You did it! Open it quickly," she urged. Ian, still stunned by his success, parted the cover and read the first few lines. It was exactly as he'd suspected. A diary of his ancestors. The first page was dated at the end of the Great War with the Draconians. As he and the princess leaned over the table, Ian noticed it spoke of a memorial for the fallen knights and mages of the Empire and plans to build a new tower. And here, records of powerful spell research. As he scanned the lines, a familiar name leaped from the page. Fran. He froze. Why was his father's name in this journal? A vision suddenly flooded his mind. He saw his father, Fran Mitchell Greenriver, approaching a mysterious man in a cloak. That night, his father had found him. The figure declared they would never meet again, vowing to protect their pact for the rest of his life. In the vision, his father placed a hand to his chest, sinking to his knees and lowering his head before the unknown silhouette. Beneath the text, glowing draconic words appeared. His father was leaving. His final message written in the dragon tongue right here in this diary. As Ian read the last word, the world began to drain of all color. Everything turned to black and white except for Ian himself. He snapped his head up, looking around in total confusion. The protagonist stared at the frozen princess and called out her name. He scanned the silent room, his gaze sweeping across the impossible scene. Looking up in shock, he realized the truth. Time itself had stopped. Then he saw a glow from the crack in the door. Ian slowly approached, drawn to the brilliant golden light seeping from the entryway. He began to push the door open. Stepping through, he found himself on a huge grassy field shrouded in mist. Through the fog, colossal gears turned in the sky. Ian looked up in awe, wondering where he was. He then saw an unknown silhouette. A cloaked figure stood in the distance. He began to walk towards him, his mind racing, wondering who it could be. Ian picked up his pace. Getting closer, he saw the person was sitting calmly on a stone. He called out, but the person didn't move. Their face was hidden by the blinding sun. Then the man in the cloak turned his head sharply, looking right at him. Ian's breath caught in his throat. "Where are we? Who are you?" he asked. The man gazed out at the plain and replied, "This is a repository of time, a place that exists outside of space." Ian tilted his head, his mind reeling from the words. What in the world was a time storage? The barefoot man sat on the stone and calmly added, "It is difficult to explain in human terms. Simply put, this place stores all time from all worlds you inhabit." After hearing those words, Ian looked at the man in utter shock. He stared intently and demanded, "Do you know me? Who are you? How do you know my name?" The man lowered his head, a mysterious grin on his face. "Among mortals, I do have a name." He gazed at the giant gears on the horizon and finally answered, "I am the first magician? A golden dragon?" The protagonist's eyes flew wide with disbelief as he examined the man before him. He imagined the first magician, a giant golden dragon of legend. He realized in that moment, the golden dragon, the lord of time from the ancient tales, and the first magician, the first person who ever controlled magic, were one and the same being. Ian studied the man, adding in his thoughts, "If that's true, then you must know about the magician named Mitchell." At that moment, the man opened his mouth. "I never expected," he began, "that he would make such a grave error and save the life of that draconian." A vision appeared in the magician's mind. His father stood before the draconian, saying that he truly did not understand why he was spared. In this world, pity and revenge, human emotions were too complex and far too fickle. In the vision, his father's dragon eyes blazed. The main character frowned deeply, tilting his head as he shouted, "What are you talking about? How is my father connected to any of this?" The golden dragon turned his head, a wide smile spreading across his face. "He is connected," he replied, "in every way. So you're the one who gave me the power to crush the draconians?" The protagonist stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. If that was true, there was only one thing he needed to know. Ian's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the man as he asked, "Then why? Why give this power to someone else instead of using it yourself?" The first magician lowered his head, a shadow crossing his features. His lips parted, his voice echoing with ancient sorrow. For far too long, humanity has been tormented by black magic. He pictured a draconian enthroned beneath a dragon banner, explaining, "Dragon power is the might to force absolute obedience. And black magic was a vile art created to control that very power." The golden dragon then envisioned a sea of tormented souls. He added that the draconian's dark arts were a chaotic, unstable force. It devoured the souls of men and shattered the world's very balance. An endless repeating cycle of catastrophe. The first magician recalled standing in a desolate wasteland, watching spirits twist in agony. "Even as I witnessed their terrible suffering," he said, "I could not intervene, for dragons must never interfere in the affairs of mortals. It is a law set at the dawn of time." The golden dragon's gaze fell filled with regret. "However," he added, his voice firm, "I couldn't just stand by and watch. This chaos began because of dragon power." He glanced toward the distant horizon. "And so I broke that sacred rule. I interfered with the course of human history." Ian's eyes shot open in shock, his mind reeling from the revelation. "You gave humans magic," he breathed, "so they could fight back against the darkness." The first magician remembered the moment well. A mage named Mitchell stood before him as he offered a glowing golden orb. But he knew this alone was not enough. Humanity needed a hero, a champion who could protect them from the calamities to come. That is why he gave his power to a man. The main character envisioned a sorcerer of royal blood, his gaze locked on the future, and realized that hero was Mitchell Greenriver. The first magician's head snapped up his eyes, piercing the distance. He was indeed a kind and sincere man of imperial lineage who cared for his people above all else. He saw the image of the royal mage bowing in solemn promise. Mitchell dedicated his life to eradicating black magic. But a single mistake brought all of his work to ruin. It is because humans are ultimately imperfect.
After meddling into her fate, my own memories were shattered. I couldn't finish what I started.
Only hope that one day, everything would fall into place. The magician began to glow, and behind him, the specter of a colossal golden dragon appeared. "That is why I sealed my remaining time inside a human body," the man declared. "I lost my memories, but I continued to wander the mortal world." He sprang up from the stone, throwing back his hood, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "You could say it was a fleeting moment in my long existence, but it turned out to be the most memorable of all." The first magician adjusted his cape, raising his head with pride, and his voice softened. "It was then that I met a woman, named Vanessa." Hearing that name, Ian stared at the golden dragon in absolute horror. His mouth fell open. The man remembered running hand in hand with her through a sunlit field. "She was sincere, kind, and wonderful. The time I spent with her was the brightest moment of my entire long life. She gave me something truly precious." Ian's eyes were wide with disbelief. The first magician then turned his head. A warm smile crossed his face as he said, "I've missed you, my dear son." A violent tremor shot through the main character. Rage boiled within him. He lowered his head, shouting through clenched teeth, "Don't you dare spout such nonsense! My father is long dead." The first magician tilted his head, a sad smile playing on his lips. "The man known as Fran Page did indeed die."
But his essence remained even after losing its physical shell. "All this time I have been waiting to meet you." Ian's fist clenched in fury. "You should have waited forever!" he roared, his voice cracking with pain. A moment later, he looked up, his eyes burning with unshed tears.
Why did you leave?" "Because of you, mother." Fran sat calmly on the stone, his eyes gently closed. "Some purposes are greater than life itself." He looked at his son. "As my memories slowly returned, I finally understood what I had to do."
Ian could only listen, stunned into silence. The first magician's expression was one of profound sadness. "I had to destroy this black magic in this world," he confessed. "I wanted to protect the place where your mother and I lived. But I was given far too little time. To my eternal regret, I had to leave my family behind." The man stood up, and with purpose, he walked toward his son. He stopped before him, looking him directly in the eyes. "Your own life has been one of hardship. My greatest wish is that from this moment on, you can finally know true happiness." He gritted his teeth, his gaze burning into the floor. "That is not what I came to discuss." Ian's eyes widened in shock.
But his father cut him short, revealing a stunning truth. Ian had come seeking power to destroy the first Draconian. The Archmage gazed at his son, his eyes tracing an unseen energy. He already possessed the power he sought.
Before departing, he had poured his very essence into him. The main character stared dumbfounded, needing to hear it again.
And his father confirmed it. So that was how he had used the time reversal spell. He had always believed his understanding of dragon speech was a perk of being an Archmage. The protagonist's head sank lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Then his eyes shot up sharp with disbelief. Could it be true? When had the ancient tongue become so effortless? His father began to walk toward him. A golden aura bloomed at his feet. "You must awaken this power," he declared, raising a hand. He pointed toward his stunned son. "But first, let's test it." Behind the protagonist, a brilliant golden light erupted. He gazed at his father, shocked. The first magician wanted to see the life Ian truly desired, a future he couldn't even fathom. Suddenly, he awoke beneath a massive tree. He was resting comfortably, a pillow and blanket provided for him. Ian studied the unfamiliar branches, slowly sitting up. "Where am I?" he murmured. Just a moment ago, he was with his father. The main character got to his feet, and his eyes landed on a clearing. There, he saw the princess, and a small child. Haley's head snapped in his direction, her eyes wide with surprise. She gracefully approached him.
Standing before him, she asked if he was finally awake. Then she playfully pulled a leaf from his hair. "We finally get a day for a family outing," she teased. "And you decide to take a nap." Ian stared, completely bewildered. Haley's expression softened. "You said you were busy these past few days." "Are you overworking yourself again? I swear I'm going to lecture my brother about pushing you so hard." He looked at her stunned and addressed her by her royal title. For a moment, she lowered her gaze. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, which soon grew into a full laugh. Haley covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling with mirth. "What has gotten into you? Are you still half asleep?" Suddenly, her eyes flew open. She dropped her hand. She glanced around the clearing. "Wow, I have not heard you call me that in a very long time." He stared at her, confused. A long time. What did she mean? Haley spun around, cupping her hands to her mouth, and called out to a girl. "Yukin Daddy is awake. Come give your dad a hug." The little girl was sitting amidst the flowers. Her head slowly turned. Then she spun around completely. Her face broke into a radiant smile. "Daddy!" she squealed with joy. With arms outstretched, she began sprinting towards him like a tiny missile. His daughter crashed into his legs, hugging them tight. The main character froze, looking down at her.
He studied her features, his mind reeling. What is happening? Haley clasped her hands behind her back. She met his gaze. Why are you just standing there? Go on, hug her. He slowly crouched down, his hands trembling as he reached for the beaming child. He gently placed his hands under her arms. Then, in one fluid motion, he swept her into his arms, holding her close. His daughter wrapped her arms around his neck. She hugged him tightly, resting her head happily on his shoulder. And from the protagonist's eyes, tears began to fall.
There they stood, a perfect family under a sprawling ancient tree. A father holding his daughter,
and a mother watching them with a radiant smile. Just then, the golden mist around him vanished. He was back in the present. He stared at his empty hands, tears still glistening in his eyes, a look of shock on his face.
He studied his own palms as if searching for a phantom warmth. His father stood beside him watching.
What did you see? He asked softly. The protagonist simply trembled. Ian looked down at his hands again. His lips parted. A child, he whispered. A little girl, with my hair in my eyes. He spoke her name, remembering her smiling face. He recalled the feeling of his hands beneath her arms. The weight, her warmth, her voice, her scent. When I held her, it filled me with such warmth. He remembered lifting her high, holding her so tight. What was that? He asked, his voice breaking. Fran closed his eyes. His head bowed, he answered in a serene tone. That was love. He slowly walked toward his stunned son. An incredibly simple word, he added, and yet a force so powerful it moves the world. He looked at his son, the wind rustling his hair. It is why we devote our entire being to the ones we love, to fight for those you love, and find the courage to live. That is the greatest yet most ordinary life. Ian stared stunned by his father's words. An ordinary life, he pictured it, standing with his family beneath a tree, a dream so peaceful, so beautiful. Was it something a man like him even deserved? Looking at his father's bare feet, Ian asked, Is that my future? Perhaps, or perhaps not, Fran replied with a gentle smile, his eyes closed. It all depends on the path you choose. His father then looked to the heavens. It seems our time is up. I must send you back. The first magician slowly approached Ian. Now we will awaken the dragon's power that sleeps within you. His father placed a hand on his head. With this power, he said with a proud smile, please finish what I could not. A brilliant golden light erupted from Ian's head. He gazed at his father, his heart filled with awe and love. Ian's eyes blazed with a golden fire. His father's memories, a lifetime of them, flooded his mind. Behind his father, a magnificent golden dragon materialized. I will always be with you, Fran vowed. As he faded, Ian heard the words, I will love you, forever. Fran Page watched his son with an endless smile. As Ian's eyes slowly closed, he saw a vision. His father embracing his mother. Then, with a sudden jolt, he was back in reality beside the princess in the book. He gasped, clutching his chest in pain. The princess, startled, cried out, Are you all right? Ian was frozen, tears streaming down his face. Why did his heart burn like this? He quickly wiped them away. It's nothing. Just something in my eye. Haley could only stare, her face etched with fear. His gaze fell upon his book. The page was completely blank. Every word of the dragon tongue had vanished. Ian whipped his head toward the girl. Do you remember what was written here? He asked desperately. But she just shook her head. No, I don't. Her eyes widened in shock as she finally saw the empty page. Ian looked down at the book sadly. I see, he whispered. It all makes sense now. Haley turned to him, her hands clasped hopefully. Does this mean you found a way to defeat the Draconian? I think I might have, Ian replied. A brilliant smile lit up her face. She grabbed his hand, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Ian quietly looked away, a faint blush on his cheeks. Turning back to her, his gaze was deadly serious. I will finish this battle with the fifth prince. But please, you must stay by his majesty's side. Her face fell. Is there nothing I can do to help? Ian offered her a reassuring smile. Your most important task is to ensure his majesty's safety. As for me, I will be fine. I will put an end to all of this. Haley gripped his hand tightly, her eyes squeezed shut. You have to promise me that you will return. Her grip tightened. I promise, he said. Then Ian strode confidently down the corridor. The Archmage of the Ivory Tower rushed after him. His hand outstretched, he begged, Ian, please reconsider. Ian stopped, his face twisting in frustration. After the war is won and the continent united, smaller conflicts will still simmer across the land, he yelled. The Empire needs its 8th circle hero. The Archmage pleaded, inching closer. There is still so much to be done at the tower. Are you thinking of abandoning it all? At those words, Ian froze, his fists clenching in pure fury. Besides, his majesty would never permit this. Ian shot him a burning glare. Even without his permission, I will leave the capital. I have already made the necessary arrangements. For Sir Ronan to succeed me as master of the Ivory Tower. The Archmage stood speechless, only able to cry out his name. Ian turned, his voice as cold as ice. The man standing before you is not an 8th Circle hero. He is nothing but a monster.
His gaze burned with an unyielding rage.
Defeated, the Archmage fell silent, letting him pass. Ian continued his resolute march toward the Emperor. The grand doors to the throne room swung open. Ian bowed deeply as a voice granted him entry. Emperor Ragnar sat upon his magnificent throne, carefully studying a piece of paper. The very letter Ian had sent. Ragnar's gaze sharpened on the letter the main character had sent. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "Why are you suddenly leaving?" Ian stared silently at the ground, his eyes closed. He heard Ragnar say that if he needed a break, he could take a month or even a year, whatever he wanted. Ragnar stared out the grand window, adding that he understood completely. "You've done so much for this empire. No one knows that better than I. I will use all my power to make sure you get the vacation you so rightly deserve." Ragnar slowly began to put the letter away, sighing softly. He noted, "I will entrust the tower to someone else in your absence. Since you recommended that magician, Ronan, I will appoint him as the temporary head." A moment later, Ragnar decisively tore the letter to shreds. With the protagonist's resignation now in pieces, he added, "I will find other talented people for the important tasks. They can share the burden among themselves, so you can rest with a clear conscience and return when you are ready." The main character didn't flinch. He just stared through his hair at the torn paper. Slowly, Ian began to raise his head. A dark aura began to emanate from him.
"Ian," Ragnar called out, his eyes locked on the hero. In a sudden movement, the main character dropped
to his knees. He bowed his head low, covering his eyes. "I will not be returning." Ian remained motionless, his lips parting. He added, "My very existence helps nothing. It will not help the future of our united empire. In fact, if I stay, I will only cause doubt and strife. That is why I wish to resign from all my positions and return home. I will stop using magic, and I will repent for the rest of my life, living as if I am already dead." Hearing this, Ragnar's face twisted in disbelief. "I will not allow it," he roared. The 5th prince shot up from the throne, his glare like thunder towards the protagonist. "Repentance is for the vanquished." Ragnar's furious gaze burned into him. "You made the single greatest contribution to building this empire. Shouldn't you be proud?" The Emperor began to slowly advance towards him.
"Who would dare doubt what you have done?" he seethed. "Not a single citizen of this empire
would even dream of such a thought." Ragnar now stood directly before him, his eyes piercing. "Therefore, forget about these trivial concerns." Ian finally raised his head, tears streaming from his eyes. His mouth trembled as he spoke. "You asked me to forget these things, but my hands are already stained with their blood. How can I just forget?" A shadow of sadness crossed Ragnar's face as he looked away. "Those were inevitable sacrifices."
At those words, the main character's jaw clenched. His body started to shake with uncontrollable rage.
"You're right," he hissed, "but I was the one who killed them all." The protagonist's hand began to tremble violently. "I killed them with my own 2 hands. I can't take it anymore." Ragnar's face contorted into a menacing scowl. The main character collapsed at the Emperor's feet, his head bowed to the floor as he pleaded. "As your friend, I am begging you. Please allow me to atone for my sins." Ragnar gritted his teeth in fury. He glared down at his broken friend. "Is this really the only reason you would abandon me? After everything I did to make you Emperor?" The Emperor paced past the kneeling figure. "We have spent so much time together. How could you ask this of me despite our bond?" With swift, angry strides, Ragnar turned to leave the hall. "I never thought our paths would diverge like this." The main character was left kneeling alone in the vast chamber. "Forgive me," he whispered. "I'm so sorry." In a luxurious hall, Ragnar stood frozen in his tracks. A nobleman shouted, "You're just going to let an 8th-level magician leave." The man stepped forward, his hands clasped. He stared down the Emperor, shouting angrily, "The remnants of Coldwood and the rebels from the Alliance are still a major threat on our borders. If it becomes known that he left in such turbulent times, our supremacy will surely be shaken." Another aristocrat from the crowd glared at the Emperor, shouting,
"We must also consider the possibility that he joins the rebels, if he were to change his allegiance."
"It's only a matter of time before he tries to seize the throne." Ragnar stood with his back to the crowd, silent. A voice yelled, "The commoners worship him as a war hero. They already chant that he should be king. His very existence has become too dangerous." Ragnar stood motionless, absorbing their furious cries. "If Ian Page is not going to be our ally, then we must kill him." Ragnar jolted, as if waking from a nightmare, and clutched his chest. He stumbled back against the wall, breathing heavily. The 5th prince struggled to regain his composure. His head snapped around. "Is someone out there?" Just then, the butler materialized at the door. "Yes, sire," he answered. Ragnar commanded, Bring me the Imperial Alchemist Douglas Hammond. Soon after the alchemist's gaze fell upon the candles by the bed, he inquired about the Emperor's current medicine. He turned to the Emperor, his voice low. Still no restful sleep, Your Majesty. Ragnar sat clutching a mug. It's the same, he admitted, his voice hollow. No, it's gotten worse. He pleaded for a stronger drug. A look of pity crossed Douglas's face. He opened his mouth to warn the desperate Emperor. This medicine is an addictive herbal blend, he explained. A stronger dose could shatter your health completely. Ragnar's eyes flashed, locking onto the alchemist. He was told the drugs were merely a temporary fix. The true issue was the root of his torment. The Emperor stared back with exhausted, haunted eyes. The root of the problem, he demanded. Douglas studied him, diagnosing a sickness of the soul. I speak of the reason you cannot find peace, he clarified. A bitter, twisted smile formed on Ragnar's lips. That is not a demon I can exorcise on my own. The Emperor's hands began to tremble, the mug rattling with his fear. The tincture quaked with him. He confessed his fear of the old friend who had abandoned him, a fear that this friend could betray him and seize the Empire. An image of our main character flashed in his mind, staff in hand, standing against a backdrop of blood-red fury. Ragnar admitted that he once trusted him with his life. But after casting him aside, he saw the man for the monster he truly was. Douglas's expression hardened into cold resolve. He met the Emperor's tormented gaze. In that case, he declared, you have no choice but to kill this monster. Ragnar's tired eyes shot open in disbelief. You're telling me to kill my own friend? Douglas posed a chilling question in return. Can a man who causes you such agony truly be called a friend? Ragnar couldn't answer. He turned away, his hand flying to his temple. He slumped over, pressing his fingers into his skull. He's an 8th grade mage, Ragnar rasped. Not even the entire mage tower attacking at once could defeat him. So what can I possibly do? Douglas looked away, his eyes closing for a moment. There is a way, he whispered. Ragnar's head snapped up his face, a mask of horror. The alchemist met his gaze, his voice low and conspiratorial. I possess a poison, powerful enough to kill him. In the darkness, a quiet home stood covered in a blanket of snow. Inside, a fire crackled warmly. Our main character sat peacefully in an armchair, completely absorbed in a book. Suddenly, his head lifted. A sharp knock echoed from the front door. He took off his glasses, glancing to the side. Who could that be at this hour? Ian opened the door, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Who is it? He asked. He didn't immediately recognize the visitor in the dark. Then his eyes snapped open wide, staring in utter shock. His jaw dropped. It was the Emperor himself greeting him with a wide, unnerving smile. Ragnar's eyes scanned his old friend. It has been far too long, the Emperor boomed. May I come in? Our hero could only stare bewildered. What are you doing here? Ian asked cautiously. Ragnar closed his eyes, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he replied. Just because you resigned, old friend, doesn't mean we can't meet. A moment later, his gaze fell upon the main character. He produced a bottle of expensive alcohol. After all, we're still friends. Ian gestured warmly into the room. You are always welcome here, he said with a genuine smile. A candle and a stack of books rested on the mantelpiece. The Emperor took a seat, looking up at Ian, who held a glass in his hands. Ian remarked, I never took you for a drinker. Why bring this? Ragnar slowly began to pour the dark red wine. A small grin touched his lips. Sometimes a drink is necessary, he said. I was just wondering how my retired friend was doing. He held out a glass filled with the crimson liquid. Here, have a drink with me. Surprise flickered in Ian's eyes. He accepted the glass with a word of thanks. He sat down opposite the Emperor. He watched him carefully. Ragnar crossed his legs casually. How have you been? You look much healthier than in the capital. Ian smiled gently, his gaze falling to the carpet. I've simply been wandering through the lands, he replied. Across the United Empire, I've seen the lives of our people. It has been a truly meaningful time for me. Ragnar silently raised the glass to his lips, listening intently. Our hero then took a slow sip from his own glass. He closed his eyes, savoring the taste. Returning home has taught me so much. Now that I think about it, I realize I can do nothing but magic. I'm thinking of starting my own garden once winter passes. With a slight bow, Ragnar closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Let this pass, he whispered, and the snows will melt. The life of a war hero was supposed to be simple. The Emperor's gaze fell, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. He glanced at the carpet, murmuring about its fine quality. Ragnar raised his head, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. So much has happened since you've been away, he began. We've finally crushed the rebellion in the north of Coldwood. The Empire is now one step closer to true peace. Lady Bernard, ruler of the Duchy of Roe, will soon wed the Crown Prince. Just then, our hero clutched his throat. A violent tremor racked his body as he wondered what was happening to him. But Ragnar continued unfazed. Thanks to this marriage, we will achieve a peaceful union with the duchy. The Emperor lowered his head, a faint, chilling smile on his lips as he mused. It's strange watching the Crown Prince, who still seems like a boy to me, get married. But then Ragnar's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and direct.
Now, he said, I think I finally understand how my father felt. The main character, trembling uncontrollably, tried to stand with a pained gasp. Staring into his glass, Ragnar added, the conditions at the Ivory Tower are not what they used to be.
Not since I left, but now we are working with the Imperial family to stabilize it. Even the war-torn streets are being rebuilt. In that moment, Ian finally collapsed to the floor.
He clutched his side, trying to cry out, Your Majesty! But Ragnar's eyes were closed, a wide, haunting smile on his face.
He added, once everything is settled peacefully, the United Empire will reach its glorious peak. Ragnar slammed his glass onto the table. A moment later, a crazed light filled the Emperor's eyes as he stared down at our hero. It's as if you could just disappear, he whispered. The main character coughed violently, his hand coming away stained with blood. He heard the Emperor's cold voice. That poison will neutralize the mana flowing through your veins. Ragnar watched him intently and said, At most, it takes only a few minutes to take effect. The Emperor shot to his feet, looming over him. But for you, I mixed in several other poisons, just to be certain.
Ragnar's face was a mask of indifference as the desperate question escaped Ian's lips.
Why?
Ragnar slowly walked over to the protagonist's glass and asked, Do you truly not understand?
Ian stared in horror, hearing your strength is useless. To the future of our empire. Ragnar leaned in his shadow, falling over Ian as he added, In a time of war, things would be different. But now, in this era of peace, your power is merely a threat.
Ian glared back, growling,
Then I would have just returned to my hometown and lived out my days in quiet regret. This was the price of his own greatness. Blood dripping from his mouth, Ian looked at the Emperor in disbelief. Ragnar turned his gaze to the fire. Do you know, he asked, whipping his head around, I was always afraid of you. The Emperor's body trembled slightly. I was madly terrified of my own oldest friend. Ian's eyes widened in utter shock. He heard the confession. You were the one man who could steal the Empire from me at any time, an 8th grade archmage.
Horror twisted Ragnar's face. How could I allow a monster like you to live? Tears began to stream down the main character's face.
Ragnar then whispered, My oldest friend. The Emperor leaned down, looking straight into his eyes. For this, never forgive me. He then straightened up sharply. Ragnar turned his back as our hero stared in utter despair.
Suddenly, the doors to the house creaked open. The Emperor strode out and gave a cold command to the soldier waiting outside. Burn it all! The knight bowed his head. Moments later, the house was engulfed in a ferocious blaze. Sharp flames licked the walls. Ragnar walked calmly toward his carriage as the hero's home became an inferno.
He didn't even turn to look, until he did. For a brief moment, he turned back, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he watched.
Another knight approached, placing a hand over his heart. Your Majesty, please get into the carriage, he urged.
We will handle the rest from here. But when the knight opened his eyes, he stared at his Emperor in horror. The Emperor was sobbing, looking sadly at the burning house. He watched transfixed as the roof finally caught fire. He scanned the inferno one last time and thought to himself, I should go now. This truly is a boring end. Ragnar then smiled a bitter, broken thing and continued to watch. Finally, the Emperor turned and walked towards the carriage.
His knights surrounded the house, their torches held high, as Ragnar quickly disappeared inside the carriage. The next morning, the 5th prince's house was brightly lit by the sun. Ian walked with a new purpose down the corridor.
The prince was at his desk, carefully studying documents. When the protagonist entered, he was
clearly delighted to see him. Without looking up, the 5th prince asked, So, what did you and the princess talk about?
The main character stared at the floor, his mouth slightly agape, and replied quietly, She asked me why I betrayed him.
Crown Prince Ragnar's gaze hardened, boring into our hero. His voice dripped with authority, demanding an answer.
Ian simply glanced at the desk, replying coolly that some questions weren't worth answering. A booming laugh echoed from Ragnar. The 5th prince crossed his arms, a hint of frustration in his voice. My poor sister. He sighed, mentioning her unrequited love.
She's hopelessly in love with you, Ragnar stated, gazing at the ceiling. Father commanded her to find a husband.
But she refused every single suitor. Ragnar then settled into a chair, his eyes locking onto the protagonist. How foolish, he scoffed. For people like us, marriage is just a tool to forge power. Ian listened in stoic silence, his expression unreadable. Our main character stared straight ahead, a quiet fury simmering within. The princess is only lying to herself and she won't admit it. A sarcastic smirk played on Ragnar's lips. It's baffling, really. This is her only path to securing her future. Suddenly, the 5th prince shot to his feet, declaring, When the time is right, I will choose a wife for you. Ragnar began to pace the room. His ambition radiated as he spoke, and that time is coming very soon. He spread his arms wide, a grand vision in his eyes. I will become an emperor far greater than my father, who will unite the 3 nations and make Green River an absolute paradise. Through it all, the protagonist stood motionless, a statue of calm. Ragnar closed the distance between them. He stared Ian down, his voice resonating with conviction. And this future is inevitable. The prince's hands landed firmly on the protagonist's shoulders. You, he declared, will be the one to help me achieve it. A possessive smile crept across Ragnar's face as he spoke. From this day forward, you belong to me. You won't regret this. Ian's silence was deafening. But then, he spoke, and Ragnar's eyes flew open in shock.
Our main character calmly began to pry the prince's hands from his shoulders. I have already witnessed it.
The greatness of the United Green River Empire. A vision flashed through the protagonist's mind. Ragnar, standing on a balcony, waving to a cheering multitude. Ian's voice was firm. Under the rule of the great Emperor Ragnar. The prince's brow shot up, his confidence shattering into pure shock. How could you possibly know that?
Ian fully removed his prince's hands, his head bowed. My entire life's purpose, he confessed, was to ensure that future for you in the Empire.
A brilliant, almost sorrowful smile lit up his face. I finally found my meaning in this life. But before he could finish, Ragnar staggered back in terror. The spell, it can't be. Is it broken? Ian turned his gaze away, his eyes slightly closed. I am sorry to tell you this, but in the past, the present, and the future, Ragnar began to tremble not with fear, but with a storm of emotions. Our hero then dropped to one knee. The one I despised the most, yet respected above all, was you, Ragnar, my dear friend, and my master. Wisps of golden magic began to swirl around him. Ragnar stumbled backward, his face a mask of disbelief. The fifth prince could only stare in utter shock. The main character looked up, his eyes filled with a strange kindness. Find me. I will be waiting for you at the old tower. In a flash, a pillar of brilliant golden light erupted. Ragnar recoiled, trembling uncontrollably, then clenched his fists.
Raw fury coursed through him. He gritted his teeth, a manic grin spreading across his face.
The doors to his chamber burst open. The butler rushed in, panicked. Your Highness, what happened? An enraged Ragnar shot a venomous glare at the servant. Summon Sir Nam Dumil at once, he roared. Gather a detachment. Find a man named Avantes now. Meanwhile, at the marble ruins of an ancient temple,
a quiet blanket of snow covered everything. Our main character sat on the grand staircase lost in thought before his head snapped up.
His gaze pierced the heavens above. He realized then that in his past life, coming to this sacred place was no mere coincidence. A faint smile touched his lips. You were always watching over me. He recalled standing amidst a field of corpses, crows circling overhead. He remembered wandering the world aimlessly, witnessing every one of his own hopes and tragic falls. And he remembered coming to these very ruins. You gave me a second chance. To live my life differently. He pictured a tome of draconic lore, its letters glowing with power. Your final inheritance. A spell in the dragon tongue. The main character's gaze shot back to the sky, a profound realization dawning. Now I understand. How I knew of you. His eyes fell to the ground, filled with a deep sorrow. He held out his hands and golden particles began to materialize. And now, I finally know how to use the power you left behind. Ian's head snapped up. His eyes blazed with fury as the thundering sound of hooves approached. He saw a detachment of knights led by the fifth prince. Ragnar's eyes burned with rage as he stared down our hero. The main character rose to his feet in one fluid motion, his hand falling to his side. With a booming voice, Prince Ragnar called out to the Draconian. His furious gaze then fell upon a man, named Avantes, whose mission was simple, kill the protagonist. Avantes lowered his head deep in thought, his eyes clenched shut. This could have all been so much simpler. His master had only complicated things. In any case, the boy was merely at the 6th stage. This should have been over in an instant. But a moment later, Avantes' head snapped up. His eyes locked onto the hero as he spoke. If it weren't for one problem. Ragnar turned, asking nervously, What problem? Avantes looked at the main character, a shadow of fear on his face. I feel it, the power of the golden dragon. It's terrifyingly close. Meanwhile, Ian stood tall and unshakable, facing down the entire squadron of knights. Ragnar's face was a mask of silent rage. The main character descended the stairs, each step slow and deliberate, advancing on the prince. Ian extended a hand in greeting, a wide smirk on his face. Ragnar, he called out, beckoning him forward. The prince's eyes narrowed to venomous slits. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he hissed. I don't recall giving trash like you permission to speak my name. Ragnar's eyes blazed with fury. You've already lost Ian. Do you truly believe that pathetic crown prince is capable of uniting the Empire? He roared at the approaching hero, his voice echoing. The Empire needs a strong prince, one ready to make the difficult decisions. But the crown prince is a spineless weakling. The fifth prince's jaw tightened with rage. His furious glare burned into the protagonist. I thought even a fool like you would understand that much, he sneered. I expected you to give up, but our father's love keeps you clinging to a throne you'll never deserve. The main character simply watched him, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. He could hear the prince's madness. For the good of the empire. We must remove the crown prince.
Ragnar's rage finally exploded his voice, a desperate raw scream. I will never recognize him. I deserve to be the next emperor, not Hayden. The throne should be mine.
The main character closed his eyes, lowering his head. The corrupting influence of dark magic was undeniable. It had devoured all common sense, leaving only raw ambition. A moment later, Ian raised his head. His fiery gaze locked onto the fifth prince. There's no going back from this, he stated plainly. Ragnar only scoffed in return. His contemptuous gaze raked over the protagonist. Say whatever you wish. This is the last day you'll be able to speak at all. With that, Ragnar turned towards the Draconian and called his name. Instantly, sinister tendrils of dark magic began to writhe around the mage Avantis. He unleashed a torrent of pure black magic, aiming it directly at the protagonist. But Ian stood his ground, calmly waiting for the attack. His gaze became as sharp as a blade's edge. As the shadowy tendrils closed in, Avantis watched as the very earth beneath them began to crack and crumble. The Draconian glanced at the explosion, a smirk on his face. He thought to himself with absolute confidence, they call Ian clever, but this is pure foolishness. He never should have started this fight knowing I was behind it all. But a moment later, as the smoke cleared, Avantis stared ahead in utter disbelief. He witnessed the impossible. The protagonist had merely extended one hand, completely nullifying the blow. Ian stared back, his eyes now glowing a brilliant gold. Avantis looked on in horror, his mind screaming, "How?" A second later, his shock gave way to blinding fury. The Draconian thrust his hands forward, summoning a massive pillar of fire. Yet the main character remained perfectly calm. The inferno twisted harmlessly in front of him. Ian looked at the Draconian with unflinching confidence. Not a single muscle had twitched.
Avantis summoned a storm of immense ice spears, his mind roaring, I am infinitely stronger than him, no matter how skilled.
He is nothing before a Draconian who has trained for centuries. Ian simply waited as the spears flew towards him, not even bothering to move. As the spears were about to pierce him, every single one of them stopped dead in the air.
Frozen solid just inches from the protagonist. Avantis stumbled back in pure terror. Why? Why aren't my attacks working on him? But that wasn't all. Ian stood with his arm outstretched, and in that moment, Avantis finally understood.
That power I felt, he thought in horror. The aura of the golden dragon. As Ian slowly closed his palm into a fist, the spears began to crack, then shattered into a million tiny fragments. Avantis' mind reeled. Why is that power coming from him? The Draconian's arrogance was completely gone. Who in the world are you? He stammered. Ian looked back at him calmly. His gaze softened slightly with pity. I almost feel sorry for you. You coveted the power of dragons so much that you exterminated your own race, but in the end you were left with no power and no family. The main character recalled a memory.
Mitchell Green River, standing before a magic circle in a dark dungeon, trapping the last Draconian within it.
It seems Mitchell Green River chose an excellent punishment for you. The main character's golden eyes bored into the Draconian. He saw nothing but emptiness. In his mind, Ian pictured the lone Draconian, sitting defeated in that cold, dark dungeon. He could feel it all. The hatred, the rage, the crushing helplessness with no hope of escape. The main character simply smiled. His golden eyes gazed upon the creature, noting with a sliver of respect, "It is remarkable you survived such despair."
Nantis' jaw dropped in pure fury. He screamed, "Silence!" His fists clenched, gathering a storm of dark magic. The Draconian's eyes burned with hatred. Spreading his mighty wings, he roared, "I will make you suffer a pain far greater."
But a golden radiance began to pulse from our hero's body. The main character was about to show him a different level of power.
Gold light consumed him completely. As a parting gift, Ian declared, I will show you the power you so desperately craved.
Avantis stared, his face a mask of horror. He looked closer, and a terrifying realization began to dawn on him. Ian simply raised a single finger. A swirl of golden motes danced in the air as he uttered a single command. Kill yourself! Avantis froze his mind, unable to comprehend. A moment later, he plunged a massive sharp spike into his own chest. Ragnar could only watch in shock as the mighty Draconian fell. Avantis collapsed to his knees, his life slipping away. A torrent of black magic poured from his wound. The Draconian locked eyes with the protagonist, demanding, "Oh, did you get this power?" Ian offered no answer, only a silent gaze filled with pity. Elsewhere, a blood-soaked book hung suspended in darkness. Its pages turned slowly, one by one. His mind drifted back to his very first meeting with the fifth prince. He wasn't sure if it was a calculated move back then, but for him, that single event had meant the world. It changed everything. Leon and Ian walked the grand corridor, the master of the tower remarking, "This is a tremendous honor for you." The main character, slightly embarrassed, followed him closely. "Lord Ragnar rarely requests an audience first," he added. "He must see immense talent in you, hoping you can aid his research." Leon turned his gaze toward the protagonist. He studied him intently, reminding him, mind your etiquette and your speech. Be unfailingly polite. The Tower Master glanced back, a knowing look in his eyes. After all, he added, you may be about to meet the future Emperor. Ian's focus sharpened instantly. They arrived before a massive dark door, and from within, Ragnar's voice emerged. He heard that the Ivory Tower's master requested an audience. A hint of a smirk touched his lips as he commanded, let them enter. The door swung open dramatically. Ian and Leon stepped into a vast hall, a long red carpet stretching before them. They moved quickly toward the fifth prince. Ragnar's face lit up with genuine joy as he greeted them warmly. Master of the tower, and the tower's newest mage. Ian looked up surprised, and found himself momentarily frozen. Ragnar tilted his head, a slight grin forming. I have heard much about you. You surprised everyone at the academy. Ian quickly closed his eyes, bowing deeply. You honor me with your praise, your highness, he replied. The fifth prince watched him, a pleased smile on his face as he let out a soft breath. Ragnar clasped his hands behind his back. He observed his guests, and then his tone softened. I heard that your mother passed away from illness a few days ago. I too have lost my mother. I understand your grief. At those words, the main character's head sank, his gaze fixed on the floor. Ragnar's voice was gentle. I know my words won't ease the pain, he said. But please know my condolences are sincere. A moment later, Ragnar closed the distance between them. He stood directly before Ian, looking down at his lowered head. Raise your face, he commanded softly. Ian looked up startled. The fifth prince didn't want this meeting to be about status or titles. He wanted something more. A warm smile graced Ragnar's features. Let's speak not as a prince and his subject, but as two ordinary people. He leaned in slightly, his voice filled with an unexpected sincerity and a hint of vulnerability. I hope, he said, a look of true trust in his eyes, that we can become friends. The scene shifts. A ruined marble temple appears. A blizzard now rages. The main character walks with grim purpose through the thick snow. Ian approaches the fifth prince. But this time Ragnar is the one consumed by fear. His eyes were wide with a soul-shattering terror. Ragnar squeezed his eyes shut. And then the prince fell to his knees before the protagonist, his head bowed in defeat. I will not beg for my life, he choked out. It's better you kill me here than in the public square for all to see. The protagonist stared down at him, his expression unreadable. Ian's silence was a heavy weight in the freezing air. A bitter, sarcastic smile touched Ragnar's lips. He looked up slightly. Why do you hesitate? You hate me, don't you? He then threw his head back, staring directly into Ian's eyes, his voice dripping with desperation. What is that look? Do you actually pity me? Rage contorted Ragnar's face. He roared that he should have been executed, but our hero merely watched. As the prince's voice echoed, calling him a monster, Ian simply lowered his gaze. He closed his eyes, the crushing truth finally sinking in. This is what he always thought of him. Fear gripped his heart. Ian moved toward the prince with purpose, saying there was one last thing he needed to see. In an instant, Ian placed a hand on the prince's head. His fingertips ignited with a golden light. As his face was illuminated by the brilliant glow, Ian revealed his true identity. Golden rings of power formed around him. His fingertips blazed even brighter. Memories from Ian's past life began flooding the prince's mind. He was suddenly seeing Ragnar's first encounter with the protagonist, a vision of a time long past. He saw Ian gazing at him gently, a staff held firmly in his hands. And he saw his own wide, innocent smile. He witnessed the crown prince's venomous glare, and saw Ian turn to meet that hateful gaze. Ian then showed him the aftermath of a brutal war, a field of corpses under a sky of circling crows. He saw himself standing amidst the carnage, staff in hand. Then a vision of Ragnar crowned and glorious, waving to a cheering crowd. Then came the memory of their final meeting. Ian announcing his departure and Ragnar's face contorting with rage. He showed the moment of ultimate betrayal, Ragnar abandoning him during the sacred ritual. Finally, his snow-covered home in the dead of night. Ragnar stood there, his eyes burning with fury as he stared down at the poisoned protagonist. The look was pure hatred. He watched himself lean in hissing words against a backdrop of fire. Never forgive me. As the vision shattered, Ragnar gasped, his head snapping up in pure shock, his mouth hanging open as he stared at Ian. The main character removed his hand. The fifth prince collapsed to the ground, utterly broken, his eyes fixed on nothing. He remained frozen, lost in the storm of memories, staring into the abyss. After a moment, his head rose. A twisted grin spread across his face as he began to speak. But in that same instant, Ian summoned a spear of ice with his magic. He glared down at the prince, his fury set against the breathtaking winter sky. The sound of a clean kill echoed. Ragnar fell to the ground unconscious in a spreading pool of his own blood, landing near the protagonist's feet. For a long moment, our main character looked down at the dead fifth prince with a sense of profound relief. Then he raised his head. He stared intently into the sky as visions of the imperial palace filled his mind. The aftermath had already begun. With the death of the Draconian and the fifth prince, an official investigation into the Dragon's Call and its members was launched. A guillotine appeared in his mind's eye, surrounded by a massive crowd. First to fall, he recalled, was the captain. Sir Dill, leader of the First Imperial Knights, was executed, followed by every one of the Fifth Prince's co-conspirators.
The coup was over. He then saw the Emperor sitting on his bed and staring blankly ahead.
Surrounded by attendants, the Emperor listened as Ian explained how the princess's care had saved him. Terry Green River had awakened. The princess sat beside him, gently recounting the recent events. A moment later, the Emperor began to weep. Overwhelmed, the maid and the princess cried with him. He bent over, crushed by a wave of pain.
The death of the fifth prince had shattered him. Next, a magnificent grave appeared as he remembered the knight Paul Wren. Cleared of the false charge of attempted assassination, his honor was restored. He was buried with the highest honors.
He rested beside the other Imperial Knights. A final vision appeared, Ragnar standing before a sea of blood, and below him, a defeated enemy. Ian knew that the use of black magic in an uprising was a new dark threat. It was an innovation for the Empire. For that reason, the existence of the Draconian was kept a state secret. In time, the death of the fifth prince faded from public discussion. A glowing book materialized against the darkness. And with that, Ian knew his seemingly impossible revenge and the suppression of the rebellion were finally complete. The Imperial Palace stood peacefully in a grand park. Inside, the princess sat alone in a vast, luxurious hall. A moment later, she turned her head, asking the protagonist a simple question. "Are you worried?" The main character looked at her with a warm, reassuring smile. The princess turned away, her gaze distant. "To be honest," she admitted, "I was terrified." All the while, Ian stood by her side, watching over her. He tilted his head slightly. "Do you regret your choice?" he asked softly. The princess clutched her dress tightly. "No," she replied firmly. "I don't regret it." She turned to face him, her eyes filled with a new resolve. She added that she would no longer hide his identity. She wanted him to help others with his own power. Hearing her words, Ian's smile widened. In the next moment, he knelt beside her, looking deeply into her eyes. He offered a reassuring smile, telling her everything would be all right. Suddenly, the grand doors swung open with a resounding boom, revealing a servant. The attendant bowed low, inviting the Tower Master and the princess to enter. They stepped into a colossal chamber. It was a courtroom presided over by 3 solemn judges. The princess began her slow, heavy walk into the room, approaching the stand. She looked down, her heart weighed with guilt. A voice declared that the trial of Princess Haley of Green River was about to begin. She stood accused of secretly practicing forbidden magic. Ian, seated among the judges, watched her with an intense gaze. A moment later, he closed his eyes, took a breath, and announced he wished to say something before the proceedings officially began. The entire court watched as the main character suddenly stood up. He strode to the side, standing next to the girl.
Standing tall, he faced the judges directly and declared that his connection to the princess made him unfit to be impartial.
Therefore, he would not participate in this judgment, asking a gentleman named Ronan and a gentleman named Aode to take his place. Haley looked at him, completely stunned. A wave of shocked whispers rippled through the entire hall. The gray-haired man looked at him in horror, demanding to know what he was talking about. Ian placed a hand over his chest, meeting the man's gaze without fear, and answered that he was one of the teachers who helped the princess with magic. Another judge leaned forward, intrigued, and asked him to elaborate. Ian's gaze shifted, looking off into the distance. He revealed that 6 years ago, he discovered her abilities after accidentally
witnessing her practice. A memory flashed in his mind, the princess and a magician standing together in a dark basement.
He then added that he chose to remain silent because the circumstances forcing her to hide the truth seemed incredibly convincing. An image of a dark-cloaked man appeared in his thoughts, a flag with a dragon sigil behind him. Ian added that as they all knew, he was tasked with investigating the dangerous cult of the dragon. This group actively practiced black magic, and one of their main goals was to infiltrate the imperial family. The Draconians were an especially grave threat. Ian's fists clenched as he looked at the judges, explaining that their magic could obliterate an entire empire. He had to act with extreme caution, but he knew he couldn't do it alone. The hall buzzed with surprise. He continued that he needed help from someone with power, a person he could truly trust. Ian turned his gaze to the girl, a confident glint in his eye, and added that this was why he made a deal with the princess. She looked at him with wide, surprised eyes and heard him reveal the terms of their secret pact.
In exchange for his training and for keeping her secret, she would help him fight the cult of the dragon.
The judges listened intently, their expressions grim. Ian announced that thanks to the princess, he managed to dispel the dark spells and ultimately destroy the Draconians. He looked carefully at the judges, his voice ringing with conviction. He noted that the remaining details were documented in his report on the Fifth Prince's uprising, and with that, he was finished. A moment later, a judge turned to the girl. "Princess, are the words of the Tower Master true?" Haley lowered her head, looking at the stand. She replied that everything he said was correct. The judge looked at her attentively. "I am giving you a chance to defend yourself. You may speak." The princess turned her head sharply, her silent gaze falling upon her magic tutor, her loyal maid, and 2 other servants, who were all shaking in fear. Then she turned her head, and her eyes met the main character's. He looked straight at her with a big, reassuring smile. Haley turned back towards the judges, swallowing hard, her resolve hardening.
After a moment, she looked them in the eye, placed her hands on the counter, and began to speak. She knew
that she was guilty by law, and she was ready for any outcome. Her eyes burned with confidence as she loudly added that she wasn't asking for special treatment because of her title. She would accept her punishment in accordance with the rules of the ivory tower in the Empire. After she spoke, she lowered her head and closed her eyes, adding that she had one request. She pleaded that the gentleman named Kevin and the maids who knew the truth of her magic be recognized as innocent. They had only followed her orders. Kevin and the maids looked at her in absolute horror. The princess raised her confident head. She looked forward and loudly declared, "I ask all the magicians of the ivory tower to punish only me for what has happened." Just then, a shout echoed through the hall. "The princess is innocent!" Ian and Haley spun around in surprise. The judges and the crowd stared forward in shock, their mouths agape. Emperor Terry Green-River had appeared in the aisle. The emperor strode quickly toward his daughter and Ian. Ian looked at him carefully and asked how he was feeling. In response, the emperor said, "Not bad. It's far too early for me to die." Emperor Terry strode towards the judges. With his head held high, he addressed all the magicians of the tower. He declared the princess was innocent. She had only obeyed his direct command. Terry recalled the small princess hiding behind a magician's robe. He had ordered a mage named Kevin to watch over her, and to conceal the truth of her power. He did it all so she could live as a princess, not a magician. Now Terry stood resolute, his hands clasped behind his back. He confessed that he alone was the reason she was forced to hide her incredible abilities from everyone. All the magicians in the tower had been kept in the dark. He remembered stroking her head, his decision weighing on him. It was all born from his immense love for her, and his own careless choices. His confession complete, the emperor met the judge's gaze. He pleaded with them to place all the blame on him, and to finally allow the princess to become a true magician. The judges exchanged silent, heavy glances. One studied his colleague, then raised his head to deliver their verdict. His gaze was sharp and direct as he stated that the tower owner's influence in this matter could not be ignored. Therefore, they had to reach their own decision. And while they should condemn her for the secret practice of magic, they understood her reasons. Hearing this, the princess stared at the floor, her heart pounding with surprise. An image of the grim-faced H.T. Leon flashed through the judge's mind, standing against the shadow of the tower. The previous tower master, H.T. Leon, was tied to the rebellious fifth prince. It was no wonder they were so cautious. They had been wary, it was true. The princess watched them as the judge continued, saying they were certain of one thing. She had never used her magic for personal gain. For that, she would not be punished. The judge glanced toward a grand window. He noted her rank as a fourth-class mage, recognizing a level of skill the Empire desperately needed. With a somber look, he closed his eyes and declared, "This is why the Ivory Tower wishes to give Princess Haley Green-River a chance." The princess's face flushed with shock. They were going to replace her punishment. With 5 years of intensive training, she would serve as a magician right here in the Ivory Tower. She would undertake tower missions and receive personal instruction. They hoped these 5 years would prove their judgment right. As the word settled, Ian beamed at the princess. In response, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. The judge's voice boomed. "Haley Green-River is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower." Her cheeks were bright red with emotion. Later, our main character stood in a long corridor gazing out the window. With his hands behind his back, he stared into the distance. Suddenly, Ian whipped his head around, looking behind him. Someone had called his name. It was the princess standing there with a sweet, grateful smile on her face. She quickly approached him, her eyes shining. "I'm not a princess anymore," she said softly. "You can just call me by my name." Ian's smile widened as he asked how she was adjusting to life in the Ivory Tower. Haley's gaze fell for a moment. She admitted that it was unusual at first, but everyone had been incredibly welcoming to her. Then she met his eyes directly, her voice filled with sincerity. "Thank you," she said. "It was because of your support that I was able to find my place in the tower." Our hero simply replied that he was only happy he could help. Haley smiled, but then her expression grew worried. "I heard," she began hesitantly, "that you're going to step down as the tower master. Is it because of me?" At her question, our main character turned his head away. He closed his eyes, assuring her that his decision was in no way connected to her. He then placed his hand on a box. There were still tasks he needed to complete. He explained duties he couldn't fulfill while leading the tower. He opened the box, suddenly his gaze fixed on her. "I called you here to return this to you, the cloak of the magician Mitchell Green-River." The girl's eyes widened at the deep blue cape resting inside the box. Ian explained that it was the cloak of a mage with royal blood, a gift to him from the emperor himself. He looked down at the garment and added, "This rightfully belongs to a magician of the imperial family. I only borrowed it. For a little while. I think it's time to return it to its true owner." Then he presented a staff. He held it out to her. "I'm also giving you the staff I've been using." Haley stared captivated. This is the staff of the Great Meadows, the protagonist explained. It is forged from rare materials that cannot be found within the Empire. It will help you use your magic more efficiently. She took it mesmerized by its feel. Ian noted how incredibly light it was, perfect for her to handle. Haley raised her head, her face shining with pure joy. With a warm smile, she gazed up at the protagonist, Ian. He watched her intently, asking softly if she liked his gift. Her smile widened into a radiant beam. Looking right at him, she confessed that of course she loved it. The main character's expression softened, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. He then lowered his head, eyes closing, as he added that he had one more request to ask of her. Haley tilted her head, her curiosity piqued, and asked what it was. Ian met her gaze once more, his expression turning serious. He revealed his plan to leave the capital for several years, asking her to look after his family while he was gone. Shock washed over her. Her grip on her staff tightened as she stared at him, unable to believe his words. With sorrow in her eyes, she asked him directly where he was going. Ian looked away, a faint, bittersweet smirk on his face as he replied that he couldn't say, for he hadn't decided yet. A memory surfaced in his mind, his father's hand, gently straightening his hair, telling him of the many dangers still lurking in the world. Dangers that only he could face. With a heavy heart, Haley lowered her gaze and fell silent. Her hands trembled as she clutched her staff, finally saying she had found her own purpose in life. She looked up at the magnificent chandelier, declaring her new mission to help the people of the Empire who were in need. She planned to open a foundation with her brother and her father, overjoyed to hear her plans promised his full support. Suddenly her eyes shot up to meet his, a desperate plea building within her. She lowered her head, pressing her lips together, fighting to find the right words. Her gaze fell to his feet as she whispered that she wanted him to be there too, begging him not to leave. A wave of sadness washed over the main character. His eyes fell to the floor, and he tensed, remaining utterly silent. Ian's head drooped, his fists clenching in sorrow as he whispered an apology. The scene shifts to the Emperor's lavish palace. The Crown Prince stares at the protagonist in horror, his voice echoing through the hall. "You're leaving the capital." Without a second thought, the prince broke into a sprint. Standing in the opulent hall, the protagonist formally greeted him. The Crown Prince rushed up to him, scratching his head in frustration. He said he'd just received Ian's letter, refusing the position of Tower Master, and now he was leaving too. Just when everything had finally settled down, the prince shot him an exasperated look, noting that this is probably why Haley is constantly crying. Ian nervously glanced away, asking what he meant by that. The Crown Prince put a hand to his mouth, coughing awkwardly. He admitted it was embarrassing to say, but Haley was an incredible, wonderful woman. An image of the beautiful princess framed by flowers appeared in his mind. He praised her, saying she inherited her mother's beauty, has a kind heart, and is a powerful mage. Where else could Ian find someone so perfect? Ian simply lowered his head, a slight grin on his face, agreeing that Lady Haley was indeed beautiful. He was sure she would find a worthy man and be happy. The Crown Prince threw his head back in pure agony. He yelled, asking why Ian was so hopelessly dense when it came to romance. The prince stood beside Captain Oliver, his hand on his hip, demanding to know what Ian truly wanted to say. The main character's gaze fell to the floor, his voice somber. He explained that Paul had one final request for him before his death. A vision of a smiling Paul appeared in his mind, and Ian relayed the message that Paul wanted to convey his apologies and his gratitude to the prince and the captain. Hearing these words, the Crown Prince stared at the protagonist, utterly stunned. Ian bowed deeply, his eyes fixed on the floor, and said that this was all he could do, once again apologizing to the prince. The prince looked at his friend's sorrowful form and insisted that if not for Ian's help, none of them would even be standing here. The Crown Prince closed his eyes, a gentle smile spreading across his face, adding that without Ian's strength, nothing in the Empire would have changed. He looked directly into the protagonist's eyes, placing a hand over his heart. He swore he would work hard not to disappoint those who believed in him. The now beaming Crown Prince extended his hand, his eyes shining with sincerity. He made Ian promise that he would return when the time was right. Ian's own wide smile returned as he looked the prince in the eye and gave his word. The prince leaned forward, excitedly shouting that they would do it then. Confused, Ian asked what it was. Oliver then presented a sword to the prince, who took it and dramatically drew it from its sheath. He examined the protagonist closely, remarking that Ian was holding his own sword, well proof of his recent rigorous training. But Ian only asked what he intended to do. The Crown Prince closed his eyes happily, placing the ornate sword in Ian's hands. He declared it a gift, the title of Eternal High-Ranking Guest. This was a present for him, his teacher and his dear friend. The prince lowered his own sword, standing tall and proud, proclaiming that the Empire would forever welcome the Archmage Ian Page. The main character looked forward, his destiny clear. the prince in stunned silence, realizing that if he ever needed the Empire's might, this was the moment. With a deep bow, the crown prince lowered his head, his eyes shut as he declared, "This sacred oath will be passed down from generation to generation." He and his knights knelt before Ian, swearing their fealty.
"I swear upon the name of the Emerald River, the lifeblood of our empire." As he finished, the crown prince straightened up.
A wide grin spread across his face as he admitted, "As a boy, I saw provincial lords do this. I thought it was time we had a proper ceremony."
Ian bowed his head, overwhelmed as a single tear escaped his eye. He heard the prince's heartfelt promise, "Come back to us. We will be waiting." The prince then pulled him into a firm embrace. Ian wiped his eyes and offered his thanks.
The setting sun cast a golden glow upon the mansion. Inside his office, Ian was sorting through documents when he heard a sound, a soft knock. It was Mrs. Page asking if she could enter. The main character looked towards the door, surprised. "Of course, mother, please come in." Ian rushed to her side, his expression filled with concern. "Why are you here? You should be resting, getting your strength back." He was shocked by her appearance and gently took her hand. Studying her face, he asked, "Are you all right?" Her face was dreadfully pale, and her hands were as cold as ice. She looked down, a wave of sadness washing over her as she remained silent. With trembling lips, she whispered that she was fine. But then she collapsed into his arms, her entire body shaking. Fear gripped Ian's heart. His eyes flew wide in panic as he shouted, "Hold on, I'll call for Leo and the doctor." But her trembling hand gripped him tightly. "No," she insisted, "everything is all right." Mrs. Page slowly pulled away, her gaze fixed on the floor. I just wanted to wish you a safe journey," she stammered. "But seeing you now, I know I can't." Ian stared at her, his own heart aching as he fought back the tears. Her own eyes welled up as she looked away. "Do you really have to go?" she pleaded. Her mind flashed back to the capital, to the moment she learned of his trials.
"When I heard what you had to endure," she confessed, "the things they put you through,
I nearly fainted from the shock." Covering her mouth, Mrs. Page began to sob, and Leo rushed to her side to comfort her. "Why must my son suffer so much?" she cried. "How can he possibly survive in a world this cruel? I'm so afraid this is all my fault." Ian bowed his head, a profound sadness in his eyes as he tried to soothe her. "In the Marian province," she continued, "I was terrified that we would never see each other again." She looked at him with sheer horror, her voice cracking as she said, "If something were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to go on." An image of her husband walking into the forest filled her mind. "I can't bear it. I don't want to lose my family ever again." A heavy silence fell between them as Ian lowered his gaze. Then he gently took her hand. He looked directly into her eyes, a strange, hopeful light within them. "It may be hard to believe," he began. "But I met father." Mrs. Page stared, her eyes wide with utter disbelief as she asked him to repeat himself. Ian recalled that memory, standing in a field of green, talking with his father. "It's difficult to explain," he said. "He told me, even when I can't see him, he is always by my side." Ian closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "For so long I held so much hate for him. But now I see. Everything he gave me was just another form of his love." A vision of his father fading into the void appeared behind him. Ian gripped his mother's hand firmly. "I want to try to follow the path he walked." He looked at his mother, his gaze filled with a boundless love. "I want to truly understand what it means to protect the ones you cherish." In that moment, something shifted. Ian's very hairstyle changed, mirroring his father's. "So please," he implored, "give me your blessing to fulfill his one last request." Ian watched his mother, a brilliant, confident smile lighting up his face. Tears began to stream down Mrs. Page's cheeks. She sobbed uncontrollably, her voice breaking. "You've grown so much, but to me, you will always be my little boy." Ian pulled his trembling mother into a tight embrace. "Don't you worry," he whispered. "You're not going to be alone." He smiled, his eyes sparkling with a newfound warmth. "We have a big family to lean on now." An image of the alchemist Leo flashed in his mind. "Leo is a good man. Thanks to him, I finally understand what having a father feels like." Then came a memory of the alchemist's son. "And Douglas can always make anyone smile. He's a kind, clever boy." Placing his hands on his mother's shoulders, Ian's gaze was sincere. "I truly want him to find happiness." He pulled her into another deep hug, resting his head against hers. "I promise," he vowed, "I will return." Just then, the door to the office creaked open, ever so slightly. Peeking through the crack was a tearful Leo, and a sobbing Douglas desperately trying to wipe his eyes. A new day was dawning. Golden sunlight washed over the main character's estate as Ian stood by his horse, making a final check of the saddle. A sudden voice made him turn. "Leaving already?" Leo had appeared right behind him. As he approached, Ian simply confirmed, "The time has come." Leo's gaze fell, and he stared down at the hero's boots. "Do you need anything for the road?" he asked, recalling the day they first left. "Lloyd Village together." A nostalgic smile spread across Leo's face. Back then, you could barely even stay on a horse.
Ian shot him a sidelong glance, a faint scowl on his face.
I've mastered it since then, he muttered. I was just a kid. His expression softened into a slight grin. Looking the alchemist in the eye, he said, "Take care of my mother for me." Leo's gaze was firm and unwavering. A confident smile touched his lips. "Don't you worry. I would lay down my life for Lady Page."
Just then, a cheerful voice called out, "Brother!" Ian spun around, his brow furrowed only to see the alchemist's beaming son, Douglas, rushing towards him with a large pouch in hand. Douglas presented the zag with a proud flourish.
"These are elixirs and magical tinctures I brewed myself just for you. They're far more potent than anything on the market," he boasted. "You probably won't need them, but it's better to be safe.
If you run out, just send a letter home and I'll make more." Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. As Ian thanked the young alchemist, his mother, Lady Page, appeared beside the others.
"Ian," she cried out, her voice filled with emotion. She rushed to her son's side, thrusting a large package into his hands.
"I packed some snacks for your journey," she said, her eyes shimmering. Lady Page gave him a gentle, loving smile.
"Promise me you'll look after your health. And write often." Ian's gaze softened as he met her worried eyes. "I will," he answered with a rare smile. "You take care of yourself too, Mother." With that, Ian turned to his horse and took the reins. He took one last long look at them all. "It's time for me to go." The horse began to move at a steady pace. The main character confidently led his steed away. But after a few moments, his pace began to slow. He cast a final lingering glance over his shoulder. His eyes scanned the familiar silhouette of the mansion as he thought, "This is my home, a place I can always return to." A genuine smile graced his lips as he looked at them. He saw the alchemist, his son, his mother, and the loyal servants. "And my family is waiting for me here." He gave them one last brilliant smile. Then, turning decisively, he walked toward the horizon. Years later, a pen glided across fine paper. "How have you been, Captain?" Douglas wrote, his gaze fixed on the letter.
8 long years have passed since you left," the letter continued. "So much has changed in that time. I graduated with top honors from the Imperial Alchemy Academy and finally perfected the medicine I've dreamed of since I was a child."
The young alchemist glanced at a shelf lined with awards. "My efforts were recognized," he wrote with pride. "And now I serve as a court alchemist. Father was also offered a position, but he turned it down."
A slight smirk appeared on Douglas's face.
"He claimed it was too much responsibility. But I think he just didn't want to leave your mother." In his mind, he pictured Lady Page and his father standing together before the sunlit manor gates. "That's right," he wrote, "they finally wed, and they are living happily ever after." The letter's tone then shifted. "His Majesty the Emperor," Douglas wrote with a heavy heart, "has never fully recovered from the poisoning 8 years ago. He is preparing to pass the throne to the crown prince." The prince's gaze was sharp, his eyes glowing with power. "If only you could see him, Captain. He is every bit the man ready to become emperor." Douglas's letter then turned to the Empire's newfound prosperity. "I believe it's all thanks to the successful peace agreement you forged with Coldwood and the Kingdom of Law.
Thanks to you, trade and technology are booming, and things are finally looking up for the Empire."
He then began to write about another friend. "Speaking of success, Lady Hiley has completed her 5-year probationary period. She is now an official Archmage of the Ivory Tower." He wrote of how she started a fund for the poor, becoming a beloved champion of the people. "At this rate, she'll surely become the next master of the tower." Douglas paused, looking out his window for a moment.
"Everyone is trying their best moving forward with their lives, but we all miss you dearly."
He lifted his pen, his final words written with a hopeful heart. "Please, Captain, come home soon. We're all waiting. And when we finally meet again, can I call you brother?" With the letter finished, Douglas stretched back a longing look in his eyes. "I really want to see him." At Leo's shout that everything was ready, the man shot up from his seat ready to go. Announcing his arrival, Douglas rushed down the stairs only to stop short, his mouth agape in surprise. Before him stood the elegantly dressed Madame Page, looking absolutely radiant. She flashed a brilliant smile and offered her thanks. Glancing at the scroll, she asked if it was truly for her. Leo smirked a sarcastic glint in his eye. "Of course," he replied. "The new emperor himself sent the invitation." Douglas's eyes fell upon the carriage,
commenting on its exceptional craftsmanship. Surrounded by her maids, Madame Page brought a hand to her lips.
A delicate laugh escaped her as she agreed. The scene shifted to our main character's sprawling, luxurious mansion, basking in the warm afternoon light. Sunlight filtered through the trees as Oliver knelt before a grave. A single flower rested upon the stone, his eyes closed in silent tribute. The knight behind him watched intently. "It's time," he noted softly. Oliver acknowledged him and rose to his feet, beginning to walk away before stopping. He turned back with a small smile, his gaze falling upon the grave of a knight named Paul. He reminisced about the good times they shared. "I will return," he promised. "Rest in peace." Meanwhile, the ivory tower glowed a beacon in the afternoon sun. A young woman with glasses peeked inside asking if Lady Haley was prepared. The princess turned her face lit by a massive smile.
She beamed, declaring she was on her way out. But Haley's eyes were drawn to a staff hanging on the wall.
She reached for it, then hesitated, pulling her hand back. Rushing to the exit, she announced it was time for her brother's coronation. The emperor's palace was a sight to behold, decorated in unparalleled splendor. Throngs of people filled the royal park. Joyful chatter and laughter filled the air. Inside the great hall, the curtains were suddenly drawn back.
Sunlight flooded the immense chamber as Emperor Terry descended the stairs. He stood tall,
his gaze sweeping over his dear subjects. Leo, Madame Page, and Douglas watched him with rapt attention. He began to speak of a great honor and an even greater burden. Haley and the other archmages listened intently. A burden he was bestowing upon his son, the Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. Emperor Terry's expression grew solemn. He confessed that while he should rule until his death,
he believed passing the torch to the younger generation was the correct path.
A decision made for the future of the entire nation. Standing before the throne, flanked by the royal crown and scepter, Terry added that to face the future with confidence, the empire needed a fresh perspective. The perspective of a new emperor. As the massive white doors swung open, Terry commanded the people of the Green River Empire to behold their new ruler, Prince Hayden, appeared dressed in formal attire, his gaze sorrowfully fixed on the floor.
Tears welled in his eyes, but then his resolve hardened, and he strode forward with purpose, approaching his father.
Their eyes met. Hayden knelt, bowing his head in a deep show of respect. Emperor Terry looked down upon his son
and declared how proud he was.
A wide smile spread across Hayden's face as he vowed not to disappoint him. He promised to do everything to make his father even prouder. Terry nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips.
The emperor then took the crown in his hands. With great care, he placed it upon his son's head. The ritual was complete. Hayden rose, turning to face his people. With his arms spread wide, he began to speak.
A brilliant smile lit his face as he announced that from this day forward, the Green River Empire has a new emperor. The hall erupted in thunderous applause for their new ruler. But high above on a balcony stood Ian, cloaked and unnoticed. He held his hands out, weaving a spell of magic, summoning a cascade of flower petals that rained down upon the jubilant crowd. Hayden looked up, his eyes drawn to the lone figure on the balcony. A jolt of surprise ran through him as he realized exactly who it was. Haley, catching the petals, sensed the magic emanating from them. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with astonishment. Our main character simply smiled and called out his congratulations to the new emperor. Hayden stared directly at the protagonist, his shock evident. But a moment later, that shock transformed into a radiant smile. The new emperor's eyes filled with joy as he greeted his friend. Later, beneath a grand ballroom's chandelier, a tearful Hayden threw his arms wide and shouted, "You're here! You're really here!" He grabbed his friend, shaking him with excitement, telling him just how much he'd missed him, and how desperately he had wanted to see him again. Our hero looked at his friend with a steady gaze, remarking that he hadn't changed at all. Then, placing a hand to his chest, he offered a formal bow and congratulated him on his coronation. Madame Page watched the reunion, looking onward. A voice shattered the quiet, calling his name Leo, and her son froze as she shot towards him like an arrow. She wrapped him in a fierce hug, demanding why he hadn't sent word. Was he all right? As Douglas latched on from behind, roaring about how much he'd missed his big brother. Ian's gaze softened, seeing the same longing in his mother's eyes. He looked upon his overjoyed family, his voice thick with emotion, admitting he missed them just as fiercely. His mother studied, him asking if he'd finally achieved his goal. Ian's eyes closed, a smile of pure triumph on his face as he confirmed he'd found his answers. But a sharp cough cut through the reunion. The main character spun around to find Hayden, who simply tilted his head, pointing. Ian followed his gaze, and his world stopped. The princess. He stood frozen, utterly captivated. Then a brilliant smile erupted across his face, lighting him up from within as he breathed her name in greeting. She beamed back, a universe of emotion in her eyes. He closed the distance between them in a few quick strides, his voice urgent. How had she been? It had been far, far too long. Haley's gaze fell, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. She insisted she was fine, turning the question back on him. The main character's smile was impossibly wide. The life of a wanderer, he declared, is never dull. He'd even heard tales of her, whispered in the most remote corners of the empire. Leaning in, his voice dropped, telling her what the people said. That there was a beautiful lady of the tower, a guardian to the needy and the orphaned. A truly magnificent hero. In response, Haley's head dipped lower, a blush creeping up her neck. She insisted it was nothing like the stories claimed. A heavy silence hung between them. Then, with a sudden bow and a fiery blush, she announced her departure, wishing him a good evening, leaving Ian standing there utterly bewildered. The princess practically fled, and the hero could only watch her go, a storm of confusion and sorrow in his eyes as he watched her disappear. The emperor, with a slight crouch, stalked closer to him, his voice dangerously low. "What's with that devastated look on your face?" he demanded. With a pained smile, Ian tried to brush it off, claiming it was nothing.
But his eyes snapped to the Emperor, his attention.
Fully captured when Hayden casually mentioned Haley was still not engaged. The Emperor's chin lifted. Many have tried to win her hand, he added, but she always refuses, saying she's waiting for someone. Ian's heart sank.
Who? The Emperor pressed his eyes boring into Ian. Has she been waiting 8 long years for... Hayden stepped closer, his expression serious. She's not the only one who's been waiting.
We have a mountain of work ahead of us. A wide grin then split Hayden's face. So you'll be staying, won't you? The main character placed a hand over his heart, his gaze filled with renewed purpose. Of course, he vowed to the Emperor. The ivory tower gleamed under the afternoon sun. In the gardens, Haley silently snipped at flowers, her heart heavy. She stared at the blooms, her mind replaying their brief meeting. She should have said more as she recalled his farewell.
A painful thought pierced her heart. He probably doesn't even remember our promise. She pictured his apology from so long ago,
her cheeks flushing as she stared blankly at the flowers. No. Shaking her head, she tried to crush the foolish hope. He just returned already drowning in his duties. Why would he ever make time for her? Suddenly, a low voice murmured right behind her. There you are. The girl flinched violently, crying out in shock. Ian looked down at her, a gentle, apologetic smile on his face. My apologies, he said softly. I didn't mean to startle you. Haley slowly stood, her face bright red as she stammered, asking why he was here. Ian's gaze was kind. He'd met with the tower's magicians, and they'd all pointed him toward the garden. A little embarrassed, the girl looked at him, wondering, was that the only reason the main character's eyes swept across the vibrant scenery, taking it all in? It's beautiful, he breathed. It was never like this in my time. Haley ducked her head, a hint of pride in her voice. When she became the tower's mistress, she'd made the garden a priority. She wanted a sanctuary, where all the magicians could find a moment of peace. A broad, genuine smile lit up Ian's face. An excellent decision. His gaze met hers, a hopeful spark in his eyes. If you have a moment, would you be willing to show me around?
Her entire being lit up. With a smile that could rival the sun, she replied, Of course. Side by side, they began a slow walk
through the magnificent garden, falling into easy conversation. The main character recalled aloud that the Randor flower was incredibly rare in the Empire. He was shocked to find that in Coldwood, it was treated like a common weed. He even told her of one family that suffered terribly because of that very flower. Haley walked beside him, hanging on his every word, her expression rapt with attention. A moment later, Ian paused, turning to her with a serious look. Whispers of a legendary treasure reached his ears, a lake that shimmered like a liquid gold. Drawn by the tale, he ventured into the Luo Kingdom to witness the marvel with his own eyes. At first glance, the sight was just as the rumors had described. He described an ordinary lake, but at sunset, it ignited into a breathtaking spectacle. A memory seared into the protagonist's mind. As he gazed upon that golden water, he knew it was a moment he would carry forever. Haley's gaze fell, her lips parting slightly. She finally understood just how incredible his journey had been. A second later, she looked up, a brilliant smile spreading across her face as she confessed, I never imagined the Golden Lake could be so magnificent. She dreamed of one day seeing it with her own eyes, and as Ian watched her,
a profound sadness flickered in his gaze. He looked away, his thoughts racing, his lips slightly parted.
Then, in a sudden, decisive move, he turned to her. He extended his hand, his voice firm. If you take my hand, I will take you anywhere you wish to go. Haley stared captivated at the hand offered to her. In that instant, visions flooded the main character's mind. The Golden Lake, the Forest of Spirits, a scorching desert, the endless sea, and through it all, the princess's face. He realized then, no matter where his journey took him, his thoughts always returned to her. He wondered what expressions she would make seeing those wonders by his side. The thought began to consume him,
growing stronger with every heartbeat. He shut his eyes, the truth hitting him like a tidal wave. So this is what that feeling was.
Haley's eyes widened in shock. She heard him confess that after every trial, after every victory, his very first thought was his burning desire to return to her. Then he did the unthinkable. He knelt before her. With his hand still outstretched, Ian looked up, his eyes filled with a universe of emotion. Will you be my wife? Will you allow me to spend the rest of my days by your side? Haley froze, her mind reeling in disbelief. A deep blush instantly spread across her entire face as she stared silently at his hand. The main character watched her, his heart pounding, and heard her whisper, You're not going to leave again, are you? His answer was swift and certain. I will always be here. At those words, her face bloomed a deeper crimson. A moment later, tears of pure joy began to stream down her cheeks. He instinctively opened his arms, startled by her sudden tears calling out her name in concern. But as he looked closer, he saw the tenderness in her eyes. I missed you so much, she cried. I've waited for so long. After a brief silence, a radiant smile broke through her tears. Yes, she declared,
I will be your wife. She reached out, taking his hand. Please, always stay with me.
Ian gently caressed her hand, his gaze overflowing with love. And that's where this epic chapter concludes. If you journeyed with us to the end,
Please show your support. Hit that subscribe button and leave your thoughts below. We'll see you in the next recap.